down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow.
It's a day of reckoning for many. It's the day of death for some. Today is the lower bracket day. OG. It's the Penta Pro Series, ladies and gentlemen. And it's me, CA, joined by OG on the desk. But at this point, you should know us. We're back with the lower bracket days, and OG 2 will go away today.
Yeah, like you said, CA, it's a day of reckoning, right? Everybody here has one chance that God rains a little bit of fortune upon them so that when they take the white swing, they'd be the confident one and come out in the front of that
Ah, I
affair.
like
Now,
that.
all the low
Ah,
bracket
yeah,
puns
let's go.
aside, another day of death, another day of destruction, and another day of fun, right? Because today we're
Yeah.
expecting some of these matches to be close. Meanwhile, some of these teams really need to up their ante if they want to stay in the Penta Pro Series. We had an amazing day yesterday as well, CA. So I'm just expecting amazingness on a daily right now. I don't know if I'm spoiled at this point.
Nah, exactly. I mean, hey, if you are spoiled, it's all the fault of Penta, right? For giving us
True,
these
true.
amazing matches with these amazing teams. So, if all of you want to love Penta for this, make sure, of course, you subscribe. Check us out everywhere on the socials and so on. Blah de blah. Because what you're all focused for, I'm sure, are the matches coming up today. Like Oji mentioned, we've got God's Reign going up against White Swing, I believe, and One Chance going up against Reckoning. And for me, the most funny thing about these matchups is that these are two Augs going up against two teams who want to be Augs. So, like a clear cut chance for both of the non Augs to tell the Aug owners, maybe you got the wrong team, guys.
You know, the one thing that I'm actually going to be looking forward to is our 4 p.m. matchup, and this is due to one reason. The entirety of the, Reckoning roster are looking really strong through this lower
Yeah.
bracket run, right? They're one of the few teams that have managed to house international talents in the form of Fishball and Zeke. Now, in this lower bracket, they go head to head against One Chance, who have Astro and Markle joining Hika, Pixels, and Caramel. So it's essentially two rosters trying to comprise themselves with foreign talent, and we're gonna get to see whether it's the stable roster of Reckoning Esports versus the new and explosive roster of One Chance. Which of them is gonna have the upper hand in a matchup where a lot of fate is gonna be decided? At least for one of these teams, it's their road back home. For one of these teams, it's a road deeper down that scary lower bracket. Because mind you, we had an amazing day yesterday, which found our upper bracket finalists in the form of Revenant and Velocity. So whoever the loser of that matchup is eventually going to find their way down at the low bracket themselves. That's going to make it a hell more annoying for all these teams who are trying to compete to come to that top
Oh.
two.
Yeah, man, that's a difficult task to undertake for sure. But before they even get there, they've got to go through the trials and tribulations that today were present. Like you said, we've got
Exactly.
Reckoning going up against One Chance in our very first match, and I love the way it's set up, right? Because when you look at Reckoning and God's Reign specifically, Reckoning is the so to speak younger team in terms of the players. They have slightly lesser experience, maybe, and they're going up against the underdog team of One Chance that has more experience compared to the White Swing team. So we've got that experience matchup on either side, where God's Reign, the more experienced team, is going to go against our youngest guns in White Swing. So today, very well set up in terms of those storylines, but we'll have to see who truly is the protagonist, who truly can make this day his day.
True, and with the way Wideswing did end up taking the dub against Exili Esports, they've kind of got the cheer of a lot of up and coming players and a lot of fanatics who are looking for a new
Yeah.
team to now back themselves up with. And again, Wideswing are a team from the collegiate league who ended up taking the win there. Now they get the chance to play against some of our best. The game against Velocity didn't go all that well. Again, they did not get to display what they had in store for Bind, right? Although VLT did get to
Yeah.
display their Bind, and it was nothing less than beautiful. So I'm expecting a lot from Team White Swing if they end up taking, a good game against Godswing and now have the lead. It'll put all the pressure then on Godswing. Then we need to see if the experience, God's Reign, Jesus Christ, that matchup has me excited already. But yeah, God's Reign. We need to see if those individuals with the amount of brilliant experience they have, Vibor and VLT, Sai across multiple rosters, across multiple games. You have a lot brewing in the in the books of God's Reign, but we need to see that actually unfold on the server and really show face in a strong result here in the lower bracket.
Oh man, the way you've set it up, I think I just can't help myself. I really just want to see, get these matches going and see what unfolds. Because one thing is for sure is that these teams have shown us they're capable of immense surprises. Every single time we expect a close matchup, a blowout comes out of nowhere, just like Revenant versus God's Reign yesterday. But every single time we think that maybe one team will run away with it, we maybe see a close matchup today. So I'm curious to see because I definitely expect, like you said, Reckoning to be the slightly favored team because they have looked like they could take the fight to the likes of Revenant and Velocity, who are in our upper bracket. But one chance, they've got this literal last one chance, and they cannot afford to let their knees get weak. They cannot afford to let their arms get sweaty. I mean, they can get sweaty in the game, don't get me wrong, as long as that gets them the win, but it's all about getting that win today, right?
Yeah, you can't let that sweat come from a place of anxiety. It needs to come from a place of
Yeah.
exercise and pure control. I think talking about pure control, we need to also reference what we did get to see unfold when Velocity Gaming took on One Chance, right?
Oh,
And
yeah.
the first map of Bind, it went down the roads of a 13-6, with a lot of the rounds from One Chance coming in their defensive half. And their attack, they didn't really piece together that good of default, at least, which punished Velocity's aggression, which was non-stop. Deathmaker did not take a single moment off the W key. He always found the initiative with that operator to go ahead, find that kill, and still manage to keep his life intact, which is something that One Chance will need to take a good look at. How to punish aggression. And when you're dealing with a player as annoying as Deathmaker, who will take any deal given to him because of the confidence that he's going to take it and win it, you then need to try having a different approach to said problem. I think we saw a very good display of that, if I'm not mistaken, from, I think it was Revenant's game on Bind. I forget against which team. I think it was maybe against God's Reign, where they had the Raise, the Breach, and the Brim. I still remember this one round in Showers vividly, where the Raise tries to play ultra aggressive, and you have the Aftershock, you have the Raise paint shells, and you have a Molotov to clear that one player to get the advantage. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I want to see
Absolutely.
from Team One Chance.
I think having said that though, one chance for sure, like you said, they're gonna have to clean up their act when it comes to the attacking half because we saw some clear disproportionate moves, right? Where they weren't necessarily on the same page, and you know for sure a team like Reckoning is going to be able to punish that. Because for Reckoning, this isn't just about that lower bracket run, this is about redemption, where they were so close to taking down Revenant in their very first matchup. Since then, they've really seemed to step it up. We saw a very different Reckoning come through in their lower bracket match against Warple Swords, and since then, I think Reckoning are back in their groove. They're back feeling their confidence, and they're sure to push back against one chance. Still, I think this match could honestly go either way, and a lot of it relying on that veto OG. With the way one chance were totally blown out by Velocity on Ascent, especially yesterday, I wonder if they completely switch up their trade, if they go for some different picks altogether, because that Ascent pick just didn't work out.
Yeah, so Ascent really didn't work out. I think Bind is something that One Chance will truly want to avoid, especially in a matchup
Oh,
like
against
this, right?
Reckoning.
When they weren't able to get it to a decent showing against VLT, and with some of the strats already potentially leaked, this might be something that might be the first ban, in my opinion. I don't think you'd give Reckoning a chance to veto Bind first, right? You'd want to try getting into your comfort zone. So hypothetically, what would you think that Reckoning come in with a veto with? What do you think they would deny One Chance? Do you think they'd try to deny Icebox?
I think for Reckoning against One Chance, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually go ahead and deny Breeze because even though One Chance did ban our Breeze yesterday, we could see a very different picture today. And ooh, we're
Honestly,
seeing
yeah.
Buster come through for One Chance today. Now that's a big, big change. Now, don't get me wrong, I love Pixels, but Buster is one of the most experienced players in the scene. He stood up to the likes of Global Esports in that one Ascent map that I'm sure everyone remembers, which we thought would go on forever. He's capable of solo carrying every single team. So if he's actually playing today, now that's a big change, and that's one that I'd like to see come into play.
Yeah, and for those who might be relatively newer to the South Asian FPS scene, Buster is a phenomenal CS talent as well from way back in the day. So he has that experience that now you can rely on, right? Because you look at the team of One Chance, you have Astro, Hika, Caramel, and Markle, all of these insane individuals, but the experience could be, what's lacking to some degree, and Buster really does tick those boxes.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm really excited to see how Buster comes into the picture because one storyline that we did have coming into this matchup was Pixels going against his former team, right? But they instead choose to avoid, maybe just using Pixels as a pseudo coach almost to help them recognize the tendencies of Reckoning Esports as a whole. And now Buster, their ace in the sleeve, they're really ace in their pockets coming into play. Oh boy, Hochi, this has suddenly gotten a lot more intense because Buster is the kind of player that every single player, maybe with the exception of Fishball and Zeke, they know what sort of impact he can bring onto the table. They know what sort of impact he can pull out on the map. But Rio, Harsh, Fishball, Soulmate, and Zeke, especially with the recent acquisition of Soulmate, right? They're looking like a complete team. So, irrespective of that one player impact, I think Reckoning, they still have that advantage and possibly this one in the bag.
Yeah. Right now, my mind's going towards a place like Haven. That's something
Oh.
that I anticipate Reckoning to maybe pull out of the bag if and only if their staple of bind gets denied in the first round of veto. Mm, Soulmate's back, and I'm really excited to see how Reckoning's roster now performs in this lower bracket because this is where the true
Oh,
test
yeah.
lies, right? With how this lower bracket slowly starting to heat up, and with both the lower bracket contenders. Okay, at least in my opinion, I'm expecting Reckoning to take this, and I'm expecting God's Reign to take the dub against White Swing. So we will have the lower bracket semi-final hypothetically against Reckoning and Godswing, right? In my opinion,
Yeah.
Reckoning and Godswing are the only two teams in this low bracket who stand to contest against the loser of Revenant and VLT. At least the only ones who can stand a chance to give VLT a run for their money. So that's something that both these rosters now have the responsibility to build up to. And what a way to build up to a task like that by showing your dominance against a squad that isn't really that experienced in paper. Hey, at least that yells that your fundamentals are rooted at least in somewhat solid grounds.
Exactly, right? Like that basic idea for these teams, because remember, this is a VCT off-season tournament. All of these teams are working towards their 2023 challenges hopes. And to do that, you've got to make sure with just 1 month possibly left for challenges to begin, that your fundamentals are on point. You cannot have issues coming here and there with your spacing, with how you peak with each other, and those basic things. If they start to go wrong, not only will they lose out in this tournament, but they're going to lose out in terms of their start to challengers and their 2023 year as a whole. So a lot of big stakes for every single team involved, but a lot more pressure for the likes of Reckoning and God's Reign, because these are teams backed by organizations. These are teams with certain expectations, unlike the likes of One Chance and White Swing, who are just trying to cause an upset and help their way above. Reckoning and God's Reign, for them, it's not about the contention against the teams the likes of these. It's about building up to the velocity or the revenant that they're going to see in their next matchup after they potentially take on each other.
Yeah, at least for God's Reign in today's matchup, I hope that they're able to maintain mental stability because I feel like that's something that they really lost out on, especially when you
Yeah.
look at the Pearl game from yesterday when they played up against Revenant. It felt like they almost got angry to a point where Sai's like, bro, I'll just dash B main, come, let's play ultra aggressive. I want to fight these guys. And again, sometimes it comes from a place of asserting dominance on the server, right? Heck, that's half the
Yeah.
mental warfare. If your Jet's just able to dash in, out hold that guy's angle and just peek and obliterate him, it's going to give you guys naturally a little more room to work with in the rounds coming forth, and it gives you guys more flexibility towards one side. So that conditioning really didn't work out considering the way Revenant were playing so confidently on the setup of utility.
Oh,
One chance, it's gonna be a very, very tricky task to take on Reckoning Esports, right? Because the one thing that I love about Reckoning Esports is their rosters, at least the majority of the rosters that they've housed, have a good bit of versatility in their agent composition and ability to play around each other. So If that's what we have in the house, it's a pretty good counter to the individual brilliance that the individuals from One Chance bring to the table.
But hey, OG, we're ready for the map veto, and we'll have to see if that versatility comes into play. The instant ban from one chance, respecting Reckoning's strength on that map. Expecting Reckoning to just stick to their comfort ban. Oh, actually, targeting one chance, like we talked about, taking out the breeze. So both of these teams with a tip of a hat towards each other, banning out each other's respective maps, and one
Oh,
chance immediately
interesting.
lock in the Haven, where Revenant have put down Reckoning before, so the data available on how to beat Reckoning, but I think Reckoning have improved since then. Now, likely Ascent picked up here for Reckoning. They've seen one chance being absolutely smashed. They're good on this map as well, so a classic standard to start us off.
Here's the thing though, CA. We've not really seen any Haven from One Chance so far. And Reckoning have a good, what, 80 to 90 maps on Haven. So,
Yep.
One Chance, if they had the opportunity to prep
Ooh,
and
factual.
they've taken that opportunity, that is going to be a very, very good curveball that they've thrown into the mix. Then picked by Reckoning Esports, we did get to see a heartbreaking game of Ascent yesterday. And I hope that for the sake of One Chance, this would be a far closer affair. Fracture to be the deciding map. Now, here is where I actually like this map veto and in the favor of Reckoning. Reckoning aren't strangers to this map. They've taken on the likes of Revenant, they've taken on the maps of the likes of Lethal, they've taken on the likes of Medal on Fracture. So for Reckoning Esports, I still feel like this veto is somewhat in their court, although One Chance have all the opportunities and all the writings in the wall for them to carry forward a curveball and to completely catch Reckoning off guard. It's a tough prediction, CA, but I have to feel Reckoning here. I kind of
Yeah.
am itching towards that Reckoning hype train. Where do you feel yourself at?
I'm at the same train. I'm getting on at the same station for sure because I think I can predict what one chance's Haven lineup is going to be, and I would be very surprised if Rio isn't able to do the same, especially with Buster coming into the picture. Right, he's known to play that breach, so I'm expecting that Jet, Chamber, Breach, Sova, Astra lineup to come through for one chance, which again so damn fighting and so damn jet chamber dependent. It's all about setting your star players up for success. And don't get me wrong, like Markle and Caramel, great players to be set up for success. But Reckoning like to play that raise breach trade lineup. And I feel like that's the antithesis to what one chance are likely to play, to be able to bring that much utility to the sort of lineup that wants to play fast, that wants to fight, that wants to play aggressive. It really does completely deny them their opportunity to play to their strengths. And instead, Reckoning can stick to their guns and use that combos to really succeed. And we saw them do exactly that against the likes of Warple Swords. But hey, if one chance are able to close out Haven, anything can happen on Fracture. But again, the slight edge to Reckoning simply because of the fact that we've seen Fishball play a lot of different duelists. He has that versatility, just like the rest of his team, like you mentioned. And I haven't necessarily seen Markle or Caramel play those neons that needs to come through on Fracture. So I think at least in terms of that versatility, overall the slight edge goes to Reckoning.
Do you think there's a slight chance we'll get to see Neon when we start the game off on Haven? Because
On
if
here,
you
oh,
call your memories all the way back to the halfway point of this year, Optic first started Neon on Haven, and that's where
yeah,
Neon started seeing how you started seeing how viable Neon was on the back of a team setup. If you especially with that breach, right? Because you're able to set up your teammate from range, from beyond cover, you're able to set up stuns, flashes, you're able to clear certain off angles, and it really makes for a good explosive package to deal with operators where that raise breach and the fade also paints a really good picture, right? You can set up executes in such a fast-paced and chaotic manner that you end up making so much space the operator finds no place in comfort. I feel like that's going to be a very good counter, man. And it's something that we should be able to get to see as well. Because one chance, there are no slouches in terms of how much flexibility they have within their lineup, right? Astro can play a
oh,
brilliant
absolutely.
controller. We know that they have the capability within their roster to run a deadly raise on a map like this. So if they're able to rely on CQC and they're able to rely on the 1-2 punch with the rifles rather than trying to go into the operator zone and you spend so much utility facilitating that player, facilitating his fights. It could change the way that then Reckoning Esports will have to approach the game, which is what One Chance really need to force.
100%. And with that simple idea, right, it's all about for both of these teams controlling the way they play, because the one chance we saw in the very first matchup when they were being innovative against Exali, when they were
True.
controlling the pace of the play, look very different from the one chance we saw against VLT, where they just didn't
Exactly.
get to play their game. Now coming up against Reckoning, we know that it's very likely to be very different compositions, very likely to be very different styles. And I think in that manner, Reckoning are a stubborn child. They will not give up their way to play. They will force as much as they can, which then puts the onus on one chance. You either got to react, you got to adapt, and you got to shut Reckoning down on the basis of the data that their coaching staff is able to bring into play, or you just bring in pure innovation where Reckoning's like, huh? What is this? We don't know how to play.
And in all honesty, CA, with the way that upper bracket game did transpire between VLT and One Chance, right? You also need to consider the fact that they picked Bind against a VLT with Excali in it. Now, if memory serves me right, all the way back when Excali was originally part of VLT, Bind used to be a map that they play, but it slowly dropped off as the roster changed and grew. So
Yeah.
it didn't really feel that alien for VLT because they had to incorporate one player who wasn't there with that starting, if I'm not mistaken, was Deathmaker, right? Because Deathmaker came a couple of iterations later into VLT. So with Excali going back on its signature race, with the game being set up around more of a default team setup rather than any individual play, where they just played off each other on the defense. Yeah, I kind of understand where One Chance might have been able to, you know, take that game, but I also see that VLT had so many factors going their way which we probably couldn't consider in the past. So taking that upper bracket with a grain of salt, now if we focus on what the strengths are for One Chance, we've been able to see Caramel on a very deadly chamber. We've not been able to see Buster set him up just yet. So that might just, alleviate the standards and the expectations out from Caramel in this first map. Of course, we did so much theory crafting that finally we got a chance to see what the actual plan that is set in stone for both these rosters are. As this lower bracket matchup starts for both these teams, yet again, their tournament lives at risk. So, Caramel with the raise. There we go. So Marco
Oh,
is
we
not going
might
to be
get to see
deterred
that.
with the kind of, performance he had yesterday. He's still headstrong and confident in his approach, which is something that I love.
Yeah, and with this, we're gonna get to see basically a mirror matchup with only that controller being different. And honestly, I prefer the Astra to the Omen on Haven, especially with this kind of utility lineup where you can combo that Astra with the Raze, you can combo that Astra with the Breach, you can really set yourselves up for success. But hey, it's easier said than done. For one chance, it's all about making sure that they come into this matchup ready to play. Now, I'm
Yeah.
really glad that they didn't go for the Jet Breach Chamber lineup because it wouldn't have given them enough utility to match Reckoning. But now that they have got it, it's about basically facing Reckoning on their own playground, facing Reckoning where they are very comfortable. I'm sure they've scrimmed against this exact lineup before as well. So they've still got to be innovative. And if not innovative, at least proactive and not let Reckoning play that slow, methodical style that they love so much.
The only difference that we're going to get to witness in this sense is the difference of controller, right? You have Soulmate
Yeah.
on the Omen, which he's been very comfortable at, even in the past on this map, and you have Astro on the Astra, which is something that we've seen him do from since when he was in Enigma Galaxy. So that's a agent that he's more or less fully comfortable with. Now, in terms of predictions, at least for map one, where do you see this go?
Honestly, with this lineup, I think it could go either way. If this was that Jet Breach locked in, I would have favored Reckoning for sure. But since we have Caramel's race, especially, I think when we saw One Chance face off against VLT, Caramel was their shining light, their saving grace, and his race was a standout performance altogether. So now coming on to Haven, I do genuinely prefer that Astra. And like you said, Astra has been a menace altogether from that Astra meta all the way back. So I think this is a
Exactly.
very comfortable lineup for the side of One Chance. But I haven't seen Heka on Breach ever. So I want to see how that actually ends up coming into play, because Hika on Breach, a very different setup even compared to the Sova. This is pure supportive Breach. You have to make sure you have your teammates back always.
And that might be exactly what Markle needs. Something that he necessarily didn't receive yesterday when he duked it off against Deathmaker. Well, this is his shot at redemption. Both these teams fighting for their tournament lives here at the Penta Pro Series, ladies and gentlemen, as this derby of two rosters housing international talent alongside South Asian begins. Could be a 3-hour affair, but it's on one chance to prove their mettle as we begin with the pistol. One chance on the attack, Reckoning on the defense duty as a slow default now unfolds from one chance. Opting to play incognito, potentially work off contact. They've given away a little bit of an inkling that the hit towards Garage is going to be imminent. Caramel, respecting the utility, plays that dead passive. You can see across the map that they're just holding out and they're using this Garage aggression as a linchpin, right? To force the push towards A, to force the push towards C long. Well, it's not worked so far, and Reckoning going to rely on the back of information and teamwork to then wait for the utility dump.
Yeah, a 131 default, all focus around taking that mid area. They've managed to bait out the trap. Despite that, is that A-long information for Reckoning that was really helping them out now. Having pushed back that chamber, they're expecting him to be solo, trying to push him down, and Markle with the bunny hops gives Harsh a free one, an easy pick off to play, and more importantly, that shot where he can run off, because now while One Chance have got the site, they're a little stuck. As Harsh is coming through on the flank.
Spike planted.
And with Hika potentially stuck. Look at One Chance, man. They completely separated apart. This is so risky, but might just be worth it if Astro gets one. But instead, he gets shut down.
It was all reliant on Astro finding a little bit of results. Buster and Hika, though, able to double up. It makes the situation at least close to contention. However, fortune isn't on the side of One Chance's Reckoning. They're able to find all the right moves at all the right places. Back to pistol round. 1-0. One Chance. The strategy is something that I liked in the pistol. They try to bait out a reaction. They try to test if Reckoning are going to try playing it overly aggressive, which Reckoning really did not bite into. Their retake was cool, calm, composed, and the ability for them to find the rat like that, unbelievable. Marco was just enjoying his freedom, man. So sad that it had to be snatched away in that fashion.
You've got to expect that chamber to look for the fight there, though, especially solo on site. On the pistol, he's not going to play for the retake. Maybe any other round, you can expect him to leave the site, but the way we know Harsh, he's going to look for one and even a double. And again, Markle caught off. Expecting that breach stun to buy him some space, but Fishball just happy to go for the repeak and shut him down. First blood picked up for Reckoning, and in this anti-eco, off to a great start here, Roji.
Frenzy at that range, not really the best friend that you could have. Rio realizing that his weaponry can shred at a range like this, not deterred to take the fight whatsoever. Although Zeke does find that kill on Hiko with the clearing, Caramel has still found himself to you. A real good amount of damage inflicted to the economy of Reckoning Esports, with Caramel still standing a chance at the dub. I don't think they realize the spikes all the way there, do they? I don't think they do. They should not have been able to spot it. Yeah.
It's
Perfect
either that
positioning,
or
perfect
they're
timing.
going back to try and recover weapons, maybe, because Harsh doesn't have one yet. He's got his hands on the Spectre, but I think it's likely what you said. I don't think they have an
30
idea that the
seconds
spike
left.
actually freed
towards
towards
C
the
now?
garden area, and exactly,
Wow.
Carmel headed back towards C, should be able to get the plant, because look at the defenders, they're rotating all the way back to A.
Unbelievable. It's gonna go uncontested. There should be weaponry right around the corner if he's able to make a dart for it. But needs to
seconds
play a brilliant plant. He needs to isolate a duel and try playing the time. This is the only possibility that guarantees him a victory. And his position is going to be at the utmost importance. Slow rotation towards Garage, as now he stands a chance to lay waste to their backline. Spotted out, however. Now they know exactly where he's going to be coming from. Spectre out in hand. Harsh, quick on the deny considering his HP. A valiant effort, but a decent bit of damage is what's going to be the more important part of that equation,
but-
as Reckoning now will need to reinvest heavily.
Exactly. All in all, a wonderful eco from one chance, taking away that good bonus possibility at least from Reckoning. If Reckoning do want to play bonus, they're gonna basically play an eco with only 2 weapons in their hands. So one chance, I think they'll take this round most definitely. Caramel especially with 2 of those sheriff shots. Hika chiming in with yet another. That should give them some confidence to play with. And Reckoning actually do elect to hold on and play that bonus. So 3 sheriffs coming into play. It's all down to Soulmate and Fishball. And Harsh to a large extent, because he's got that headhunter to play. And Harsh getting aggressive. Ancha's expecting the aggression though. They know that it's their buy. It's the basic eco here for Reckoning, and they're expecting Harsh to come in. They shut down Fishball's aggression. One taken out, and Harsh not able to land the shots. One chance, they triple out, and just like that, they're shutting Reckoning down. But Rio, he gets one back.
Yeah, they're together here, Reckoning Esports. Recovered weaponry on Rio. And they anticipate the push. Buster holding the angle from window. The transfer's not in though. And Zeke, the low HP player, ends up getting the kill. Plan's gonna go down again. A round where One Chance had, you know, a lot of problems to deal with that early round aggression. At least this time they're able to deal with it. They're able to force that fight. Reckoning Esports are gonna try and rely on Zeke to maybe find at least a kill, but yeah, despite spotting the gun barrel, not able to make that connection. On a bonus round like this, I still to some extent like the strat that they pulled off. However, I felt like at especially the A long push, right? It was being as proactive as they humanly can. One Chance still were able to anticipate the push from the other side. They knew that there's 2 initiators just dumping utility towards them. I feel like the homework's there. And I like that from One Chance. They see this coming from a mile away.
Yeah, the pre-match preparation definitely present, but still a ton of damage done. One chance they are able to recover. They've got the full buy in this round. And they've got just on the precipice 2 key ultimates to play. Harsh though with the op available. And man, this is why I'm so scared of the Fade on this map. It's so hard to clear out that operator unless you're gonna dump that breach utility onto his face, and even then he can just hold on and hold on and hold on.
Exactly.
Until you
You
peek
can
him
at least
and
dodge.
shut him down. Yeah, just easily dodges out the fault line, and they're just gonna have to avoid. And because of this, right, just because of one single op, you have to avoid the most valuable part of the attack in that A lobby.
Exactly. Look at how much control it gives Reckoning Esports. We can afford now the rotations from Zeke, and more importantly from Fishball towards the C side where the crunch is going to be real. One Chance, the W in towards side. They do not dodge the paranoia, however. Soulmate, knowing that there's a thin edge between victory and defeat, spam down but still not out of the fight. Soulmate re-aggresses, although Astro has his teammates back. The man advantage nullified. Beautiful flick from Zeke. They stand their chance towards this backside on the hole as they play off each other here at the plateau. Fishballs though, letting his teammate go down the rocket. He eats it for breakfast. 1 versus 2 now for Harsh. The operator, not the best friend in a situation like this. However, he still has a Herculean task on his belt. I think Caramel just about should spot the barrel, but the communication's not there. Harsh able to jump on top of the box. Buster to bust him with a single tap. That round was so chaotic. And One Chance able to find the very crucial frag towards the back of sight. Little did they know that showstopper would have come to that avail.
Spike down, C.
And it's quite surprisingly so too, because despite the early rotations, I'm quite surprised that Reckoning don't choose to just play retake. They had Zeke's rolling thunder, but instead they chose to fight on site, enabling One Chance's style of play, that chaos where they truly thrive, and allow them to play as individuals with Caramel. I thought he spotted him out. But Buster still pulls off a double trade. Harsh with yet another though. Makes it that 3v3 on the map while Fishball pulls off yet another. And Reckoning, they suddenly pulled it back. Haven't got the weapons to play. Del Rio shots Markle down. And now he's got himself an operator. One chance, they're crumbling, they're falling apart, OG.
And it's all left on an Astro. Walks into the operator.
my lord.
Rio. A brutal push from every end. And Reckoning Esports somehow converting on a round like that. Caramel. Pretty sure he... Yeah, look at him, he had his knife out there. I'm pretty sure that he anticipated it was completely clear. But that's what happens when you lazy clear, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, the pain, the punish.
Enemy remaining.
Especially on a round where they invested so much.
Cover going out.
This point. For one chance, their economy broken apart. It's all down to Markle. He's got the hero Vandals and they've got a couple of ultimates to play, but... Ooh, Astro flirting with danger. Almost gets shut down. They will
Shot
now.
between his
What
legs.
the operator? Yeah, it's simple enough. Plan for one chance here. Spot Harsh, avoid Harsh. Let's go to the other side.
And what's there on the other side? It's Zeke. Who's all by himself, so... Unless Fishball's able to relay early information about the footsteps and the whereabouts, there's no chance that they are able to contest side. I think a retake's gonna be again on the cards, my friend. Yeah, it has to be a retake from Reckoning. A clean side take for one chance, where utility could still be a small problem. As you see Fishball's rotation in towards heaven, he can just nade out the plan. Alright. Wow.
30 seconds left.
How salty is that?
Still though.
Face your
All
fear.
down to Rio's flank. Markle, he shuts him down and should be communicated to his team that he's now got a gun to play. That one likely recovered, and with the Nightfall as well as the Rolling Thunder coming out, one chance committing it all to try and pull this Thrifty off. The Cosmic Divide to literally every single resource here invested for one chance to pull off this 50, but it might be a
Are you
little too late because
serious?
Markle, he's come through on the flank and pulled off a crucial double. Still,
Player
2v3
standing.
on this retake, and the
Unbelievable.
weapons coming into play. One chance they commit, they gamble, and it pays off. They pull off a huge Thrifty, bring that momentum back.
Thrifty after thrifty, Reckoning. They pulled off a brilliant round with the sheriffs themselves prior, but fall prey to their own strategy. Look at Astro, right in between the legs. Oh goodness. If a bullet whizzed through between my legs, I wouldn't feel that confident thereafter.
You want to play? Let's play.
Harsh has info. No! He's facing off again, the Thor Day Force.
Hush wanted to play, but instead he gets shut down, and one chance they're starting to push back. This time, the likelihood of that Thrifty denied, especially with that operator taken off the cards, but Zeke, he's got a nice spot. The Prowler doesn't spot him out when the four-man stack of
Brilliant.
Reckoning towards this A side. Oh, the Seas is gonna make sure one chance they back off. The aggression now denied, and with Astro getting that spot towards the long, one chance likely to go for the rotate, but
Okay,
instead
Marco.
Markle decides he just
Alright.
wants to shoot these fish like they're in a barrel, and he shuts them down. One chance they make their stand, they find a flawless round.
And they're able to recover a weapon for Markle as well. Everything done and dusted, as if it felt like one chance didn't even need to break a sweat.
Enemy remaining.
Oof, 2 HP, dude. Heights of Unlucko. And now one chance with the lead. Reckoning, slowly but surely showing that there are small but significant chinks in their armor. And one chance on a very, very good trajectory so far. This first half has been nothing but neck to neck, hasn't it, Bids? See, the entirety of Reckoning Esports, they're able to come together in rounds where they have sheriffs and are able to work But one chance showing that they are versatile themselves, not only in terms of strat book but also weaponry. They clawed right back. We're getting thrifty rounds to start the game off, which I'm sure doesn't put either team in a good mental position. So it really does show that for both these teams, it kind of balances at the edge of a sword. It could go either way. This is certainly not Reckoning playing to their strengths, rather they're playing into one chance's game, don't you think?
Absolutely. And that's why this timeout is so crucial. It's up to Oliphant now to make sure Reckoning correct themselves. They come back to their style of play because a little too aggressive right now. It's not the methodical Reckoning we have known to play. And it's not even like they're playing bad necessarily. It's exactly like you said. It's just one shot's very comfortable. They're happy to wait it out, play those static defaults, and punish that aggression. Now, one thing that Reckoning have got to make clear is what they've really found value in my opinion at least, is setting up Harsh's operator towards A long. With this breach fade lineup especially, right? You have to dump utility on that chamber to get him out, and that's always a win for the defenders. So you set up that chamber towards A long, you force them, you drain that util, and then it's pretty easy side hold because without an extra breach flash, without that extra nade, without that prowler, it's almost impossible to take that side.
And for those wondering, why it's very important for the chamber to, be able to guarantee that A side, at least the A long hold, is the fact that on a map like this, it comprises of 3 bomb sites, right? If you're able to enable the chamber towards A long by himself, by the mid round, you'll have 2 players to deal with 2 sites, respectively. So it makes the entire task of Haven significantly easier to deal with as a team and as a 1-2 punch. Nonetheless, this aggression that One Chance has been consistent of towards Garage, it's been their signature ever since the pistol round. Although Harsh, if you would have held the angle all the way from back plateau, it could have been a completely different story with him getting that first frag. They've found Harsh's position, and yet again One Chance to choose to disengage and maybe hit another side. This time though, I hope that they might head towards B. Again, with the operator, this B side becomes a ordeal to retake. This could, however, be setting themselves up for either a fake or a pivot towards that A side as the rest of One Chance tries to regroup towards that spawn region.
Oh, but with that fade hunt coming through, they now exactly know where to expect every single agent almost. So likely that fade raise is what they expect towards that A site, and they read absolutely right. And Rio just trying to commit that Nightfall to hold it down. Harsh
30 seconds.
finds a lurking Markle, and with Rio's Nightfall, One Chance, they've got to slow down. This time is all Reckoning really needed, because now with the backup fishball coming into play, these are the issues that come through when you haven't got enough util to take the site. The showstopper is an absolute blockbuster, and fishball, he shuts 2 down. One Chance now left with just 1 land standing. Hika can't pull it out, and that timeout, it pays off. 4-4 on board, Reckoning the equalize.
Yeah, Reckoning. This time though, the kind of discipline that they showed, right? They didn't have any loose ends whatsoever. And that's what's very crucial to this resolution that they found.
Enemy remaining.
Brilliant stuff from Fishball.
10 seconds left.
One Chance. They have themselves a little bit of a breathing room to work with. They have another buy, so the utility this time is crucial. They try to clear up A long, but Rio, for a second I thought he let his teammate go down to the drain. Trades out the important pieces they've removed Caramel. So right now One Chance don't really have the ability to breach the back lines on the back of an execute. They're going to rely on a much more slower approach, reliant on picks and map control, which is something that Markle can gift them if he plays a little more aggressive through the smoke. But again, with aggression comes risk, and right now risk is something that he wants to mitigate. Although Harsh, given the freedom he wants, given the aggression that Reckoning Esports haven't been showing in the prior rounds, finds the perfect timing to change that narrative. This lurk from Markle better pay off. Oh, deadly.
Oh, that...
Gruesome.
Just as you say it though. Get shut down. 2v4 now. And a really tough situation for One Chance to pull off. Still, they should be able to get the plant, but instead, they smoke off and try to head towards A-Link. Try to catch someone out.
30 seconds
Breach
left.
those, slowing them down. Astro still deciding to flirt with that
Brilliant.
danger and take the fight. They shut him down, but they do know. No, they don't have an idea. The fishballs waiting inside, lurking in the shadows. He finds one and with an
Game labs,
impossible
dude.
flick, shuts another down. Yo, what was that shot, man? What?
Legitimately just aim labs. He's just
God.
anticipating it. He's practicing the flick. Goodness
Yo.
Christ. Yeah, I love this fishballs. This is the fishballs that we really need to see.
What?
Fish in the name, fishy in the game.
Okay, nice shot. Like, what? That's sus. Like, straight up. I know he's not. It's not actually sus, but that's sus. Like, it's the compliment kind of sus, is what I
Sent
mean.
home. Ha!
And Harsh, he shuts Bakul down, but they come with an immediate trade. This time, Fishball's aggressiveness, it's shut down.
That early frag with that operator though is keeping things humble for the side of one chance. Otherwise, they would have had the opportunity to just explode. Look at the aggression from Rio. He's essentially guaranteeing that A side, so it enables Reckoning to at least have a little bit more confidence on their hold and their call. So made beautiful setup for him to get that peek by Zeke. Oh, that looked like it nearly landed. Suddenly, one chance, losing opportunity, losing room with their C crunch as they get picked off piece for piece, limb by limb. Their numbers dwindle, so do their chances for exiting this first half with a distinct advantage. As Reckoning finally look to regain control, they do not look to let it go that easy.
Harsh with the 4K and Reckoning now with that 2-round lead, all in the back of a huge round by Fishball. Reckoning, really, that young team, you can see how much it affects them when one of their players really starts to pop off. And 6-4, now in the lead, heading into our last few rounds with better ultimates in play in that Rolling Thunder as well. Reckoning, they definitely look like they're in control, but it's easier said than done.
Spike down.
I think
C.
it should
Yeah.
be now in the next round for one chance. A buy still coming through, and they've got the Nightfall to play. I think they've just got to change the tempo. They've been playing defaults all the way through. Maybe it's time to pick up the pace. Harsh with a crucial
few
miss, and now
misses,
the
right?
Nightfall for this A side.
Harsh. Is he gonna eat the Prowler? He actually ends up eating it, so he's trying to buy brilliant bait for Fishballs, who ends up finding the first. Lot of utility to delay the fight and to buy him his life. No punish possible from the hands of one chance, as he yet again have to relinquish control and their vengeance.
Teleport's ready.
As Markle has been the prey of early aggression for quite a couple of rounds in consecutive fashion. Certainly got to be a sting.
So far,
Crippling part is they do not have the showstopper, but they do have the Rolling Thunder. At some point, they really need to elect and use this diligently, which I think that they have not been able to capitalize the best timing for lately.
exactly. In this round already, a Nightfall for Rolling Thunder trade from either side. Now
Beautiful.
the Rolling Thunder to execute onto site. Harsh still decides to hold on and take
30
a shot,
seconds
but
left.
he has to eventually rendezvous on out. Reckoning, still with a man advantage, trying to play retake. Zeke, he finds one and doubles it down. 5v3 now on the map, and one chance trying to get aggressive and make their own plays. It's a 1-for-1 trade and should be a simple enough retake.
Oh, you
Man
say
standing,
that,
Caramel.
Caramel. He has the showstopper and he's already put a stop to the retake show that Reckoning have been on display with. 1 versus 1 with Harsh going incognito and him giving him
Oh,
sound.
no.
Caramel making his way back to safety, and this is the problem.
Whoa.
Harsh, is he really
Sticky.
willing to risk it to get the biscuit? Caramel is being patient. He's playing time. He's done it brilliantly, and now with the half stick, Harsh.
No, Harsh.
No, the ninja. Whoa, the savior. Caramel. One chance, one opportunity, and he lives up to his name.
Switch.
As he makes it look sweet. The revenge, nothing but cold
Enemy remaining.
and brutal.
Harsh played that beautifully. Knew that
Enemy remaining.
whenever you're playing with that race on the showstopper, you want to layer that utility. In the sense that as soon as you pull the showstopper out, you expect your opposition to immediately get off the defuse. So you want to play those mind games and delay the showstopper. So he instead plays mind games of his own, sticks the half defuse, waits out the showstopper, and then goes to try and make it through. But in the nick of time, Caramel peeks him out, and with a huge clutch and a 3K, he shuts him down. Momentum now in the favor of One Chance, but Caramel, the hero, he's already shut down in Reckoning. They're in a better spot. Soulmate, he'll find another, and Markle taken away, but One Chance, they're trying to move in, capture some space.
Oh, important trade. Ika makes this a much more doable situation. 2 versus 3. As he tries to play a little over ambitious. Ends up giving away his head. Maybe just doubled up on Buster's call and backed out with him would have been a very doable 2 versus 3. As double initiators on a hold enables you to take aggressive fights. He's relying on maybe finding an early frag, maybe a weapon, not the case. And I think he's been heard out by Harsh as well, who's relaying that information. Showstopper hell, they anticipate this to be a little towards B maybe?
30
Alright,
seconds
fish
left.
balls. If there ever was a small chance that he's given Buster, this might be the smallest one thus far. Although with 3 players still up, Buster's going to rely on complacency. Oh, the spray at this range could have been a disastrous thing. Luckily Zeke doesn't take a slither of damage and closes this round out 7-5. Reckoning exit the first half with a lead, but just a teeny and tiny one. One Chance, a very good first half considering all the shenanigans that we've gotten to witness so far, CA.
Exactly. 7-5 on board though. Reckoning they'll be happy. I'm not sure. Okay, I guess they're just flexing, I guess. I was like, why are they slowing down? There's no need to recover the operator. It's the last round.
Switching
Yeah, they're
sides.
just flexing.
Maximize time. I've heard people in my VC be like, hey bro, just hold the diffuse. I need to go pick up my order, use the restroom. Most common excuse I've heard. So just talking
no,
of
that's
experience
definitely
here.
possible. I can imagine one of the players being like, alright, I'm dead, I'm gonna go. Use that washroom real quick, guys. Once you're done winning the round, just slow it down, yeah?
Well, this is a very good first half that we got to see from One Chance. And if they're able to win the pistol here, see, it's back to dead even yet again. This game has been nothing but a dead even matchup. I feel like for One Chance, on this defense, it's heavily reliant on Markle finding as much room and as much pressure that Harsh was able to find. Especially on the back of that operator, right? You saw entire sites and entire avenues just being dedicated to Harsh and his solo aggressive setup. There needs to be that same space and pressure created if Caramel and Hika have to work in tandem to then add to the chaos.
Seven 5 on board though, and again, it's all about One Chance taking matters into their own hands. They pushed.
That was utility set perfectly, although the frag still goes the other way. Heck, they've lost Astro on One Chance, so it's no more cover essentially for One Chance to play with. And I think realizing this, they anticipate a lot of rotations towards the A side and now commit their own towards C. Marco, brilliant position, looking for another, but realizing that he's bit off far more than he can chew, makes the more conservative decision and still had the opportunity to TP out. Zeke looking for that cheeky play. He doesn't know what's on the receiving end of that smoke. They're still anticipating his presence towards outside garage, which is not the case. Beautiful timing, and they disengage, which is brilliant. They don't pay the price for aggression. They don't pay the price for getting that kill. It's back to a dead even territory, with Caramel being the only one in the vicinity and in a position to change this equation.
Oh, Badoji. They're all quite split apart here. One Chance, Caramel, he still spots one out, takes him down. The Haunt to reveal both of them out, but Reckoning they hold on to backside. They shot them down.
The frenzy.
Zeke will find the triple and the pistol to secure that lead for Reckoning in this half. 8-5 now on board. Now with the anti-eco, they should be able to comfortably move together. But one thing I think is especially crucial. Caramel, he's having a killer of a match. He truly has been popping off, especially after that clutch. So they've got to find a way to shut him down because we've seen this from Caramel before. Once he really starts feeling himself, he starts feeling unstoppable.
Okay. Ooh. There is opportunities now. Frenzy, Shorty, Sheriffs. We saw that one chance were done dirty with these low buys of Reckoning Esports when Reckoning were on their defense, right? I think the same pressure now needs to be applied even, fiscally in terms of how much you allow them to save in terms of weaponry, in terms of numbers, in terms of utility. Force them to reinvest, force them to expel all their money in insignificant rounds like these. And when one chance have the opportunity with the Vandals, and if they're able to break Reckoning, they break all the momentum. And Reckoning could have potentially gained from clinical rounds. They have the distinct advantage. At least they're making a call to head in together. Even if it was a site filled with 3 members or 1 member, it's the best call you can make in a round like this. And hey, they get the free ace side. Harsh. Classic frags aplenty, and Marco finds his revenge with the shorty. All things said and done, they had only a little bit of hope walking into a round like this. So if Caramel is able to get even 1 frag, this round might be even a little valuable. It might pay its worth in dividends. 3 men up from Reckoning Esports, so you don't expect much in terms of economic prosperity from them. They need to be a little more restrained in a bonus like this. They need to play this a little more carefully.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of thrifties already in this map, so most definitely it's possible for these teams to pull it up. But in this round, Reckoning, with a comfortable anti-eco, should get a nice bonus in the next round. I think what is very likely, what we've seen from Reckoning, they like to play fast and aggressive, cut and dry in these bonus rounds. So a B hit definitely on the cards to try and shut them down. But again, this is something you mentioned. One chance doing their homework, expecting that B hit on that bonus. Marco playing top default, he finds one, shuts them down. And while Hika has found another, the trades have come out. Reckoning now looking to slow it down. Try to pick someone off, but again, the weapons not in their favor. One chance they just have to play further back and try to play those longer angles and deny them from picking up another weapon.
Exactly. That's the one saving grace, right? The casualty was all the way towards the back of site. So
yeah,
there is no chance for the weapon to be picked up. And this quick split towards C, it's utility that's being the saving grace for one chance at the moment. Harsh finding the trade on Astro. Gives them control of backside, but it essentially boxes them in. And Marco's rotation is brilliant. Expects the player within the Nebula. As he finds himself the quad. Now, with the Tour de Force on his hand, he has options. Especially with the direction that it's going for one chance. If they're able to gain momentum, this could be the operator haven that Marco has been praying for in the second half. Looking for cold revenge as to how Harsh did one chance. A lot of problematic peaks in that first half towards A, towards C. He needs to be a terror and much more.
And it really helps the economy of his team now. Marco able to drop his teammate a weapon, drop his own Vandal, and ensure while his team saves up for that operator, he gets to bring the Tour de Force out. Having set him up for success, now they're happy to set up the rotate, and exactly like you said, once you've got that A-long operator hold, you can double stack the sites. One chance though. Not given much info by Reckoning in this round. So Reckoning's buy, so I think just trying to play static default on the contact and inch their way forward. But now that they've taken C-long cubby control with the Rolling Thunder, setting up the site to execute, getting themselves deep into Cypher. One chance selecting to play completely off on the retake. They haven't got a single ultimate to do so. One chance right now flirting with danger, and they pay the price. Soulmate finds a double, shuts them down. I don't know why you play retake in a situation like that.
Well, I think there's a small reasoning as to why they do so, but we get that later. First, we need to see the conclusion. And the conclusion is that it will be dead even, only momentarily, however. Reckoning Esports, anticipating the kind of crunch that's headed their way, knows that they need to play this aggressive, and they take these fights at a very good timing window. They isolate both the fights and they win out their respective. So I feel like the strategy employed from Reckoning here is brilliant. If you notice that C-side executes CA, you'd recognize that there's no smoke towards Garage, which means that they want the players from One Chance to be at least having that in the back of their mind, that essentially sets up Soulmate, who was on the late Garage look, right? Especially with that Rolling Thunder, they didn't really want to stay in a site, but they'd get affected by it. So they thought they'd be able to contest from afar. Soulmate being a perfect X factor. It all lined up and layered up to a perfect RGE C-long strategy.
Inside of One Chance's economy building up, it's now broken apart. Fishball for a second. I think he just automatically expected the chamber TP. Could have been punished. Shot though does end up missing out, and the aftershock to force Buster out, he gets shut down. That was the only Vandal in play in this round, so I think One Chance they've got to re-aggress and somehow recover that weapon.
And Zeke knows that exactly. Dodges the flash, and that's exactly where Fishball chimes into the equation. They're able to find trades here, One Chance, which isn't really the worst thing in the world. Reckoning at some point need to relinquish control of A-Long, which means that One Chance will have the opportunity to recover said weaponry and maybe even put it to good use. I mean, they should have a buy in the round coming forth, right? So it stands in the realms of logic that they pick up that weapon and try doing a little bit of damage for some of these fights. Heck, if you give Hika maybe a frag or maybe allow him to die, he will have the Rolling Thunder by de facto as the round does begin.
In this position, it's Markle who has the weapon. Presence soon to be revealed by this trap. Should not be able to find anyone off guard. So, wouldn't be surprised if he just elects to go for the save. Hika similarly so. I think I'd actually like to see Markle drop the weapon over to Hika and then Markle give away his life. Because Hika has full shields right now. He's going to give away his life. And Marco's going to go for the save. That's effectively 1,000 credits down the drain, and Marco throws his weapon away as well. I think that was the perfect situation for Hika to just take that Vandal for himself, go for the save with the full shields. That's a good save.
It is a good save, however, they still stand a chance to invest, right? And if they were able to do decent bit of damage with that 1-2 punch, because essentially it worked on Hika's distraction, right? If they're able to do damage, it keeps the economy of Reckoning Esports humble. So as soon as they come up with this round victory, they stand a better chance at a comeback if they were able to do said damage. Sadly, it wasn't the case, man.
Yeah. And now Reckoning, they've got everything they need to finish this match off. It's a buy round for One Chance, but Reckoning with 4 key ultimates coming into play. From the shadows, the Nightfall to really put in the terror, and the Showstopper to make sure that they're able to bring through the Blockbuster. Looking for the trails here, Fishball, he doesn't spot a single one of them out. Instead, One Chance, they've elected to play on the retake, and on that retake, they've got that Showstopper of their own. It's all down to Caramel to set up his information with the boom bot and set up this retake with the Showstopper.
Yeah, from heaven he should drop. With that Showstopper, the hopes of One Chance at Haven aligns. If it works, One Chance make this work. If it doesn't, map point for Reckoning Esports. Satchel out, the party, it completely fails. And it looks like so has the hope for One Chance on this retake, as now Reckoning are just going to be comfortable playing off each other. And their crossfires not deterred by the oncoming onslaught, as they dismember One Chance piece to piece. And their hopes now in pieces. But this first map,
I must say, I'm quite
13-6,
surprised.
is what I'm expecting.
At this point, it's done and dusted for, right? Because One Chance doesn't have the economy. They're gonna have to go for a glass cannon Vandal on Buster with no utility. Light shields on Markle and Caramel with minimal utility and a couple of Spectres coming through. But what I'm really surprised by is that Hika doesn't use his fault line when the Showstopper for Caramel comes through. Could have denied Graffiti, could have denied Under Heaven. Make life a lot easier for Caramel, who could have just instantly gone for the Showstopper down his shot. Instead, that slight lack of coordination helps Reckoning out, and Harsh now with the Torde force, he certainly wants to play. Finds one,
Are
shuts
you
him down, and
serious?
Fishball
Are you
chimes in
serious?
with another. That was one
Astro,
of the
I
few
hope you didn't break
Vandals
his
available,
keyboard.
man. Yeah.
Exactly.
Stealing sight.
Looks like the beginning of the end. For one chance here at the end of this road is Reckoning Esports taking map 1. But it's not going to be the end of the
One enemy
journey
remaining.
for one chance, as it is going to be a best of 3 to decide the tournament life.
Attackers
However,
win.
the performance we expected from a team like Reckoning Esports, we expected them to be a very strong contender in the lower bracket, and this dominating victory on Haven. That's exactly what's needed to set that narrative not only for us, but for the rest of the teams now contending to stay in this tournament. Penta Pro Series, man, is going to heat up because map 2 is going to be so crucial. And I feel like one chance they have, again, all the right pieces to bounce back. Haven was something I didn't expect going their way regardless. So I feel like they should just mentally let go of this loss and think of it as a glorified best of 2 where you need to win both the maps to stay in this tournament now.
Yeah. Either ways, Reckoning off to a great start. And remember again, this is one chance map of choice. Next, we head on towards Ascent, where we've seen one chance truly being blown out. And sure, they've literally got one chance in the next map to pull it back to keep themselves alive. But Reckoning, they look like they are in control of this map and thus of this series. Reckoning in a much better spot, playing a lot better Valorant, and at the end of the day, just adapting faster than one chance. Despite, again, I think, irrespective of the way this series turns out, one thing is for sure, Caramel has stood out, man. I'd be very surprised if we don't see this roster itself continue to stick together, or at least Caramel find a roster that picks him up instantly.
Pretty sure that's going to be a piece of cake after a tournament like this. Kind of individual brilliance that he's displayed.
Yeah.
Maybe if he's able to pull off an upset with this team, maybe if he's able to force Reckoning to a map 3 and make that hella sweaty, could almost have a blank paper with a sign on it then. But hey, it's all about the results at the end of the day, right? That's the entirety of competition. It's largely governed by numbers, and you really need the numbers to be favoring you.
One enemy remaining.
And it's Reckoning right now who have the numbers favoring them.
Seconds left.
With Reckoning Esports winning off this, how strong do you presume Reckoning's ascent has been in recent history?
I just can't get over that shot, man. I just can't get over that freaking shot, man.
The Aim Labs
I got it.
flick?
Yeah. It just, I know it requires a little bit of luck to make it happen. Like, not even luck, I'd say fortune. More so.
Luck is a
you know?
skill, yeah.
But, yeah, exactly. Fortune favors the brave, is what I was gonna say. And for him he took that shot like 2-3 times continuously. He did that flick, and the third time around it panned out. So that's what I mean by fortune favors the brave. Like, Fishball, just so disgusting with that shot. And the most terrifying part about this map is it was 7-5 with one chance on the attack. It was a complete blowout on the defensive half, where we expect one chance to be better. We expect one chance to have a better time. Instead, they got completely ripped apart. All they won was one bonus round. That one bonus of Reckoning right here. That's all they won. And then Reckoning stomped them out.
Yeah. There, however, was ingenuity from Reckoning on their attack. They did a lot of
Yeah, absolutely.
brilliant moves. I love that seaside hit where they just did not smoke garage and were willing to play contact to buy distraction for Soulmate. Soulmate getting a beautiful double himself from that position with the setup that his team made. It all fit perfectly. Everything went according to plan. And Reckoning Esports bound to be elated after that map 1 victory.
Yep,
We predicted this
absolutely.
to be a 2-0, right? Do you still stand by that prediction?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, especially the way Haven has ended out, I think. Reckoning, we know how good they are on Ascent. I still stand by my words. It's just Rio's Ascent is Rio's world. We're just playing in it. The amount of clutches that guy is able to pull out an Ascent again and again and again is just looking incredibly difficult for one chance. And don't get me wrong, it's not because the 2-0 because one chance is bad or anything like that. No, they're actually a phenomenal team with the limited amount of practice. They've been able to bring such a good show to the table. It's just Reckoning, they are looking much, much better. For them, it's not about being the underdogs no longer. It's not about contending with those slightly lower teams anymore. They want to take the fight to the likes of Revenant, to the likes of Velocity, and they're in the right space to do exactly that. They almost took down Revenant once before, and it certainly looks like they're going to breeze their way through the lower bracket to try to do it again.
Yeah. As we look at the scorecard here, I feel like, yeah, it's been a really good game for Fishballs for obvious reasons. Zeke has somehow sneaked his way up to having the most kills in his team. Although I feel like the honorable mention here should go to Harsh. The main reason why the defense of Reckoning Esports looked so easy, it was because Harsh was doing so much of the heavy lifting when he was manning down single sites with that operator and consistently getting a frag before he did eventually rendezvous back, which is the most important piece of that aggression. You need to not only be giving your team the comfort of rotating, but you should deny the sense of comfort when your foes are trying to retake map control, which is something I think now well put in the back of One Chance's mind.
Absolutely.
And it shows in the first kills as well.
Yeah,
14.
40. I think it's almost, I believe, 75%. Yeah, 75% of first bloods in the favor of Reckoning. That, yeah, basically decides the match, right? Because Reckoning is not the kind of team to face the troubles the way, say, Godsrain did yesterday against Revenant. Once they get that first blood, they're very happy to just slow things down, keep themselves in control, and ensure that in that disadvantageous position, they give their opponents the room to make the mistakes, to be able to then punish them and capitalize or even regroup and hit the site. Every single time, Reckoning, their methodical play ensures that they are in control. 13 to 6 now. Zeke, of course, the MVP of this match, deservingly so. I think while Heka did put out a great performance on that breach, you can see Zeke's comfort playing that supportive role. And I think that is just that small difference where a player much more happy to play that supportive role, back off and play on the trades. It really does pay off.
Yeah. And without having, you know, the kind of performance that we expected from Buster, something that I hope that he truly does deliver in the map coming forth. With him picking up the breach, the setup was pretty decent. I still feel like this could have been a way better game from Markle, as especially on the defense, you really didn't see him accomplish a lot. So just gotta hope, man. Just gotta hope. Again, it's a best of three for a reason, right? These
Yeah.
teams have somewhat of an ability to claw themselves into a comeback, but that's only if they have it within them, and that's on them to decide.
Oh, 100%. And very simply put, I think the fact lies in the idea that it's not impossible, but statistically improbable is where we're thinking is that Reckoning, once they've got the flow, once they've got the momentum, they generally do look like the better team. But I'm not going to count one chance out. They did themselves elect to choose the map of Ascent yesterday. I'm going to hope that yesterday was just a bad map, just a one day thing, one day affair, not something that is general. And they are able to really step up to the mark today when it comes to that map of Ascent, either by bringing in a new composition altogether or by just reviewing what went wrong and coming back with a fresh mind. Because one way or another, I think Reckoning have proven that they're damn good on that particular map. In fact, they almost pulled it back the last time around. I'm sure they've gone back to the drawing board and figured out what went wrong.
Yeah, but I guess that's kind of easy to say with the fact that, both the games in the upper bracket semifinals were complete whitewashes where Revenant and VLT just cleaned house. But hey, it's, again, Penta Pro Series. You never know what's going to happen around the right corner. But what we do
Yeah.
know is we have a special interview lined up for you. So let's head right into it. Welcome back to the Penta Pro Series, and joining me this time on my interview segment is gonna be Zolo. Zolo, how you feeling, my friend?
I'm good, but we just lost the game. But otherwise, all good.
Well, that's the beauty about sports. There's always a winner, but there's always somebody who has to bow out. How's your experience been through the Penta Pro Series so far?
It had the. I think this has been by far the like. It was short, but it was very good experience because I have played a lot of Indian tournaments, but as a management wise, I think this was one of the best because the admins were very friendly and like very cooperative. So from that perspective and everything else, this has been very good.
Well, that's great to hear. What are your thoughts on the South Asian Valorant scene at the moment?
I think South Asia Valorant scene is growing a lot, except from like Bangladesh region, but the region has like even Pakistan as well. I would say it's quite good. India is huge. Like because if you see the price money, if you see the players, everything, uh, it's really developed. I think it's gonna grow even more.
Okay, that's great to hear. Considering that your team sadly had to bow out and be one of the first two teams to do so, who do you think you're going to be rooting for as we progress deeper into the tournament?
I think I'm gonna root for VLT for sure. Like I have been seeing Amaterasu, and I'm mainly Amaterasu because I have met him in India when I played CS:GO at like ESL. So I always like he's like role model kind of stuff. Like if you in our region, so I really respect that guy. So definitely I'm gonna root for VLT.
Considering that this might be the last time we see you in the Penta Pro Series, Zolo, is there anybody that you'd like to give a shout out to?
Best of luck to all the teams who are playing, and hard luck who I mean, better luck next time for those who lost like us. But this is not the end. So that's it. And thanks to everyone who supported on stream, and thanks to everyone on the admin panel and casters, everyone for organizing such a good event and inviting us to play on. It was really an honor. So thank you.
Well, you know what? I was rooting for you, Zolo, from deep inside you and your team, and I had at least the delight to cast both your games, right? So I'm going to be rooting for you the next time I see you. I'm hoping that our audience does so as well. Thanks for joining us, and good luck in the future, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, it's a touching interview, but we get to see Zolo hopefully in the coming events from Penta Esports. However,
Yeah.
this one still continues. This best of three still continues with Reckoning in the front foot, a dominant showing on Haven without a doubt, with one chance having now to recompose themselves. I feel like at least with the way this map started, right? It forced one chance to kind of, be a little more cocky. And they were in the start. They forced Reckoning to play the game of one chance initially. If you do remember the kind of aggression that Reckoning started to take across the map, not only harsh for that fact, but Reckoning were able to adapt on the fly off the bat of that early timeout that we were taunting us, ooh, is it going to be important? Yeah, it turned out to be damn
Yeah.
important because Reckoning were able to restabilize and reapproach their defense. After that one timeout, it feels like One Chance never had the opportunity to try and bend the way Reckoning Esports were trying to force their defense.
Yeah, because I think that timeout came through at 3-4 in the
Yes,
scoreline. And since then, Reckoning lost 2 rounds. One of which was a bonus where they had inferior weaponry, and the other one, I believe, the Karma clutch. So clearly, you
true.
can see in terms of fundamentals, Reckoning one step ahead, and their coach definitely playing a part in that. So shout out not just to Oliphant, but also to Kilobyte, I believe, who is their analyst. Reckoning, as well as an organization, this is the difference, right, where you invest that extra bit of resources into the coaching staff, into the support staff in general, and it really does pay off. But of course, it's the team who's able to execute, and 13-6 they picked up the first map. Now heading on to Ascent, it's all about continuing that momentum. But talking about the maps, right, let's have a look at the veto, because this was One Chance's map of choice here, OG. Reckoning, they go on to their own map next.
Yeah, it's going to be one chance on the attack on Ascent. Best of three now has the script completely flipped, right? We assume that One Chance will come out swinging with the curved ball on Haven because they had the opportunity and the ability to read Reckoning Esports. Meanwhile, we've not seen what One Chance's Haven was like prior to this matchup. Now we did. Sent a map where you might be rooted in your fundamentals, but if the individuals on the other side are popping the hell off, and if they play off basic stuff like keeping mid control, understanding how to play and when to play defaults, anticipating aggression, it still could be a possibility for One Chance to bring about an upset. But considering that Reckoning drafted this into the second map for this best of three, especially when their tournament lives are at risk, I'm pretty sure you do not really want to play with fire considering those circumstances.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about playing with fire, right? We go on to an ascent that Reckoning have looked damn good in. We go on to a map where more often than not, the Reckoning have managed to pull it out, but it was One Chance's map of choice, and that's the last glimmer of hope for me, at least. It's that idea that they have some sort of a plan. We could see small semblances, OG, of pre-match preparation on Haven. Now going on to Ascent, they've got to make sure that they pull every single thing out. There should be nothing left in the playbook. It's now or never, do or die. Truly their one last chance.
Let's head on to the draft, ladies and gentlemen. One Chance, the last leg in the Penta Pro Series, left standing amidst the doubters. Oh, Astrojet?
Okay.
Astrojet?
And definitely some switches coming out. Is not what we were expecting. One Chance with a much more aggressive lineup, and yeah, Astro picking up that J. It does seem like they have switched things up. But Mustard on the Omen now, that's something I personally love. I think he's going to get a lot more individual agency as compared to his Fate pickup, and maybe we get to see him pop off.
Yeah, and we have Zeke on the other side picking up the KO. So the KO being a perfect reply to what could be a fast
they're
play that
playing the
One Chance
no.
can set on the attack. What happened?
The Reckoning back to that no duelist lineup. I love it. Personally, at least.
Really?
It's something that they really thrive with. Yeah. I've seen them so many times, and you look back even to their Haven, right? The way they play the attack, it's not on the basis of set pieces. They like playing defaults. They like being static. They like punishing mistakes, really. And there's no better lineup to do it than the no duelist lineup, because its biggest strength is defaulting, and its biggest weakness is those set piece executes. It plays perfectly into the style Reckoning want to play, and really sets them up for success, especially on that defensive half where it doesn't feel like they've got any place they can't cover up with the amount of utility they've got in the bag.
Exactly, and again, that no duelist composition is something that I can totally live with, considering the way Reckoning have been playing their defense, considering the way their attack has been tight knit to not only early map control but most of the time strategy. It's a
Yeah.
very easy workaround to find, right? Especially if you are a coach or an IGL, the duelist is an easy part to remove. As Valorant, from how it was released, has now slowly but surely transitioned into a game of utility and pressure, which is possible and actually very effective with things like double initiators, double controllers. Heck, double sentinels are very cringy. And you sometimes even see those on the battlefield. And I'm talking about the ones where Chamber isn't a sentinel. So, yeah, things like a KJ Cypher come to mind. Like, ugh, I'd rather not go to a site. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. But hey, it is going to be Reckoning Esports, I believe, starting off on the attack.
Defense, my friend.
No, the defense. I'm quite surprised. I thought that since it was Reckoning's map of choice, One Chance would have picked up the defense. Instead, they choose to go on to the attack, and this is honestly going to play right into Reckoning's hands on this defensive half. Reckoning able to just back up, play smart, and just play slow. One Chance, they've instead now got to take the fight to them.
You can see the discipline from One Chance. They're trying to set those defaults and anticipate aggression. They almost fought off the aggression towards B main, but Fishball was able to snap back to safety. Oh, goodness Christ! Markle still pays the price though, and Astro gets that first frag. Harsh On the back of that, so Shock Dart will reveal his position, and the up close swing from Buster. The Shock Dart should decently be positioned, and yeah, Harsh finds that kill from the grave. Managed to keep the
Oh, and there's
numbers
a
even
spike.
here.
There.
Oh, and Rio's able to dodge that recon. He has the angle on Caramel, but Astro's what's the linchpin here. Rio, quick frag on a Caramel. A dink and death is what he delivers.
Oh, but Rio doesn't check market, and Astro's position potentially unknown. For Hika now, he's the full health player. He has to just play it slow. It's down to Astro to hold it down, but Hika, he gets shut down.
Another
Close,
one.
and now it
Oh,
doesn't
Astro!
matter. But you think not Astro, he still pulls off the ace. 1v3 lines them up like they're a bunch of bowling pins and rolls them down. Astro on the jet, baby. Wow.
Oof. Wonder this guy plays Astra quite a bit, man. His brain is so big.
Last player standing.
And the third one is where he actually took the biscuit. Sheesh. Brilliant. I think one of the most impactful aces that we've had the entire tournament so far. Buster.
Wow.
Normally you don't see a double, peak turn out to be in that fashion, but hey, at this point, what doesn't happen in the Penta Pro Series, eh?
Exactly. Still though, Astro's dash taken away. For Reckoning, that's a worthwhile trade. Because while they did stack up that B site, and they'll have to go for the long rotate, what they should get is a weapon right off the gate. Now, I wonder if Marcus actually managed to throw away that weapon from Buster. Either ways,
I
it
think
doesn't
they
matter.
just
'Cause
managed
now,
to, yeah.
yeah, one chance now, set their sights on this A side, and it should be a comfortable take. Soulmate, not able to deny, and in this 4v4 with a better weaponry, a simple enough post as well. Now it's just about holding on to as many weapons as they can to pull off a nice bonus in the next round.
Yeah, and maybe feed some kills to Astro. Allows him to get closer to his blades, which he just went away now from. Yeah, support in the form of Hika.
One enemy remaining.
Quickly changes his attention. And they're able to clean house with the Spectres. Keeping 4 members up. So it's viable now for Astro to drop one of the Spectres. They don't need to invest anything into this round. Allow Astro to be the first man in with the blades. Gives not only Astro but One Chance the best odds to take an early gunfight and ensure to some extent that they walk out of it with the advantage.
Yep. Bonus though, now coming out for One Chance. And I do expect a change of pace. They have been playing much more focus on those defaults, but in the bonus, usually the objective for most teams is just to try and get the spike down. And damage as much as they can. Yeah.
One Chance had 4 Spectres saved in the last round. Where the heck did they get a Stinger from? And what happened to the Spectre of Astro?
No, Markle had a stinger.
Oh, Markle did? Oh, alright.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I
They
saw
had
4...
Spectres.
Alright. Well, the
I
Blades,
think
we
they threw
expected
the fourth
Astro to whip it
Spectre
out
away, I
though.
guess.
Okay. Interesting.
Maybe. Either way, Fishball off getting Reckoning off to a great start. It's all about Astro's blades in this round. He's been popping off already in this map. Can be the linchpin to turn this bonus round around on the back of those blades. And leading the charge, getting into sight, but Reckoning, they instead choose a main to ply their trade. Zeke, he shuts one down, but Astro, he pulls him back immediately, but he will not find another. Caramel though, with the headhunter, most certainly does exactly that, and now in a 2v2, it's all down to Hika to play.
I have the
Got the
spike.
Vandal.
Yeah, he knows the position of 1. Harsh, giving away the audio cue. Hika, he can start piecing this clutch together. Relying on Zeke to give him that 1 versus 1 isolated. Not a believer. 0 point. Denies any utility from Hika, but Hika's more interested in the gunplay. He's more interested in evening out the
30
odds.
seconds left.
He has only that recon dart to work with. And Harsh is respecting the freedom that Hika's now gonna get. So he plays this completely passive, anticipating maybe Hika to be a couple of steps ahead, but with 15 seconds on the clock, Hika's opportunities now are limited. He clears out heaven so he can force this plant without having any bother in the world. Flash doesn't do nada. to blind him. Zeke still not able to force the fight to his likelihood. Just trying to buy bait, but this allows Hika to try and change positioning. The recon dart gives away the location of Harsh, and Hika knows the information for good. Zeke does so well to delay the inevitable, and the inevitable is Reckoning, winning this round in safe measure. 1-2. They get the first round, they get the buy round more importantly, and now the reinvestment's gonna be out from the side of One Chance.
But decent damage done there from One Chance. 3 weapons taken away. It should deny the operator as well as push Reckoning down to a slightly worse buy. So a couple of bulldogs coming out. A light shield here on Zeke. 3 bulldogs actually. So definitely the advantage for One Chance.
Yeah. And One Chance, they have been very, very good with the way they've been approaching mid due to the fact that Reckoning are focusing towards the main. But even at the position where their focus lies,
look at
it's
Bus-
divide and conquer. Wait, what?
This-
I didn't even
It
notice
was the-
Soulmate's push there.
Oh my
Alright.
god, while the Prowler caught Zeke out, Soulmate went for the TP play, and I'm surprised they didn't hear him out, but doesn't matter because Rio's able to hold a shot down.
Makes 3.
Finds a 3k, removes any possibility of One Chance securing their lead, and he shuts them down. That should be 2-2 on board unless Caramel is able to pull off a miraculous round.
The only saving grace is the fact that Rio is so dead low. Harsh, quick to reunite with his comrade to ensure the safety in numbers and the round more importantly. They spot Caramel out and the door is closed. Both playing a very close position though, so if he ends up finding the 1 versus 1, which I think he should be able to find, could be a problematic thing. Caramel TPing away with the spike. He dodges the recon. A very big play now on the making. Caramel also stands the chance in forcing the fight through defender's spawn if he so pleases. The door's closed, so he has somewhat of an incentive, but he's giving away audio cue. Now they can regroup here, Reckoning Esports. The spike being planted. Caramel, even though he's on 35 HP, he's a very precise player. So if you do not choose your fight carefully, especially now the fact that his rendezvous has the ability to be set up, could be a disastrous outcome. Caramel, he could wrap around and come towards door without giving any audio cue away, or could force this fight. Oh, the dink through the wall. No, he shot it through the glass.
7 HP.
Heartbreak. Oh. Through the glass
Oh,
ceiling, he wasn't able to break the glass window, and that cost him the round.
He played that brilliantly, man.
Thank you.
Uses a rendezvous to get the spike out, dodges out the haunt, and then he's able to even loop around heaven to catch one up at 7 HP. By the skin of his teeth, Harsh survives and, precise as ever, shuts Caramel down. And hey, with that, Reckoning's eco still not looking so great. One chance still with a better weaponry coming into play.
That's a sand game. Feeling a heck lot like what we saw in Haven. But One Chance are having the ability to fight back early on in the half. But it's all based on if Reckoning are able to find the read early on. And at least for now, One Chance have shown diversity in their attack strat book. With them now looking to gain control towards mid. Alambot, well taken care of. With the door closing, it buys a little bit room for Reckoning to work with, as now the rotations are starting to go haywire.
Oh. Still though, One Chance they've lost one weapon. And with the Nightfall trying a lot of time for Reckoning, One Chance they have to give up all this area for Caramel. He still pulls one back, catches a lone soulmate off guard. 4v4 now on the map is all down to Zeke to hold it down, and he does exactly that. Finds a crucial one, and
my
Rio
goodness.
chiming in with yet another. Hiccups flank now shut down, just a 1-for-1 trade, putting Reckoning now in the driver's seat with a 2v1 advantage. The spike not in the hands of Markle, he's got an impossible task, and with the drone spotting him out, is Rio to shut him down. It's like you said, it's just like Haven, man. The match is really close. The round's really close, but it feels like slowly but surely Reckoning, they chip away at it. They edge away at it, and they're able to get away.
They were able to read that situation so well. The amount of chaos and pressure one chance put towards mid, they assumed that A might not been that problematic to hit. Considering the fact that it was Caramel finding that opening frag towards main, and despite that they weren't able to get their inroads
You
through
want to
treat
play?
successfully,
Let's play.
it's almost like a heartbreak. And I love the placement of that trademark of that rendezvous. It allows Fishballs to play hella more aggressive. He almost found the opening frag as well. At least gets a heckload of information that there's significant presence outside this B side. And now Fishballs towards market. Perfect positioning yet again to deal with this fast play if he desires to play this aggressive.
We're not gonna expect Fishball most certainly. Nope, one chance with their eyes set on this B side. Trying to go for a fast take. Harsh stabilizes his aim. Shuts them down for the shock dart for the trade. And that will be not just the plant, the
big.
side, but a weapon as well. Picked up in the hands of Buster.
Yeah.
Definitely, this is huge because now they've got the ultimates to try and deny on the post plant. Hika with the Hunter's Fury coming through, but surely you don't do that when the null command is online. It just gets shut down instantly. Ay, 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 Hika. That's an all thrown away.
Oh no! Caramel! The Ramus that you get to see from an individual, that's killed. And Reckoning quick to capitalize. The comms were simple. We all reinitiate together. One call, one push, and one more round bagged by Reckoning Esports as they dismantle that retake. And hey, I think he did somewhat get, 2 beams from his Hunter's Fury. 1? Okay, I assumed it might have been 2. But he tried to buy space, tried to buy as much mileage as he could with that Hunter's Fury. So Caramel then later on with the 31st towards main would be in perfect position to capitalize on the timing that RGE need to force.
The thing is though, Zeke popped his null command so damn early that 2 beams of the null command were almost done. So Hika just waited 5 to maybe 10 seconds longer. The null command would have been done, and then the Hunter's Fury to enable Caramel would have been absolutely beautiful. But just a little too early, trigger friendly on that ultimate. It gets thrown away. They use their Tour de Force, their Hunter's Fury, their Nightfall, and it's all down the drain. They lose the round. And normally I would have said it was just the eco, but 3 key ultimates taken away. That's a big win for Reckoning Esports. Again, it's that mid presence, OG, just trying to force out rotations. But Reckoning, this is why the no duelist comp is so damn strong. They're just able to hold down their foot, hold down their position. They don't have to rotate whatsoever.
Yeah, the rotation is very important, right? They're more than free to concede mid control and to play a little more relaxed towards mid, focus in towards side, focus into where the threat actually lies. Oh, Hika was played around with there. The drone acting as a mere bait for aggression. Astro needs to make a big play. It's been a big player so far. Soulmate, his paranoia dodge, giving one chance, a small opportunity. Oh, Rio. He almost had that piece together. Zeke, though, could be another prey to the same effect that one chance have been having at this A site, which is firmly denying any presence towards heaven. Astro well set up to claim himself a double, but harsh on the deny. 1 versus 2. And the flank from heaven could be picked out. Caramel times it perfectly. And harsh, even though he had a good idea what lay ahead, Caramel just a teeny bit more deadly. And one chance, it feels like they were able to make that play so quick that Reckoning for a small moment there shows vulnerability in adapting.
And one chance most definitely have found a key weakness from the side of Reckoning. It's that anchor hold for Soulmate on that A side. It's just not been working out from Caramel catching him out a few rounds back towards A main. But now that paranoia hold just not working out. I think Reckoning, they need to change their setup. But they're electing to do the exact same. Again, but this time backed up by Harsh on that A side. Soulmate looking to play a little aggressive. Shot Marco down, and it's a key picked up because now one chance they're left stranded. They don't have mid control. Fishball's holding on, but he's not looking in the right spot. He turns around in the nick of time though. Oh my god, the timing in this map.
Yeah, dude, the CQC nature kind of promotes it, doesn't it? Oh, Zeke!
Aye.
Misread that situation as he didn't spot Caramel on that aggressive stance. Rather, he spotted Buster.
Trap destroyed.
Now the recommitment. Ooh, fishballs that almost looked like it did connect, but now they're cautious. But that this operator is towards defender spawn. Beautiful from Rio. Makes that Ares almost feel like a phantom. And he has crucial positioning towards his backside. Oof, that dink! What fortune does this man have?
Cover going out.
Still hurts him though.
30
1v2
seconds
with
left.
just 46 HP on the cards. Has a couple of shouted steps to try and reposition, but he's spotted out by the recon. And it should just be a matter of time before this round goes through for Reckoning. 1v2, they're gonna tap the spike. Hold it together, bait them out.
Why?
What's that?
He knew it.
Nobody's on the spike though.
He knew
I don't think, yeah, he shouldn't have gone for the peek through. He knew they weren't on the spike. But I guess just trying to isolate the 1v1s, and with this position, no one, frankly, not that many options, just like that empty wallet. That looks like my wallet.
What's
Understandable. Average life of an SE caster.
is diffused.
It's all of us, so I'm not taking any individual jabs here. Take that as you may.
Need a drop.
No, I laugh because I've developed the habit of, I forgot what it's called, but you laugh when you're in pain, you know?
Ah, trauma.
Yeah.
Pain. Understandable, understandable. Again,
Talking
we're
about pain,
enjoying a game of Valorant here, bro. I think pain is a feeling that's, you know, nothing new to us at this point. If you love this
Yeah, it's
game, you love
acceptable.
feeling in pain.
Absolutely. That's why we
Because
queue
this game,
every single
as
time.
much good
Oh
does
my-
it, as much good it does you as dirty as well. And the standard.
We asked for it, didn't we? So much talk about pain, and of course, now is when the technical pause has to come out. Of course.
Especially when we're talking about our pain, right?
Exactly.
Production really does love us.
Yeah. They're like, hey, here you go. I heard you guys say pain. Fresh dose. Fresh from the juicer. We got some for you in the back.
Yeah, they just played
Instantly
with us,
persevered.
right?
There we go.
Right. Again, it's just like the game, right? You criticize it and it works. Oh goodness. We've seen Fishball do this though with the Todifos. The difference is the last time he had an aggressive rendezvous. This time it's Caramel waiting up close and personal for the same play. It's all about the smoke. Whose gun barrels is seen first? He's scoped in. Could have gone for the clip there maybe, but Rio with the spam makes a clip of his own. They've struggled to gain control of this B side. They've not even been able to peacefully transition in through lane.
Oh, but the C's catches two. And Markle knows where to spot them out. Catches out one and Hiccup with another. One chance, they effectively pick up the pace. They turn the dials, raise the temperature, and they shot Reckoning down. A fast mid to be hit, and it baits the Nightfall out.
There.
Dude, they had so much control there, Reckoning. A blink and one chance win all the fights? What? That round certainly wasn't supposed to pan out in that fashion. The economy is gone, CA.
Yeah, exactly. The economy in tatters. Nowhere near that tour they force either. Reckoning relying purely on a thrifty. Pull it back for one chance for them. They see in their sights a chance to equalize, and they're gonna grab it by its reins. Astro with the first pick, and already Reckoning's gamble, it hasn't worked out. They went for the first second, eh? Admirable gamble, I must say, but it's just not worked out this time. One chance. Set their sights on that B side.
Trying to find a little value here. Ooh, nice use the paranoia, and it essentially puts Caramel in the same position. The shredded step to guarantee the weapon.
Enemy remaining.
Soulmate, the last surviving member, actually finds two. Oh my goodness, Soulmate! Unbelievable! Feared from shadows, more like feared the shadow this man casts.
Bro.
What?
Clutch.
Someone hold me.
Someone hold one chance. Ay, ay, ay. that's pain. That's true pain. Losing that round from that position, they're gonna be flabbergasted. They're gonna be winded. They're gonna be confused out of their freaking minds.
What?
Soulmate was better on that adjustment, and I can't fault even their positions. They played it together. They fought a 1v2. Soulmate just pulled the impossible off. Yeah, and they need
My
a timeout
heart's
to
beating
process
so
that.
fast.
Definitely need a timeout to process that. What the heck?
Penta Pro Series, I think this is the Penta Throw Series right now.
Oh man.
What are we saying?
Emotional damage. Emotional.
CA? This is not emotional damage. This is strategical damage. It's essentially that you can play all your cards right, but we have the one card that'll ruin your day. Oof.
Reckoning proving that they've indeed found their soulmate.
Seems
Damn.
like a marriage made in heaven. Oof. I think I just need to get up for a minute.
I mean, production can see me, I think, but I literally, as soon as that happened, got up, took a long walk across my room. I'm like, nope, it did not happen. Like, Jesus.
Oh god.
But hey, 6-4, that chance to
want to
equalize the
play?
score
Let's
lines
play.
denied. Reckoning they're back in control. Caramel though, he stored their force online. He's hurting, he's in pain, and he wants to shut them down. Master's
Alright.
aggression denied again. They break the trap. It's all about the mid presence. But this time, a slight change in setup for Reckoning. They're playing off the back of Fishball, anchoring down this ace site. And
Yeah,
setting up a
her-
trap towards market. And one chance they dodge it out. They're not going to go towards market. Instead, heading their way back into this ace site where the menace is once again present. Soulmate, he shuts them down. And Fishball finds another. Oh no.
Reckoning musters confidence. We trying to muster blood pressure. Well, at least Soulmate's better at his endeavor. Christ, my head's feeling light at the moment. I think one chance's heart's feeling double the weight. As regardless what they do, it doesn't feel like it's gonna work. And again, this is Valorant, right? We mentioned this in the timeout, CA. Sometimes this game
30
makes you
seconds
feel
left.
like you're absolutely incapable of taking a bot down. Sometimes this makes you feel like you're a darn god. It's gone barrel.
One enemy remaining.
Alright. Fishball's got slacking. Trades in. Who gives two hoots? Reckoning on 7.
Last round in the half.
And again, it felt like just there's one chance we're ready to pull it back. It's at that fated 4 score line again. Reckoning they just pull away. 7-4 now in this first half, and given the way Reckoning were better on the attacking side and Haven as well, it just feels like at this point it's GG, no cap, but hey, I believe in the possibilities, and I believe in the hope that one chance might just bring into play now. The Tode force coming online for Fishball. He spots one out, but he's not able to thread the needle. Carmel gets away. Still though, I think this is all down trying to fake out for the side of one chance here. They commit all the ultimates they have for the null command. They shuts them down. But look at Astro. Still towards that B side, trying to catch some rotations out. And after all this fake, they're trying to set up the rotate. But Soulmate, he hears every single one of them out. And while from the shadows, this Omen might try to come. Astro, he's all alone. Gets shut down, and now one chance left in the middle of nowhere. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. They're getting picked off one by one, just like flies.
Man disadvantage instantly going the other way. Harsh
One enemy remaining.
takes Mako and Hika down. Surprising that he's able to find so much success through market. He negotiates the best trade deal in the history of trade deals, possibly. And Reckoning
Sides.
somehow exit the half 7-5.
Oh, 8-4.
8-4, my bad. Dude, at this point I'm done. Both of us need to wait for our break at this point. There's so much that happened that at this point, it's almost like one chance of being cursed.
8-4, and it seems like Soulmate. He's that terror in their minds, a frightening shadow in their lives. He will not stop or persevere as Reckoning pick up the pace. Pedal to the metal, now on their attack, getting ready for that B hit right out of the plate. The Paranoia to deny the B main presence, the Prowler to push Caramel back. He's running out of bullets, and instead he's just going to go right all the way back. Markel now left all on his lonesome. And with the Haunt as well failing, it's just a matter of overwhelming presence from Reckoning getting into his face.
Michael, the classic up close and personal. Soulmate. Might as well play Mario at this point. Well, at least he's making it feel like it as he hits brick after brick and comes out with bang for buck every time of asking. Oh, okay. The surprising use of a frenzy in a pistol. Did not be caught off guard in situations like those. The one chance clearly outclassed individually and strategically. It feels like Reckoning. That strong statement that we wanted from them in this low bracket run, we're getting it, and we're getting quite a bit more.
Quite a bit more, quite literally. One chance now. Gonna face off against better weaponry, Reckoning on their anti-eco. A Bulldog on Soulmate. Certainly gonna live up to that weapon. He's been that Bulldog. Mowing. One chance down. Ready again. Just going for that simple A hit. This 0 point to catch Astro out, leaving him stranded in the middle of nowhere. And they both again shot down. Nothing to
Exactly.
play, nowhere to hide. It's all down to Caramel to find something, a silver lining of sorts, but he'll find nothing.
I know a lot of people in chat will be looking at this round and they'll be like, yeah, bro, they didn't play against better weapons. But it's important for them to win it in this kind of clinical fashion. Especially a team like Reckoning, when they're playing against the individuals that One Chance have, right? The opportunity that One Chance is going to take is going to be on the back of not only individual play, but the ability to draw out weapons like the Operator and deny economy for Reckoning, where now One Chance can build a comeback. So Reckoning are just making this look solid, all things said and done. They want this ordeal to be done with as soon as humanly possible. And with them hitting double digits, Reckoning are inching this close to knocking One Chance out of the Penta Pro Series and putting them in a very good trajectory to continue their lower bracket run.
Oh, and they're not gonna slow down the pace whatsoever. That lineup tells me they're going for potentially a mid to be hit right here, but oh, Caramel could have got them out. Gets pushed back, and again, Reckoning set up for exactly that play. On their bonus for the mid to be, these B-main players, they're getting crunched down, and while Astro finds one, Marco with another, Reckoning happy to make it a 2-for-2 trade.
Look at the push though. Zeke, he's found good positioning at market, but it's off Caramel that Astro needs to play, and Caramel needs to have brilliant timing. Okay, it's all on Astro. His teammates have failed him. Classic up close and personal. Could find the clutch. The right click have been devastating in this game so far. Although it's fishballs with the pop and swing. Who pops Astro with this gap. 11.
Nah, that's not the pop and swing, man. That's just run and gun. Like straight up.
Okay, makes
Just
sense.
running
Makes sense.
and
Makes sense.
gun.
Understandable. My bad there. Yeah, the pop and swing means you have to actually, you know, hold the A button and
yeah,
not
yeah.
the mouse 1 button. But yeah, understandable. 11-4.
Oh, boy.
Reckoning are making this look like a piece of cake.
Now with the null command available, their eyes set on this A site. It seems like One Chance they're just not going to get to play on this defensive half. Null command will lead the charge. Zeke says, now I'm the duelist. Step aside. Leads their way, leads the charge straight onto the site, clearing them and ripping One Chance right apart. Rio and Zeke with each finding one. Hiccup falling down as well. One Chance, they're just made to pay it in a matter of seconds. it all falls apart.
Spike planted.
Caramel now left with the classic. Oh, the soul, dude. At least let him fend for himself.
This reminds me of this funny animation that I saw, where like Chamber pre-nerf, basically this animation was, so it's like a meme of sorts, I guess, but Chamber pre-nerf, any agent comes in front of him, he's like standing like a Giga Chad, you know? And then the KO throws the 0 point and Chamber's pants fall down. It's funny how
Well,
you see this.
I mean, at this point, I think humor is reserved for a point later, man. Because all I'm seeing is a slow tumble down from expectation.
I'll find you.
That one chance certainly delivered in the start of this tournament.
There, take them.
Right now, it feels like their final moments. Oh, Markle
Remaining.
finding a little bit of room for Astro to find this clutch as he found himself this double. That recon isn't gonna aid him as much, but the bullets that Astro needed to punch into that door now might allow Rio to punch in the clutch. Blades out. He knows that this is now or never. So might as well use everything he's gotten in the bag. Oh, he goes for the style points. And he's able to pull out the clutch. One chance alive for maybe one round.
I think Rio could have gone for the push when he saw that Astro was caught by the seas, but he holds on to the same position, so a little easier for Astro there to pull it out, but under a lot of pressure, Astro doing that nevertheless, that's what is crucial.
That's a good spot.
Keeping one chance very much in this map though. Still a long way to go. 12 to 5 for 7 map points, or rather series points, for Reckoning to pull this off. Now they've got From the Shadows for Soulmate and Harsh only a point away from the Hunter's Fury. This time they finally changed the pace, playing for that default, expecting the aggression, and they might just get rewarded. Because Buster, he's gonna get caught out of position. That should have been heard. That should have been heard.
I don't think
Oh no, he was in
because
the smokes.
He was in the, yeah. Omen and Omen action, dude. There's nothing like this. Oh, it's okay. Finds Buster. Thank God. Sheesh. A little too close. Nonetheless, Reckoning. They find the advantage in what could be one chance's last round here at the Penta Pro Series. Astro. Desperation clearly hitting him as he's forcing this over aggressive move. Lol, fishballs. He assumed he's safe there. But I don't wait, soulmate!
It's a spike as well.
Teleport's ready.
One chance Sunday with the chance to pull it all back. It's all on the back of Astro. He's been leading the charge from the very first round. And he will once again shut Reckoning down. 12 to 6. It's about round by round pulling it all back. And while I still wouldn't call it a comeback, it definitely looks like one chance at the frontiers of one.
Well, it's all about how much more you can get from the barrel, right? Let's see if they get a couple
We
more
need a
cookie
lot
points.
more.
They have 4 ults though. They have the 31st. They have the Hunter's Fury. They have From the Shadows. They have the Nightfall, more importantly. They set up Caramel here. Every other round that you get is the extra salt that you can rub in RG's wounds, right? Like I said, some of these players, they're not only competition to each other, but they're also sometimes friends. So, hey, who knows? Maybe a little bit of bragging rights is on the table here, at least at the moment for the server.
At least at the moment, right? But hey, this round crucial. Because Reckoning's economy not looking so great. If one chance is able to pull off yet another, they will get just a break. But Harsh, he finds a crucial one, and while the Hunter's Fury does come out, all it finds is 2 tags. Not able to get anyone out. Reckoning still maintaining that man advantage, but still on that default. They've got to start regrouping with just 50 seconds left on the clock, and they're regrouping towards that Tour de Force Caramel most certainly wants to play.
There.
Caramel holds his breath, holds the angle.
30 seconds left.
Prowler gives away his position, but he's relying on his chances to land that first shot. Reckoning quick on the dodge, and a beautiful ultimate from Zeke enables them to just walk into the site uncontested by utility, although gunfire is still a huge problem, and Astro raining lead from above. Caramel literally trying to act as a distraction or as a bait potentially. Leave
Last player
soulmate
standing.
with the save.
I think
Another round.
they might just see a timeout here. Certainly 1-1 from all the fun. Reckoning now starting to look
Spike
a
down
teensy
B.
bit desperate. That hit could have been a lot cleaner. I don't think the KO needed to go towards stairs necessarily, but just trying to hunt them down, trying to really put the pedal to the metal and pick up the pace. But you can see one chance with these last few rounds. Not only have they got a breath of fresh air, not only are they able to breathe now, but they've also got smiles on their face. The momentum as well as the positivity currently in one chance's camp, but all it takes is one single round. Don't think it'll be the next though. Reckoning's economy should be broken, so one chance they get to breathe and live for another day. But there we go. That's that timeout I was talking about.
Yeah, one chance are playing exactly the way their name says, you know? Like they have only one chance to do so. And ever since it hit 12, RGE, yeah, I've gone through a couple of instability issues. You just gotta, you know, have this in the back of your mind, CA. Imagine that one chance didn't lose those 2-3 rounds by virtue of fortune. We would have been at an even point in the game, maybe even a 10-10.
Yeah. It
That's
could
where,
have
you
really
know,
gone anywhere.
it becomes depressing.
It would be depressing if they lost the map, and they haven't lost it just yet. But about the economy, actually, Reckoning have got one more left in the bank. A bulldog here and there, a light shield as well, no, on a Rio. But it's all about making sure they're able to capitalize on what one chance don't have, and that's space. It's cushion to take a fall. The call from Olfont, I guess, here to go play for that mid default, take the trap out, and just play it slow, bait out the aggression. But one chance so far, at least, playing it safe,
Bring them down.
not overextending. They're able to break that trap out, and they're just gonna back up. Trap for trap, trade it out. It's Reckoning who get the better position.
Fishball in prime position to intercept. He has himself the off angle. No rotations is going to be safe rotation now, considering the positioning of Reckoning Esports. Look at Soulmate, he's all the way in through top mid.
I'm a good shot.
Caramel is able to find the angle on Zeke, and Fishball, the only person who's trying to keep that play intact, ends up biting the dust. Caramel finds himself a brilliant triple and one chance. Truly looking revived and revitalized in the second half.
Defeated.
If only they had more room to work with, they'd have more reason for cheers and applause. But right now, skepticism still lies. And Reckoning Esports still firmly in the advantage, although far from in control.
I'm a good shot.
It's just really weird there from Reckoning for Zeke to be caught out with his pants down. When you play on their market smoke so that Fishball can get into an extended angle, you've got to have the good comms for either Fishball to tell his team that you cannot be exposed from market to CT, or for his team to ensure that Fishball is covering that CT angle. Either ways, slight miscommunication. They pay a big price because now their economy and tattoos. One chance. They get a breath of respite. Still though, trying to hold on, play it aggressive. We've seen many a times against the run of flow, the comebacks turned around just on the back of a thrifty round. So Reckoning
Okay,
trying to do
Buster.
exactly that, but Buster with a beautiful collateral mows them down.
Unbelievable.
One chance, most definitely staying alive.
Reckoning Esports truly in a tough situation despite being on map, match and series point.
No way, not again.
Feels like almost an unwinnable situation, but nothing too unfamiliar for Soulmate. Brilliant talent, almost a decade of experience, but even a decade of experience cannot undo a vertical double stack, and one chance, one round away from double digits.
And
This,
you have to wonder.
without a doubt, ladies and gentlemen, will be the most impressive comeback in the history of South Asia if they're able to pull it out.
Enemy remaining. Spike.
Again, iconic ones might include what? The global VLT game in the first VCC where it was like what, a 9-3 comeback? Sure, those ones will go down in history, but just due to the pure odds and the unlikeliness of one chance being able to pull this back, I feel like this could even surpass the greats.
Oh, it's definitely possible here, but the question really is, are they starting to crack? 12-9 on the board again. It is their buy round, but at this point, each buy round lost, it's 2 rounds in the bag for one chance. So you lose this, one chance, they are effectively able to solidify that comeback, push it to 12-11 on that mark now. A lot of utility invested to try and take A main, and Reckoning they've got not just A main, but also B main in the bag. But smoking off now, trying to regroup towards Fishball with the Nightfall available. They've got to be wary. Astro, he's holding it down with the op.
Oh no.
Oh!
RGE need to tread in very safe caution. Again, these are the moments that your team will rely on individual
looked
prowess
away.
to try and lead the way. Astro still has the opportunity to make that connection, but there's still, mind you, 3 members of one chance stacked towards that A site. By no means are they under-equipped to deal with what lies ahead. The Nightfall goes in return, but Markle does not have the heads-up awareness of the short aggression. Buster pushed out by the paranoia. Soulmate finds him snacking, and Caramel not able to find both. Astro traded out, and it's all on Hika to keep the dreams and hopes of one chance alive. 69 HP, and it's Soulmate to finish off Reckoning Esports' lower bracket trouble so far. What a game. One chance. They were given that one opportunity, but they weren't able to capture it.
So close, yet so far for one chance. It's going to be the end of their run in the Penta Pro Series. Reckoning able to get this one in the bag. And it's a crucial one, no less, because if they had cracked, especially in that round, the Nightfall taken away, I think that would have been headed straight to overtime. And if they had lost that map, God knows what might have happened in Fracture. But hey, Reckoning, they're able to pull it out. And at the end of the day, it is just a good victory, 13-9. 2-0 in the bag, and now heading their way towards the lower bracket finals one, waiting for the results of the next match.
Let's just relive the highlights, man, because undoubtedly we saw quite a bit in this game. It started off with Astro getting the insane pistol ace. That wasn't the only impeccable play that was witnessed on what was this aesthetic game of Ascent. That TP from Soulmate was one of the ballsiest thing I've seen this entire tournament so far.
Spike down. One enemy remaining.
And again,
Three.
RGE, I feel like in crucial moments had those individual plays that really got those decisive rounds that one chance weren't able to bag. Because again, this ended in 13-9 scoreline, right? If you take one of those gun rounds away, this would have easily been 12-11. And from there, the pressure, the situation, the circumstances, and the morale for either team would have been entirely different.
It was just this
Let's
round
relive
right
this.
here.
Yeah.
Ay. Soulmate just did him dirty, like just like that. Reckoning able to get the 8-4 in the bag, and definitely if that round doesn't go their way, it's 5-5. And suddenly one chance had the momentum in their side. They could have even pulled off a lead in that first half, and a lot of possibilities after that. But once Reckoning got that in the bag, they got off to a great start in the second half. got the match point
Enemy
for
remaining.
themselves, and while One Chance did pull off a decent comeback, just wasn't enough. So,
I'll be very honest. This entire game kind of felt like an entire, you know, a week of a Tollywood serial. Like the action, the randomness, the plot twist just absolutely not making sense. The resurgence in the villains, like stuff like this, you know. It's like
One enemy.
timing, dude. I really wish you had better of it, but sometimes things just ain't going your way, and at least for Reckoning Esports, they were able to claw their way back into this matchup, right? Imagine if this went into overtime, One Chance force out Fracture and have a good start on Fracture.
Enemy remaining. Enemy remaining. Spike down.
but
And
hey,
this is why I
either
feel like we
ways,
keep reiterating the fact that if you're a team on the, back end of experience, a good start, well maintained, is the only consistent way that you can find upset victories. Because it would have been
Oh
an
yeah,
upset victory in this sense.
100%. It's all about that momentum on your side. It's all about trying to then push it all the way to a win. But One Chance is just not able to make it happen. Either ways, I think they displayed every single player moments of brilliance. So I am definitely excited to see them stick together, or maybe even go on to different rosters and show up in 2023 with their might. I hope that, unlike their last year, these players again don't just fade away.
We hope again that One Chance they have the opportunity in 22 not only to play in Ascension, but more importantly to have an organization backing them to house this brilliant talent that they managed to appoint self individually, right? Because again, One Chance is a it's a ragtag team of bandits trying their very best to display their skill ceiling.
Mhm.
And with what they've displayed so far in the Penta Pro Series, I feel like they had an abundance of brilliance that we didn't even get to fully witness. And again, it is Penta Esports after all, right? We're gonna have not only this amazing event to end this year off, but we're gonna have a brilliant spree of events the coming years. So I expect to see more from these individuals.
Yeah, and really at this point, I think for Reckoning, a big wake up call, clearly showing that they have those small weaknesses that could be exploited, have those small moments that could just run away from them. But I think, as you can see, for One Chance, what they will definitely do is that 4 out of 9 post plant stat. And this man on the screen, 100% clutch percentage, almost a 30% first blood percentage, 24,
Uh,
15, and 10. Soulmate just absolutely popped the heck off.
That clutch percentage stat. I'm so happy that we had the pre-event discussion to include this because in moments like this, it really shows, right, the kind of flex that a player can have. But what I'm most surprised by is the fact that on a player whose main is controllers, he has almost a 30% first blood percentage. Now that is impressive. That is beyond anything that I expected out of Soulmate in a tournament like this. A very, very good showing for Reckoning to continue this lower bracket run with their dominance, not only in terms of their 5-man roster, but also their individual players really heating up to the seriousness of the situation they're in. Because right now, Reckoning put themselves in a position where they have to win. I mean, they have to play against the winners of God Squad and White Swing. And hypothetically speaking, if they even do end up taking that matchup, then they'll have to duke it up against Revenant Esports and Velocity Gaming, the loser of that matchup, to have any hope to get out of this league stage, which undoubtedly I think is one of their primary goals from the Penta Pro Series.
Yeah, exactly right. You look at the brackets, Reckoning now, ready for the winner of the next matchup for them to play their trade. God's Rain versus White Swing is what we're going to see next. But damn, if it was if it is anything as good as this matchup was, because while it was a 2-0, that 2-0 does not tell its tale. So damn close in every single round. We saw insane clutches, insane clips all the way around. And as we near the end of this bracket, the action really starting to get intense, Sochi. The action really starting to go down to the wire.
True. We almost missed one of the best comebacks that we could have expected in the Penta Pro Series. And hey, if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be, right? So going forward, going into our 7 p.m. matchup today, God's Reign taking on White Swing. What are some of the things that you're expecting? See?
Oh, I'm just expecting blockbusters, and at this point, I feel like if I expect anything more, my brain will just whoop after the matchup that we had on show today.
Ooh, for sure. I still have a good bit of that adrenaline kicking in. You remember yesterday in the player
Yeah,
cam, right? We were
yeah.
discussing about Deathmaker always being, very up and ready for the action. I feel like I slowly need to start becoming like this in the pre-game. Only then will we actually be ready for the kind of extravaganza and the adrenaline that these matches pack. A lot of individual plays were made in the game prior, and I feel like that's going to be a continuing trend. Because you look at the players on God's Reign, right? Not only do they have an abundance of experience, but players like Knight Rider, players like Sai, players like Vibor play on the back of not only confidence in the fights they take, but also confidence in the teammates that they play with. If they have a Sai or a Knight Rider who's popping the hell off, you can see Vibor make very confident calls, which end up paying dividends in the late round. And if you talk about the same kind of circumstance, it helps a lot in terms of White Swing because they're the team on the up, and they're going to rely on individual success to propel their way through this lower bracket. And talking about individuals, talking about success, we have one who meets both the criterias. It's Hellfighter, our favorite Cypher main, who cannot be playing Cypher this tournament. So we're going to have a quick talk with him. Welcome back to the interview segment, guys. Today, we have India's favorite Cypher player, Hellfighter, joining us to share some words of wisdom. How are you feeling, Hellfighter?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing amazing, man. Broadcasting this off-season event at the end to finish things off. Well, it looks like I'm watching a Cinderella story run. What's not been so pretty, though, is the fact that we've been playing the tournament in the old patch when Cypher just got buffed. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, I feel bad. I wanted to play Cypher, multiple maps, but I think it's fine because most of the teams and players have practiced in old patches, and suddenly in 1 week we can't like change our practice which we have done for 2 months. So I think it's good because we didn't have this type of patch system before, and I think it's really good that Riot is giving us options to play in this patch.
Well, that sounds brilliant, and it sounds like it's worked wonders for you as well. You've breezed through this upper bracket so far when you took both 2-0 upsets over, I mean, not essentially upsets, but victories over White Swing and One Chance. How are you feeling about your performance so far?
I think the team's performance has been good because with this lineup we didn't practice like not a single day, and we are just playing on the fly, and we're doing solo practice, individual practices, and like deciding lineups on the fly. If you're playing Ascent, we say, hey, do you want to play this? Do you want to play this? Then we are deciding lineups like this. So this event has been like fully 5 hours individually being on point.
Oh, sounds good. Sounds good. Due to the fact that you were part of the starting few rosters that Velocity Gaming housed, how do you feel about Excali's return to VLT? Does it feel good?
Of course, he's a great player. Of course, it like gives us a better winning chance, and yeah, I feel great because he's a great player, and if he joins us, it will be better for the team also.
So, considering that he played majority of the duelist roles back in the good old days, now that he's gone through EG and has developed a flex role, how does he fit into your team? Does he decide based on the map, or does his role stay permanent in some way or the other?
I think it depends on the map because some maps actually likes to play most like this duelist, and so we discuss around, and as he has returned as a flex player, I think it's a very good plus point for us because we like every team, and he can like fill in any role we want. So that's a very good point.
Well, you have the upper final against Revenant pretty soon. How are you feeling about the matchup that's coming forth? Because Revenant have been looking really hot.
I think yeah, but they have been playing really good and they have been practicing with the lineup as well. So it's gonna be hard, but I think we have beaten them all every time we have faced them. Only once we lost against them. I think we will keep that confident and how we played in the last two matches. We'll be confident and we'll try our best to win.
Okay, that sounds really good. Considering the fact that both Revenant and Reckoning have had international players now playing with their roster, does that anyway change in the way you approach these teams, or do you approach them the same way that you used to before?
I think same way. It doesn't like change anything for us. They are just players. If the agent comp change, which we know, and that might be a bit different, but they're just players, so I don't think it changes a bit.
Ah, I love that in the
He's
background.
wearing yeah he's wearing jacket upside
It
down.
truly shows that he's back home, eh? Truly shows that he's back home. He's asserting his place. I love it, man. You guys have a Cinderella story in the making, you know, reuniting right before the big event and you having the best chance possible because almost every player out there and viewer are either a big fan of you or rooting for you to win. You know, in that sense, who else apart from you, obviously, do you root for in this tournament when you're in the back seat?
I think Revenant because they are playing really well, and if you see their games, they're playing as a team. They're playing really good. So I think Revenant. If we are not winning, want Revenant. Of course, my team is first priority, but if not, then Revenant.
I mean, that sounds pretty good, man. That sounds like a very confident Revenant that you have to face off against. So
Yes.
respect is due for that upper finals where I hope that you bring out a Cypher and at least for the love of it be the most annoying player on the server, which
Oh,
I
guys.
expect you to be,
Yeah, yeah.
Cypher. Well, it's been great having this chat with you, man. Any quick shoutouts before we cut to the live action?
Shout out to all the fans who have been supporting us from like 2.5 years and still supporting us. Thank you, everyone. Keep supporting us.
Short and crisp, man. I love it.
Yeah.
I think that's been the shortest shout out we've had in the interview segment so far. Well, my heart's always with you, Hellfighter. Hopefully, fade us. Good luck with that upper finals, and hopefully, you do well along with Velocity. We'll see you with the next one.
Thank you. See you.
Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to 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 flow.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Penta Pro Series. We're here back for our second best of three of the day in the lower bracket. My name is CA, and I'm joined by OG, the lowest chicken. Now, OG,
Let's go.
we're gonna have God's Reign versus White Swing right out of the back. We had one blockbuster series already. Are you ready for another?
Well, if it's the same amount of randomness, if it's the same amount of chaos, not really. But do I have a choice? I don't really think so.
Hey, that's the way we love it, right? Just absolute unfettered chaos where teams, yeah, there is a bit of randomness involved, but teams are almost just giving it their all. It's just pure instinctive play almost altogether, and we see the naughtiest of clutches, the most insane of comebacks coming into play. One of which we almost saw from one chance, but almost it is only for them. They're out of this tournament, and it is similarly going to be the same fate for one of either God's Reign or White Swing.
Truly, with the kind of matchup that we now have in this lower bracket, it's going to be experienced versus unknown underdog, capacity. With White
Yeah.
Swing being the way they are, it almost makes this a very strong game for God's Reign if they stick true to their plan and if they're able to just play off each other and on their game. That's the only way God's Reign does not give, one chance. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of thrown aback by the one chance game, but they really should not give that one chance to White Swing for them to feel comfortable, because that's what we ended up seeing, right? Towards the dying end of Reckoning versus one chance. As soon as Reckoning hit 12, they started showing a little bit of complacency and leniency, and that's exactly where one chance were able to slowly get into the groove. Sadly, they did not have the buffer room to work with. They always had their backs against the wall, considering the shenanigans that we got to witness in that first half, especially Soulmate with that soul winning clutch. I feel like he almost made a fan out of everybody who was watching the stream at that moment.
Oh yeah.
But those kind of plays really do help your team when the scoreline gets that close. You essentially almost mitigated disaster, which I think in some sense Reckoning really wanted to avoid, considering the kind of dominance they showed us on Haven. We assume that they want to carry that forward and just continue to assert dominance to make sure that that lower bracket run from there looks all the more elusive and scary for anybody who has to try and lock horns with them. And hey, the winners of God's Reign and White Swing are going to lock horns against Reckoning. So they already know who they're going to play up against next. But right now, they're going to get to know if they get a chance to play.
Yeah, I'm talking about what they're going to play for. Let's head on towards the prize pool. We've got $30,000 up for grabs, but of course, 3,000 of which is going to be distributed right here in this playoff stage. The winner of this playoff stage gets that 10% of the kitty bag, and for them to do that, they've got to first make their way out of the lower bracket into the grand finals and then try to pick up the win. So easier said than done. There's still a long, long way to go. But like you said, I think God's Reign versus White Swing, we're expecting the experience to reign out in God's Reign, but White saying they definitely prove one thing in the last matchup is that they've got the talent to deliver. It's more about which White Swing we see today. Is it going to be the White Swing
Exactly.
that cracked under the pressure of velocity, or is it a free White Swing, a beast unleashed really, that is able to step up to the experience of God's Reign?
Exactly. The kind of White Swing that we got to witness against Exili, the one where it was just pandemonium in the server with Tricky going absolutely berserk. And it's that kind of Tricky that I feel like will win White Swing this series if they do end up taking the dub, because at the majority of the pavement that we can put for this best of three, God's Reign not only have the better uh, composition in terms of experienced player with avid firepower on the roster, but they also have that same strength that White Swing has, right? Not as much history for other teams to read into. So they keep themselves in the Goldilocks zone essentially, where they have somewhat of a buff heading into this lower bracket. God's Reign, all that they need to do is try and essentially try and keep all the corners squeaky clean. You do not give room for individual plays. The individual players from White Swing will not be able to do much. That's the one criteria that God's Swing need to just solve in this entire equation. Easier said than done, of course.
Yeah, exactly, right. Easier said than done, most definitely. God's Reign versus White Swing right here, and it's all about the map veto for me at least, because I think God's Reign have shown clear vulnerabilities in what has been their insta-lock map of choice on Pearl. If White Swing do their homework, if they look back into that map, I would be very surprised if they ban it out. Because God's Rain clearly showing while they are good on that map, their composition has a few key chinks in their armor. Without the flashes, it really does leave them vulnerable to fast and aggressive pushes, which with enough utility you can shut down. But having said that, I think one map that we're definitely going to see come out to play is going to be Bind. We saw it for God's Reign versus Revenant as well. And I think, again, White Swing, they've shown how good they can be on that map. So I'd be surprised if White Swing don't insta lock that out of the bat.
Yeah. One thing that I'm still having in the back of my mind though is what's the playing five for White Swing? At least God's Reign, it's pretty simplistic, right? Their players, they're pretty strong in terms of the defense, especially Knight Rider and Sai, decorated snipers from South Asia. You have Ember and Vibur, who both at one point were reliable controllers for their teams to base their entire playbook upon. Vibor was a crucial part of VLT back in the good old days, and Ember, with the story that he has had with Revenant throughout 2022, it almost feels poetic, right? From them going in the unsponsored form for God Particles, then getting Revenant, now him being in God Rain. And Hoax, who have seen the kind of volatility he brings within a lineup filled with, I wouldn't really say rigid, but I'd say more structurally enticed individuals in the form of
Yeah,
Vibor, Knight Rider, and Ember.
definitely, right. And like you said, the experience quite obvious in that lineup. But on the other side, for Weissfin, we've got Easy, MF God, He-Man, SK Wow, and Tricky. And actually, the debut, I believe, of SK Wow, at least in this tournament, we haven't seen him so far, OG.
Yes. I've seen him in other games, however, and I've seen him absolutely rip professionals into pieces. So, SK Wow, for those you might not know, if I'm not mistaken, what, a cafe player back in the day, seen him across multiple smaller tournaments where there were at least one or two bigger named teams and bigger named individuals present. Man doesn't have any shred of doubt within the realms of his capabilities, which spread far and wide. So this roster, easy pop the hell off, tricky pop the hell off in the game prior. MF God was a very consistent and very volatile Sky, and He-Man, we've not gotten to see a whole lot of brilliance from him, but we necessarily did not have to per se, considering the game style and uh, the kind of contact that White Swing prefer to take. And now you add SK Wow into that picture as well. This roster seems to be star-studded in the most unlikeliest of fashions. And again, it goes back to how we kept discussing the kind of approach that God's Reign now needs to enforce, right? It almost needs to look like that upper bracket matchup between um, Revenant and, if memory serves me right, God's Reign. Yeah, it was Revenant taking on God's Reign on Pearl. You got to see how Revenant were so confident in that first half utility based setup where they just did not take gunfights. They just had confidence that their game plan had integrity. They were able to play the post plans comfortably by out utilizing uh,
No.
God's Reign and putting them in awkward positions. So that's kind of what we need to see now.
Oh, 100%. And again, right, like a simple idea for between both of these teams is the camaraderie they carry in between them as teammates. We're friends all around on both of these teams, where on the side of God's Reigns, we've got what I like to call the Delhi boys, with the exception of Vibor, all four of them, like, representing that particular city, coming through. They've known each other for a long, long time, and in a sense, brothers as well. But when you look at the other side, White Wing has literal brothers, man. I recently found out. MF God is actually the
Really?
older brother of Tricky. Yeah, I
Wait,
found out
what?
when I conducted the interview of him.
Oh, all right. That
Yeah.
that's something I never thought I'd see, man. I sometimes this is a Cinderella kind of story, right? I think
It's like
the
Scream and
only
Nevera.
it's like Scream and Nevera. What in sports you have very few examples of this. I think the only one that comes to my mind is from F1. That's what Ralph Schumacher and Michael
Yeah.
Schumacher from way back in the day. But that's a very interesting dynamic when they're both in the same team. Now, there's so much in terms of individual responsibility, there's so much in terms of making individual plays. I wonder if there's any kind of scorecard that they keep between themselves. I'm waiting to see the interview, man. I can't wait for after game one.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, like you said, right, it's going to be an interesting dynamic because while it does help you with a whole nother level of synergy, it's a different feeling to be playing along other people that are your teammates with someone who is family. So it is going to set us up for some amazing, amazing games. So I am just holding my breath for the veto. I want to see what these teams have prepared from the very get go. I want to see, especially if God's Reign are able to fix their pearl up, because we have regularly seen in White Swing vetoes, they don't like the newer maps. They like to ban it out in the pearls and the fractures. So if they've looked back, if they've seen the God's Reign versus Revenant game, they know that there's a clear vulnerability for God's Reign in that Pearl map that they like to pick themselves. So you could actually bait them maybe into picking the Pearl map and then try to shut them down and punish them and do the same. Maybe it might just work out. But similarly, so I'm sure the God's Reign players have taken a look at the way White Swing like to play their map of bind, the contact setups especially, right? And I'm sure they're gonna have an idea on how to break them.
Yeah, I think if we're discussing veto, right, one map that I certainly feel will be in the discussion is going to be Icebox. Both these
Ooh.
teams do not feel uncomfortable with leaving Icebox open in the veto. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Icebox is the map where White Swing took down Exili as well, 13-7. So I see both teams having comfort in a map like this. If you're God's Reign, do you actually try and force your enemy into discomfort? Do you ban out a map like Icebox? Because you look at it on paper, right? Technically, it should be God's Reign that has the deeper map pool because they've been together just that teeny bit more longer than White Swing have. Regardless, we have to get into that map veto. We need to get answers because we've asked all the questions humanly possible, CA. It's all
Yeah.
gonna come down to this. We've seen underdogs quite repeatedly not punish the weaknesses of the overdogs, especially in the veto phase. For example, uh, not picking fracture against a team like VLT.
Ah.
That could have been a very, very good way to upset the tournament favorites. This time, though, I hope White Swing have learned from the lessons the others had to pay the price for, as they themselves
But
stand in the position to make greatness. Instantly, a ban of Pearl from White Swing. Of course, the kind of performance that God's Reign had against Revenant, it doesn't seem like that's gonna impact the way White Swing think about God's Reign. It's full respect given from the start of the veto.
I'd be surprised if this isn't an instant even lockout by God's Reign. It's a very simple map for them to focus down on their macro, but instead they choose to head on towards Breeze. Now it actually makes a
Interesting.
lot of sense. We've seen Velocity absolutely demolish White Swing on that particular map, so God's Reign potentially playing with fire here to try and take out White Swing. And I say potentially playing with fire because Breeze has a lot of room for literally what White Swing's name suggests: White Swinging in
Exactly.
duels.
And not to mention, they still have the innate ability to not back out of an operator fight, right? You have players who are mechanically gifted on the side of White Swing. I'm not going to be surprised whatsoever if Knight Rider and Sai might go through a small period of instability as they try to man themselves that operator setup. So it all going to end on Icebox. I think that's something both of us predicted. Could be the case in this best of three. We know that neither of these teams are shy, hence they allowed that to be the decider. Not really wanting to veto into it and essentially making Icebox a crucial part of their tournament life. If whichever side you're looking at, both White Swing and God's Reign. What do you think about the veto so far? I still feel like God's Reign have an advantage considering the veto, although it's heavily dependent on how the individuals from White Swing come out swinging from minute one. We've seen how the temper can get to God's Reign, right? We've seen that when Revenant were clearly anti-stratting. And when I say anti-strat, it's an anti-strat to another level, not in terms of rotation or anything, straight up draft, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's slightly favored towards Gosrain only because we know that they have a bigger map pool. White Swing, of course, with the slightly unknown map pool, like you said. But I honestly think it's all dependent on Bind. If White Swing are able to pick that first map up, anything can happen on Icebox. So it gives them free reign coming into Breeze to play their very comfortable style, and they will be in a great position, which is why God's Reign, they've got to double down on Bind from the get-go. They've got to make sure that these young guns do not get off to a great start, because if they do, we know the different looks that we've seen from White Swing before. A confident White Swing versus a fumbling White Swing. I'm fumbling while even saying the word, is very, very different, OG. And the simple idea, right? Like we've talked about this so much today, where even one chance earlier on today, if they had gotten off to a great start, it might have been a completely different game, is why we need to see God's Reign really grab this map by its very reins. I think Bind is where our entire BO3 might be decided.
True. I feel, at least in the context of Bind, right? They have a very good case study here, White Swing. They can take the case study of, again, VLT and One Chance. If One Chance had the opportunity to draft a slightly different composition than what VLT run, they would have at least stood a chance to try playing their game rather than trying to beat VLT at VLT's game, which is something that certainly is a harder task. Let's say it could be almost identical here in White Swing versus God's Reign, where God's Reign naturally will have the better chemistry, the better understanding between these five players as to how to play off each other, when to play off each other, and how you can double down on each other. That's going to be a very important piece of the puzzle, where if White Swing are able to come out with a unique composition in Bind, there stands to be a much better chance for there to be a contrast in the kind of fights they take, which enables them again to throw more curveballs in the way, which is what's needed when you're playing up against experienced players like Sai, like Vibhor, who have seen most of it. And hey, we're talking about experience, right? A player who's experienced one of the best upshifts in 2022, him being Ember, is with us to share a couple of words before we begin the game. Welcome back, folks, to another interview segment. This time, we've got the hottest man from God Rain, Ember, who lives up to his name. How you been, Ember? How you doing?
I'm doing great. What about you? How are you, OG?
Well, I'm excited as usual, dude. We've had an amazing day of broadcast, and we're gonna have it tomorrow as well. So can't help but looking forward to it. Talking about today, though, it was a hard game that you guys fought off against Revenant Esports. How could you describe the game for your viewers?
I think we just played like trash. It was an off day for
Ah.
us. We need to play better moving forward. That's it. No excuses.
Well, your game against Vorpal Squad was quite dominating in
Yeah.
the 2-0 fashion that you guys did take it. And now you guys are going to be on that lower bracket run, and you're set to face White Swing tomorrow. Any expectations for the matchup? Are you looking forward to something, any specific anti-strat that you might have?
No, we'll just play our game. We just want to beat them and get back on track, get that momentum going.
Well, I mean, it must be a easier task for you to do when you're having a boot camp and you have all your players sitting right by you, right? How's your boot camp experience been so far?
It has been great. The organization has been really supportive. The boot camp is really nice, as you can see. I cannot reveal more of it right now, but stay tuned for the entire reveal. It's amazing.
Oh, that's amazing. Nice social media training that God's Rain has given you. Well, you know where to find them, folks. Another question that I have for you, and again, no bias here, so you can't choose your own team. If you had to cheer for another team in the tournament to get through the league stage and perform well in the finale, which team would that be?
I'll support Revenant because I used to play for them in the past. They are good friends
Loyalty.
of mine. Yeah,
Love it.
they are ex-teammates, good friends. So I wish nothing but best for them.
Well, love the camaraderie that you show, man. And wait, you talk about camaraderie. Let's talk about the South Asian Valorant scene for a second. What are your views on the South Asian Valorant scene that's evolved over the past few years?
I started off late. I was playing another game, so I started off late. But as far as I can see, it's only growing day by day. The scene is getting stronger, players are getting better, teams are getting better. We have a lot of import coming in, so the future just seems bright to me.
Well, that's lovely to hear, man. Well, considering that your lower bracket run is now, gearing up, I wish you guys the best of luck. Any words or any shout outs that you'd like to give to anybody that you have in mind before we end the interview?
Shout out to my team. They're amazing people. I really enjoy playing with them. And shout out to my organization, God's Reign. Shout out to my friends, family, and everyone supporting. Thank you. I love you all.
And I'm sure you get all that love back tenfold, man. Good luck on your lower bracket run, and we hope the best for you and Godrain. We'll see you guys again on the server. Love you, man.
Thank you.
Well, those were delightful words, weren't they? Ember surely seems like such an explosive player on the server, but the way he talks and the way his demeanor is, it's kind of stone cold. I'll be afraid if I was his teammate. Let's just put it that way. Well, I'd love to hear what you have to say about it, CA. And I think that you being a coach have worked with so many of these players, right? Is there anything that so when you're coaching a player, what are the few tendencies that you recognize from the best individual players and the best team players? What difference do you find between these two, at least in personality wise?
Generally, the best individual players are a lot louder. They have the right tad bit of ego that you need. You need that ego to be that extra good player. You need that. It's almost confidence. Like you can call it ego, you can call it confidence, whatever it is. But you need that extra sort of belief in yourself. And on the other side, the cooler, calmer players like Ember, the supportive players, they're generally a lot more focused on the game, and they have lesser wide swings in the sense of their gameplay. They're much more restricted in their range, but that's where being a star player really helps out, right? Because your highs are high, but your lows are low as well. But hey, I think we've talked about this about Ember a lot before. He's calm as a cucumber always. He's one of the best players in that regard in terms of keeping his composure, almost like a stone cold assassin.
It actually makes a little bit of sense now, dude. If only I would have picked up on this earlier. Like back in, I think, 2018 or 2019, I remember that there was this small tournament I was playing in a cafe, right? And it's full of folks from Bangalore. So you have, back in the good old days, Kills, you have SK Rossi, you have a lot of my friends who were playing that tournament. And again, it was a mixed event, right? So you essentially go there, you register, they make a random team, and you play with that random team. I think it was what 6 teams in total. So there was this one game I'm having of Inferno, and I'll never forget this because we were leading by I think a scoreline of 10-0, and we actually ended up losing that game 16
Oh
to
no.
30. Let me tell you why I remember this as well. All right, so it's 10. So it was going really good for us in the start, and SK Rossi, being the menace that he is, so my friend's in the enemy team. He pokes a hole at my friend saying, "Hey, the guy's trash talking you." He comes over to my side and says, "Hey, the guy's trash talking you." So essentially, he started a fight. And now we both are trash talking each other, and he's gauging who's better at trash talk. So it gets to a point of 10-0, we continue it, and then we're plagued with a technical pause. I mean, even back then it used to curse me before I was a big time caster as well. But that aside, you have that technical pause, right? Everybody from the enemy team got mentally reset, they started coming back. Our guys were falling apart, and at that moment, I failed to be vocal. And SK Rossi's just started pulling my leg again. He's like, "Hey, bro, why you not talking from all the way back? Huh? What happened? What happened?" And we shell shook into that loss. So I kind of get where that mentality even develops from, man. You always need to be at a position where you think you are the best, and only then you can perform your best and defy everybody's expectation. But again, we're expecting the game to begin soon. We truly hope it does, as we're just trying to get everything sorted on the back end. We, however, have another player who's going to join us to share his words of wisdom. If I'm not wrong, it's Koof. So let's quickly see what he has to mention about the Penta Pro Series so far. And we're back with another interview segment, folks. This time is the controller main from Vorpal Swords. It's Koof. How you been, my friend? How you doing?
I'm good, bro. It's good to be back for another interview. So, yeah.
Well, your run in the tournament sadly has come to an end, with you being one of the first two teams to bow out of the tournament after facing off against God's Reign and Reckoning Esports. How could you explain to us your run through the Penta Esports Pro Series?
Honestly, we weren't expecting any less because you know our ongoing situation in our country and we have frequent power cuts and all. So it's really hard for us a team to to get together and practice. We all live in different regions. For instance, if I have a power cut, someone will not have, but if someone is having a power cut, I will have. So it's that kind of a situation in our country. So even with that, and I'm really grateful that you all were flexible for our problems, and you all managed to let us play this tournament.
Well, it's all about giving everyone a chance, right? We have every kind of team in this tournament for a reason. Well, talking about all the teams, right? What are your views on the South Asian Valorant scene?
Well, it's growing quite good, and I heard about Global Esports getting a franchise spot as well, and that's a really good achievement as an Indian team. So I think from here onwards, big news might happen. Don't know. I think Velocity might hit the franchise.
Well, considering that now you have to see the tournament from the back seat, for which team are you going to be rooting for the rest of the tournament?
Um, I think my pick would be Velocity. Velocity Gaming.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have been picking Velocity. So it
yeah,
seems
I
like
think
you're
they
on
are
the train as
the
well.
fan favorites. So, but not because of that. But I know their potential, and they were there from the OG Valorant days 2 years ago as well. So I think they have the best chance for this tournament.
Well, is there any kind of advice that you'd like to give, specifically for maybe our Sri Lankan audience who are trying to go professional in Valorant, as you're trying to do to yourself now?
Well, just take part in a lot of tournaments, and just by losing one tournament, don't give up. Just strive, keep on practicing, and just lift yourself up. And eventually, one day you will get there.
Well, I love the positivity, man. It's certainly a very good characteristic in you, and I hope that's the trend that you guys go in with for the next 2023 season. Is there any final shout-outs or anything before we end this interview that you'd like to
Yeah,
mention?
huge thanks for Penta Esports for this good opportunity, and we'll make sure in the future days we'll make use of it.
Well, that sounds amazing, man. I'm pretty sure there's a lot more from Penta Esports in Valorant to come next year as well. So stay tuned with that, ladies and gentlemen, and we can head back right into the game. Well, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're all gonna miss Koof and his team as they were one of the first few teams to bow out of this lower bracket. So far, CA, this upper bracket that we've gotten to witness has been nothing but heated, right? The entire upper bracket with the kind of 2-0 fashion that it ended up in has all accumulated towards a brilliant upper bracket finals. And in the lower bracket, we just witnessed Reckoning Esports proceed deeper into the lower bracket semifinals where they wait for who's going to come up on top between God's Reign and White Swing. We should be live with the game in the matter of a few minutes. And hey, buys us a little bit more time towards the desk side, right? I think we've talked
Yeah.
so much about the tournament. I think we've talked so much about the players. I think we've talked so much about the game. Now let's talk a little bit outside the game for a few minutes. This
Okay.
entire so
Time to touch
if
grass.
nobody I mean, yeah. We get there. We get there, okay? But so if anybody does not have context as to how ours and CS life are, at least for me, I was an FPS fanatic. I think I have what close to about 10 years and just playing, enjoying, and competing to some extent in FPS. That's what's kept me super enticed towards gaming, right? It's kind of molded so much of my personal life that now I have a fascination with something like this. You don't see non-gamers walking around trying to look cool with a battle song, but there are certain things that you suddenly get accustomed to. You know, something that wasn't really a want before you were a gamer, but now suddenly becomes an important part of who you are. So, how do you think it's changed you in that fashion, man?
I think I do classify as one of those non-gamers walking around. I did not spend most of my
Really?
high school life gaming. Yeah, I was actually a
Oh,
math nerd. On my way to
okay.
career in finance, till I found MOBAs, and I'm not an FPS fanatic either. I think it's why I'd like to think of Valorant differently as compared to a lot of CS:GO players. But answering your question directly, I think is just in the past when I didn't use the game, my bag would be very light when I would travel. I'd have maybe my laptop, maybe a mouse,
Yeah.
at the very max, not much. So now I need my extension cord, my mouse pad, my mouse, my headset, my what else? My mic, my
Oh
ring light.
God.
Like, bro, it's too heavy, man.
True, true. I mean, we spend money on quite a bit of things, right? Like, if I lean in just enough, you'd see two other knives here. And, we talk a lot about equipment, right? I think, especially for FPS individuals, mice is something that's really important. Dude, like,
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I've already been born with the handicap of being a left-hander. Okay, so already like 70% of the mice aren't even an option anymore. You look at the Zowie EC. Yeah, I wish, bro. Logitech Superlight, if only it had buttons on the other side, for crying out loud. So you miss on something really good. So your options are fairly limited, right? I've been
Yeah.
having a hard time deciding what to even get because I had the cream of the crop. I have myself a G Pro already. I've tried myself a Viper, wasn't really the best for my hand. I've tried what almost every other brand that you can think of, Cooler Master, Zowie, you name it. I've had my hands on it. So is there any specific how do I say? Is there any specific device that you work with that gives you a handicap while you play?
I mean, everything, I'd say.
Oh,
Unlike you, I've
oh,
not had my hands on many a great device. I'm a laptop gamer. For starters, I've never
oh,
had my hands
damn.
on a PC. So that itself is a big handicap. I've had this one, my Razer Death
Not
Adder,
a
for
Death
quite
Adder?
a while. Yeah, it's a Death Adder Leap. It's been with me for like 2.5, 3 years now, and I am getting bored of it. And then I think the worst of it all is something that I have got quite a lot of flack for is my Amazon Basics mouse pad. Very cheap and very easy to
Are you
use.
serious? Are you seeing this? Are you saying this just to flame chat, or are you like,
No,
legitimately
I'm not,
using
I'm
one?
serious. It's the Amazon Basics mouse pad, and trust me, it's
Wow.
literally falling apart. And I'm gonna replace it with yet another Amazon Basics.
Dude, I'll hook you up with the Steel Series one. Don't worry. You don't need to go back to the basic, man. Let's move on
Uh,
from there. That aside, it's really funny, because sure, right now I have a very decent setup that's again due to us
uh-huh.
doing this full time, right? Spending our time and spending our days in the world of gaming and esports. But I think I for sure have gone through a very funny phase, especially in gaming, because convincing this to your parents is really hard, right? Once my parents saw me get the bank, they're like, okay, there's incentive for him to do this, so let him do this, let him see how far he goes. But back in the day, I still remember, I think this was when I was finishing my 12th, and my parents were scared as hell because I never used to be good in studies. I mean, obviously, I'm a gamer, that's why. But that aside, you know, they essentially thought that, okay, if we confiscate this guy's monitor, he won't be able to play. So let's do that. They did that. Okay, big mistake. Because I took my PC, I took the rest of my peripherals to the hall. I set up another table. I plug it onto the TV, and here's the thing that makes your eyes bleed. Usually, any computer monitor has the refresh rate of 60, right? If you
Yeah,
spend a little bit of money and if you play a lot of FPS, you might go for 144 hertz.
yeah.
Otherwise, if you're like me who just like to throw cash at gaming, 240 hertz is maybe the way for you. But that TV was 16 hertz. 16 hertz back in 2018 in a casual lobby, watching my eyes bleed as I try to flick. Like, I've gone through everything at this point, CA. So I think it comes back to that old saying, right? What goes around comes around. If you're with it at
Yeah.
your darkest times, the times where it'll be at its highest will be with you.
No, absolutely. It's all about persevering, right? And
Yeah.
I'm hoping that the teams that we get to see, not just today, but throughout this tournament, are able to do exactly that. Because to reach the championship, to reach the very top, they are going to have to persevere. They're going to have to go through the dark times together. They're going to have to stick to each other and make sure they cover each other's backs because it's not going to be easy, most definitely. Today, God's
True.
Rain versus White Swing, I'm sure for both of these teams, it's going to be a difficult affair, especially with it taking a chunk of time. And I'm curious to see how the White Swing players respond because we have seen them really get affected, I would say, by outside circumstances, by things that they can't necessarily control, and then come back and hurt their game. So, like you said, you may do with what they had, what you had. I wonder if they can.
Well, nice way to know that in, man. You know what? Considering this entire, break has us a little bit of time to talk about ourselves, talk about, the things that we share in common, and again, relate to the folks at home. Because all they see is the setup, right? All they see is us in the front of event, and they'll be like, yeah, dude, this guy has it. But hey, not the case, man. We all come from the same place. It's where you end up that makes the difference, right? So, with at least me, I've been casting for almost close to 5 years at this point, and you know the feeling where you play in the same community and sometimes you end up casting their games, right? So that's been my case ever since I was back in CS. So that transitioning into Valorant, I've always been in the Mumbai server per se, at least to some metric. And ever since I started doing like more and more events, it's kind of become hard for you to kind of be yourself in the game and have
Oh
these
yeah.
normal things like frustration, have these normal things like to some extent even rage. So has that experience kind of changed you as an have you ever had that experience where people have recognized that you're a caster while you're in the middle of the game and you had to change your entire kind of way you carry yourself?
No, I never let it. When I
Really?
used to play League of Legends professionally, I learned that the hard way, where uh, you have to conduct yourself in a certain manner, and I hold myself to that regard. So for me, I
Nice.
just change my IGN and play under a different name. Nobody ever knows it's me, so it's Gucci.
Oh,
It's a completely different person as far as they're concerned. So it lets me be me.
wow.
It lets them as well rage, and we can have a good game.
Well, I think for me it was quite a funny story because the only achievement I have as a player, even to some pedigree, was trying to make it to top four in the open tryouts for Optic. But a lot of if buts and coulda wouldas around that circumstance. So I don't get to it that deeply, regardless. But the more important part is the entire transition into Valorant. Right? It's made me such a calm individual because I know if I say anything can't really
Yeah.
hold it on the lines in that fashion. But what we also can't hold, ladies and gentlemen, is the agent select. All the talks about the old times has got us caught up in the current, and the current is the agent drafts. Let us go, CA.
Yeah. It's time for bind, and ooh, we actually will not have MF Guard seemingly, so Sasmi will make his way back. Still SK Wow's debut. So I'm particularly excited for that. And I wonder if the composition changes at all because of that. No, it seems like SKY will just pick up MF God's role onto that Sky. So the same composition for White Swing as well as for God's Reign. It is going to be that Breach Sky versus the Fade Sky with the Chamber coming into play. So I have to see how Knight Rider is able to really. We've seen him use that op on that stage as well, but against the Breach, it's so much more difficult.
And I'll be very honest, CA, we've seen Knight Rider on this very map, on this very agent with that operator. Never really seen him to be as comfortable as he would on a chamber, though, and that's what worries me. I kind of get what God's Reign might be going for. They might be anticipating the same anti-strat that Revenant might have done to that, right? And especially considering this being bind, it's still possible for you to make your way through without that operator presence. Although I feel like God's Reign, they're missing their signature effect here. And it sort of leaves the door open to a small degree where you have a chamber like Easy on the other side, right? We know this man to be an absolutely cracked individual. So if there's nobody on the opposing side to have an operator to kind of challenge him in an even playing field, yeah, the opening is certainly there. I just hope that White Swing are able to claw and pounce on it.
Oh, definitely. And that simple opening, it's going to be something that both of these teams are going to have to look out for because, like we talked about, for White Swing, it's all about denying them that great start. We've seen this team really pick up the momentum, come into themselves, and it's what we expect from the younger players, right? Experience helps you build up your ability to weather the storm, to go through the tough times and still come out strong. That's not something that may or may not necessarily be a strong factor for this particularly young team. So God's Reign, right off the bat, they have to get off to a strong start because we've seen White Swing really starting to run away with the map, not just in terms of strategy or comms or any of that. It's just that individual skill where we may see a shot that they would normally whiff. Otherwise, they start hitting those crazy shots, tricky shots, absolutely popping off, and that's not something you want.
Not something that you want by a long shot, and not to mention the unknown is present within White Swing as well. SK Wow.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what to expect from him, at least from outside the server. Like we said, these players, right? They're a tight knit community, especially when you're playing at this level at the top. A lot of people already would know each other. Like, hey, yeah, I scrimmed against this guy. Yeah, I played against this guy. Yeah, I played with this guy back in ye good old days. So it's not like an alien community to these individuals. Nonetheless, what we're interested is in the server, and from what I'm told, we're almost good to go. So map 1 of Bind in this best of 3, the crucial step that White Swing need to take a decisive lead. I truly hope that we have some amazing underdog story tale in the making, because we've been hyping it up so much. I kind of feel like the balloon is going to pop in terms of expectations.
Yeah, the bubble just might burst. But hey, at least we'll get to witness it happen. I hope this technical pause is not one for long and we get to immediately get into the action. I think... Who is it missing? Let's see. It's Sai. Is it? Yeah, I think it's Sai. No, he's moving now, so... Is that the end of our technical pause?
There we go.
Yay!
Just a round,
Maybe
ladies
he
and
was
gentlemen.
streaming.
Let's go. Well, it is going to be the lower bracket nonetheless. White Swing and God's Reign both playing for their tournament lives. Especially for God's Reign, a very important match for them to show results and to keep a possibility where they continue on to face off Reckoning.
And look at this, OG. The seize buy for Sai in the pistol is something that I've almost never seen before. I get it. It makes sense on the defensive half. You want the seize to combo with, but the Prowler is so damn strong. You almost always see the Prowler combined with the Haunt on the Ghost with the pistol. So a 4-man stack towards this ace site. The read for Sai that it is going to be the W towards that ace site, but it's going to be completely switched around. White Swing, 5-man strong waltz into this B. And Knight Rider left all alone. He's going to have to back off, play for retake on this pistol round.
Exactly. In case they were to W in towards that A side, the C's and the nade combo would have been absolutely brutal. Unless a clean post plant
with the flank
now that White Swing need to pull off. Just might be a slightly more problematic affair just due to the amount of utility still up on God's Reign. And they've started this off brilliantly. Hoax and Knight Rider able to get a couple kills each, but the numbers still on the side of God's Reign. No possibility for He-Man to clutch that whatsoever. It's left out in the open, dry as day. And God's Reign, their ability to give away the site and just play off the bat of a retake where the backlines are closing in is just pure bliss to see. I'm so happy that they didn't go for those individual fights or anything like that.
Yeah, I think White Swing just spreading themselves apart a little too thin is something that I always say. If you're getting a site that easy, you cannot sit in sight, man. You got to either expect the flank or you've got to expect a hard retake. So you have to really start getting aggressive, try to crunch them down in CT itself. Maybe even set up a CT plant in the first place. But hey, the pistol round picked up for God's Reign. They're going to go back to their normal setups. The Sage Sky towards the B side to set up a heavy utility presence towards A. With the buy coming online as well, Sai playing purely on the Vandal with no utility picked up. It's all about the gunplay. Easy, he shuts one down. The nade will make sure he doesn't recover a weapon though, and that's crucial.
Yeah. Recovers that orb, and now it's gonna just chill at Chars. But you just thought, missed the mark. And easy. Eager to regress. Little does he know, however, double peak was soon to be upon him. And now the inquisitive nature of White Swing towards his A side heavily punished. Sai still looking to add more to his tally. SK Waf, one of the only time White Swing have gotten a break in a round like that. However, he's not able to deny God's Reign that Vandal. So God's Reign, all things said and done, decent round from them. It looked to be clinical to a certain degree. At least they didn't hemorrhage themselves internally. They're able to save the rifles, and White Swing now have the ability to play on rifles.
Yeah, just a couple specters given away. Gosrain won't care as much. Get to play on the bonus here in the next round, though. It does seem like Gosrain are playing with a high level of confidence. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually opt in to buy, and ooh, it certainly seems like Ember has done exactly that. The Vandal coming through, not necessarily playing full bonus, and White Swing, they make them pay. Sai is only able to find one as a triple threat for God's Reign. They're made to pay. 3-man fall down, and now Tricky moving in towards Sai, spots out Vibor and chunks him out. But Vibor still able to find one, will be able to set up the guiding light to look for another. But the wrong weapon in the hand, he still pulls out another one. Vibor standing strong inside for the Knight Rider to come through with the backup. And like you said, the round recovered. The spike is gone, and God's Reign, they made White Swing completely fall apart.
Vibor being the unexpected, denying that spike, He-Man premature on his usage of the TP. Ooh, it's like this was scripted to go wrong from the get-go. 40 seconds left on the clock. Just need to play off each other here. Knight Rider should get his heal in a tad bit of time. And now they know his position. It's important for them to try and deny He-Man from getting into the TP. So I see the understanding as to why they're so interested to fight. However, as the time boils down, there could be one premature rotation done towards A. Well, not even needed, man. Knight Rider confident in his ability to take an MDO. Denies. White Swing around that hypothetically should have been theirs considering the carnage that ensued at Hookah.
Exactly, right. The way it started, it looked like White Swing might just run away. The White Swing off God's Reign denied. But hey, the bonus comes up huge. Ember with his weapon will be happy. And now a 3-0 lead for God's Reign. Okay, this is the start they needed to deny to White Swing, and they've done exactly that. Now White Swing, they've got the Hero Vandal on easy. Just 1 point away from his store therefore. So if you can just pick up a nice kill, nice and sneaky, he could even drop away the Vandal to his teammate. But SK Wow's already been taken down.
Pull the trigger.
And Hawks is waiting for Easy. The double swing comes through though. Easy, he finds one, but Ember, he gets vengeance. He shuts both of them down.
Exactly. Now considering that he's going to be so close to the orbital strike, it closes down the window of opportunity that White Swing have to find a round. Been an abysmal start for White Swing. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the map pick of White Swing, right?
Remaining.
So feels bad, man. 4-0, a dominant start for God's Reign, which they now have a good ability to try carrying forward in terms of momentum as their ultimates slowly start to become in sync with one another. They have the Nightfall, they have the Seekers, they have the Orbital Strike. These pieces of utility are huge if you want to try playing retake, and the only thing that White Swing have to stop a retake is the Chode Force. Okay.
No, they're not going to play retake. They're actually going to press the pedal to the metal, go for an aggressive push. The Seas Nate likely to come out.
You want to play?
The fight being taken to White Swing right now. God's Reign, no, it's a buy. They've got one out. Hawks catches out He-Man, but White Swing able to trade out on the other sides of the map. Shower's presence now taken away. They're trying to isolate Ember, but the Seekers coming out will not catch them on time instead. The trade does come through, and now the Nightfall committed to try to hold him down. It's turning into a basic ass
spike.
But the spike got out. Like you said, God's Reign now 3-man strong with the man advantage, and a chokehold over White Swing on that spike. SK Wow and Tricky in an impossible position.
Tricky would be an understatement. Undoable, I think, would be the right way to describe it. Although something that does make it somewhat doable are the Seekers.
Well, it should tell them that Hawks is all alone. trying to isolate him, but he's able to back right off God's Rain. They want to take the fight, man. They're
Jesus
looking to
Christ.
push it on, and they get the trades. 1v2
Yeah,
for Tricky. The impossible is his task, but we both will not let it happen.
I was a little scared because Knight Rider had that operator, right? If you boil that down to a 1 versus 1, having that operator sometimes is a handicap. Essentially, you get one opportunity to win that round or lose that round. White swing. The conventional strategies aren't working because of the kind of change of pace that God's Reign are able to adapt with towards this mid round. That change to aggression was well and brilliantly timed. And mind you, now they're just one away from the revive and the showstopper respectively on God's Reign.
God's Rain though might get surprised. The tempo change. White Swing trying to force their way into this A side, but again, it's that slightly iffy smoke. They don't cut off showers, and still it comes through for a trade out. A 1-for-1. The Orbiter strike to deny the plant, and now Sai with the Prowler to clear lamps out. All a White Swing stuck in a tiny area, and God's Rain this slowly but surely suffocating them out.
Yeah, and not to mention we still have the Molotov from the Brim, so it's gonna be hard for White Swing to reposition if they don't make a decisive move, and that was a very decisive move. Although Sai with the classic quick to deny SK Wow. Swings to and fro, but we come down to a dead even situation as the dust settles. In fact, Sasmi has the ability to lay down an orbital strike under the guise of cover, as he does lack smokes if they do not want to force a fight like this. Vibor is trying to play a little smart, trying to play around his flash a few minutes.
Oh,
No, Sasmi! Not like this!
At least they keep the spike. He man.
That's more important, the round
has
of the
the-
spike though.
I mean, you can't get the round if you don't have the spike, and He-Man, with the Rolling Thunder, he knocks up Knight Rider, but doesn't go for the peak. The stun, surely at this point, dissipated away. Actually not, in the nick of time, he's able to take him down. Vibor knows exactly where he could plant the spike, spams him out, takes him down at a 6-0 lead. We wanted God's Rain to come out to the gate, guns blazing, to deny a good start to White Swing, but this is even more than that. God's Rain now setting themselves up for a hard stomp on this map.
Here's why I felt it was so important for Sasmi not to die. And the fact is they knew exactly where Vibor and Knight Rider were. They knew that they would at least towards this A side because they had to play against a couple of Sky Flashes and they were able to hear Sai being healed. They had the pieces of the puzzle put together, but they weren't able to see the picture in totality. Sai brilliantly plays around with that angle, almost had them lined up for a collateral there. And Ember looking to make a lot of difference with the individual play. It gives a small chance, but a chance nonetheless for White Swing, and that chance being capitalized upon with Vibor biting the dust.
One enemy remaining.
Knight Rider spotting the spike out, putting SK Wow in an impossible position. Still 1v2, the possibility is there. Gets instantly denied. God's Rain all smiles, all business. They're really feeling themselves, and with this 7-0 lead, you can see the drops of sweat, the anxiety, the gulps. The tremors really coming through. White Swing, this is what we were scared of. This is what we were terrified about. And again, in this round, they go for that left-right side smoke to cut the site in half. But if you do that, you've got to then do a 3-2 split onto the A side. You need people coming in from showers. It's just the wrong smokes for the wrong play, man.
You think the prospects of a comeback are too far-fetched at the moment? You have like key ultimates, you know. They have the orbital strike, seekers, showstopper.
It is far-fetched, but not impossible.
Oh, okay, he goes for Knight Rider and finds Ember with the weapon. That was a clean, crisp one tap, and Hoax still able to hold the line for God's Reign, giving them the man advantage in return.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, and this is what I meant by this entire BO3 might just get decided right here in Bind with the way God's Reign is stomping them out, despite The heroics, the moments that White Swing are able to pull out. God's range is not one, not two, three steps ahead every single time. 3v1 in this particular round, and God's Rain should just be able to finish it out in style, but hey, it's not impossible just yet. He-Man has full HP with the light shields. That's a spike on him as well. Could isolate Sai out.
30 seconds
So
left.
far, Sai happy to play it safe. He's got the haunt. See, here's the plant to try and get some information.
Spike
And he's
planted.
going to be able to spot him out the seas to ensure that he's stuck in that tiny area. It's caught him in a decay. And with a nade raining down hell, it's Sai instead who's his nightmare.
A comfortable start. Embo trying to show that he can flex with his sleeve being. Oh no, it's just his mouse hand. Dude, I've honestly felt like some of these players with them having the ability to play with the long sleeves on, it's kind of like, you know, imba. I've tried it myself, it feels so weird. But, you know, talking about what feels weird, what doesn't, we should also talk about what doesn't, right? Which is God's Reign finally looking like they're taking a match where they're the dominant party in without giving anyone an inch of a doubt. With how cut corners they've been so far, I find almost anything from White Swing to be next to undoable just due to the fact that God's Reign are adapting to the situation well. They're not being complacent by saying what works and not switching it up much, right? They took a couple of rounds aggressive, they took a couple of rounds passive, and finally a round where aggression doesn't work.
8-0 on the board. And again, White Swing, it seems like they're out of options, but in this particular round at least, they've got a couple of picks. Knight Rider does answer one back, and he's got the revive to be able to pull back the man advantage. Gonna get his man up right now, and with them we're finding a pick. It looks like White Swing once again, they're crumbling apart. The trade does come through for SK Wow though, but do they have an idea there? Hoax chilling on site because he shuts not one, not two, but the entire squad down.
Oof, one clip. Not only the one he made, but also the one in his mantle was all he required to maintain the clean sheet for God's Reign. Only one of them actually wide swung. They might have been able to throw Hooks' aim off. But yeah, it is what it is. God's Reign not relenting an inch. White Swing on this inferior buy. The one thing that they're negating here is the operator of Knight Rider, but they still have to face Hoax. They still have to face the demon himself.
Ooh. Talking about demon though. Trick is most certainly is one. Still not able to recover the weapons just yet, and Hooks is holding on to them guns. They are gonna go for the rotate, likely to walk straight into the hands of Ember, who has a bunch of utility to hold the site down. The Molotov available, as well as the Orbital Strike to deny a plant if it happens. Similarly for White Swing, the Rolling Thunder to help them get themselves into sight. They should be able to make it happen. And the left-right smokes, able to clear out the side. The Rolling Thunder for Lambs of the Orbital Strike pushes them apart.
30 seconds left.
Knight Rider playing on the edge of the smoke. He's able to dodge the flash out and survive with his life. And Tricky with the Marshal gets yet another one.
A round where they look like they have no business winning. Is this how White Swing open up their account? Oh, have I said that too quick? Showstopper. Up in the hand of Hoax. There goes the party! Boom! And it almost takes the whistle! Hoax on the merge of doing a big play. The Saturn movement could be used! He-Man almost saying that slipped through his finger. And White Swing, they get their first round. He-Man is laughing about it. He's like, guys, it's not a whiff unless it's a miss.
Enemy remaining.
Hey, what is absolutely key is that at the end of the day, I think they're able to at least pull back around.
Look at that satchel movement, dude. Tricky tried to
Yeah. Ricky's just so damn good, bro. He's so good. He's so good. But hey, the 9-1 is the score line. They gotta try and get it onto that curse and make it happen on the defensive half. It's where they were better off in the last match as well. So maybe, just maybe, they can use that curse, but they need both of the next rounds now. With the Showers control, they've got the showstopper on this blockbuster of a player, and they can make something happen. And with all of the presence easy creating towards this B side, the hookah presence gained as well. They're gonna set their sights on that B hit, but at this point, Godzilla know exactly what's happening. The Trailblazer and the Prowler to create showers out. The rotation should come through right about now, but no, Godzilla instead elect to sit on site. Okay.
I think now it will. Considering that Guiding Light actually found information. Now with the Seekers, it should be more of a confirmed deal. Good trades. Knight Rider was a crucial player on that defense, and Sasmi able to find 2. It's a very, very big. Oh, what? Huh? Did I see that right? Or am I tripping?
Yep. Nope.
30
Okay.
seconds left.
Where though? And hey, that
With the
one
wire.
round. Yeah, it is getting them
Last
back. That
round
momentum.
before the switch.
9-2 on the board. Won't change much economically because Gosrain have more than enough money off of a 9-round win streak to be able to afford a buy, but I do see a couple of wrinkles, a couple of furrowed foreheads as they wonder, is this truly going wrong? I actually wait. Scratch that. I thought they would have more than enough money. They don't. Godzilla now with a broken buy. Ember stuck on a sheriff. So a couple of bulldogs coming out and light shields on Knight Rider and Sai as well. Meaning Tricky has the lay of the land, but the Trailblazer, it slows the rocket down. And Tricky not able to place Vibor out. It's bought enough time for the rotations. Godzilla now with the first tag as White Swing tried to force down this side.
And Vibor still ends up going down though. Knight Rider quick with the trades, keeping this dead even, although the rotation slightly delayed by Sai. If I'm not mistaken, right as Knight Rider bit the dust, he gave a little bit of a healing touch. Got 2 members. Try and retake. Oh, no. Sai spots the gun barrel.
He seized him. He's gonna catch him now, but Tricky's like, alright guys. Alright, boomers. I'm bored. Swings it out and shuts
Switching
both of
sides.
them out.
Well, 9-3. Something better than nothing, right? All about that pistol round now. God's Rain. You can see Sai becoming a little more serious, right? After the past 2 rounds. Giving a solid call. I think a set strategy is what we have in play here, rather than just a split default. So you could realistically assume this being a fast push towards A.
And a really interesting setup here from the side of White Swing. They've got Easy playing that off angle towards the top of these boxes near log. So, and Sasmi trying to hold Showers down. Should be able to deny Sai this presence, but immediately decides to back off. These are the smokes I was talking about when you do a 4-1 split focus towards U-Haul. An easy entry for Gosrain into this side. They're able to get the plant down, spot out Easy, and get out as well. And now with a ton of utility, they've got both of their flashes and the aftershock here for He-Man. White Swing will attempt this retake.
Oh, Ember not able to support his teammate in towards Lamps anymore. The running Tricky ended up becoming the dead Tricky. And Hoke still able to make so much space in towards Lamps. Easy. He's the only one from White Swing who's found any success in the pistol whatsoever. He-Man trying his very best, but he cannot deny Hoax. As Hoax finds himself the quad kill. And see, I get where you're coming from with those smokes, CA, but also a very important aspect that you need to consider is the fact that this is the pistol round, right? That smoke is viable only in the pistol. Once you play up against things like Phantoms, Spectres, you know, cringy Judge players,
Yeah,
that
that's why
smoke
you've
becomes
got to-
a thing of nightmares.
Yeah, but that's why you've got to do the 3-2 split with two people coming in from showers. You can't 5-man down a shot and not have those smokes. You are gonna get punished from showers every single time, and it's something that we've
Exactly.
seen plague White Swing for like 2 maps now. It's something that even Exili punished them for just the other day. But hey, it's all about this anti-eco round. Easy's picked up a crucial one with the headhunter, and Sazmi now on the short. He tried to make something happen. While he does get shut down, He-Man with a crucial trade should get access to a weapon.
Yeah. And Knight Rider with a wall, having the ability to plant without having to worry about a thing in the world. There's still cover, so the post plant from God's Reign is gonna be based off this crossfire between short outside lamps and Ember inside lamps. Gives us position away slightly here, Ember, as now White Swing kind of know what they're walking into. Knight Rider is very crucial that he stays alive. If he gets picked apart, they can just crunch onto Ember, and Ember still surviving the utility dump and the crunch. Finds himself the triple. As he cleans house towards lamps, God's Reign looking to clean the slate off the table here in map 1. A very dominant showing right off the get-go.
Ember just purely on that spray. Shuts every single one of them down. While he's stunned, no less.
One left standing.
And while there was a decent chunk of damage done by White Swing, at this point, God's Reign just won't care. It's all about getting themselves towards that finish line and getting them this map 1. 11-3 on board now, and while this is the buy round for White Swing, God's Reign have decided to invest as
no,
well.
the
But
Thorn!
Tricky, he's picked up the pace. The long push coming alive as White Swing, they take 2 down, but God's Reign immediately answer. They're pushing through hookah and getting this site. And that's a worthwhile trade. While it is 3v4 on the map, God's Reign get the plant down.
Now getting elbow control is going to be crucial, and that's why Hoax is focusing his efforts. Not sure if they anticipate the positioning of Easy to be out of hookah this early, as he still has the opportunity to get in towards side without giving away audio cues. Easy's playing a brilliant yet deadly game, and he takes down Ember, the only player within the side who's playing for the plant. But Sai still able to hold on to the round with the double of his own. The pendulum swings and the advantage sways. Time is going to be of the essence, and Hoax getting stunned up. Sai's position still off secrecy, and Hoax, no, not able to make the play in the nick of time. He had one satchel, and I assumed he's going to make a satchel play to make it work. But he assumed that the stick is not going to be completed. God's Reign coming tantalizingly close from turning the tables in a position like that. Although brilliant adjustment from White Swing to just up the ante towards B-Long.
Just utilizing the fact that Tricky is a cracked player right here to get himself into a forward position, backed up by Easy. Getting those 2 early frags was absolutely crucial, but hey, I should give them just that moment to breathe. And now with the eco broken for God's Reign, it is down to Sai and Hoax. 1 saved Phantom, 1 hero Vandal. God's Reign now electing to take it slow, but still very much grouped up, still planning to set up the execute. This time, instead of 4-1 split, a 3-2 coming through, but they're walking into a heavy stack of God's Reign.
Okay, Easy still able to find the double considering the position he was in. Alright. Assume that there would be an immediate re-clear, but hey, it's not the best of buys that God's Reign have in the bag, and yet they've found the best circumstance to find a round like this. Sai instantly take the TP. If he holds on to it, it would be very important, but it gives him clear indication that the site's completely free. Grenade, clear indication that the rotation is through defender spawn, and a brilliant outread. Tricky, sent back, back in, and Sai!
Think they could scare me.
Oh, look at his face.
Oh, Sai just instills pure terror into the hearts of his opponents. In your dreams, he says, the fake beautifully done. And beautifully read, right? As soon as he sees this nade, he knows that as soon as he plants that CT push is gonna come in. He's able to hold it down. And it baits out Sasni as well. Find the 4K and the match point with that round. But more importantly, absolutely destroys White Swing's economy while he's at it. A couple of rifles here, a Bucky, a Sheriff, and it's really this tour de force that is going to decide how he can play. And by the end of that Trailblazer, they even spot that tour de force out. So they're just going to quickly avoid it and head on towards the other side.
Yeah, I'm willing to throw money at the fact that Sai, at least at one point in the previous round, was saying "Kisko unko dikata hu," and that's exactly what Hooks shows them. Shows them how the party happens in God's reign. Almost done and dusted. Only one man who can change the course of this round, and it's tricky. Showstopper finds Ember. Sai finds the trade. 3 versus 2 now.
One enemy remaining.
And it's all on a Knight Rider. A phenomenal talent, but easy just a step ahead on the trade. For a second there, it feels like God's Reign just had it done and dusted. But I'm surprised by the wall that Knight Rider had placed, in all honesty. I understand that his teammates were coming out of showers, but they were already deathed, right? If I'm not wrong?
I think there was still one left.
Ah, alright.
But yeah, maybe just preset. I'm not so sure. We'll find out in the replay. But a key round, Tricky able to make it happen. Gets that first opening to set up the showstopper. Take out Ember, and it's slowly starting to turn into a bit of a brawl here. Again, it's the economy is like a hot potato.
Let's make some chaos.
Throwing it between each other. This time, God's Reign don't have the weapons, but again, it's the hero of this half, the man who found the clutch. Sai with a hero Vandal in his hands.
Why couldn't we have this earlier?
Already falling apart.
Why couldn't we have this earlier, see?
What?
White Swing playing this confidently in their ability.
Yeah, White Swing
Like, you
playing
see the
White Swing.
fights that they're taking right now, right? They don't give two hoots.
Launching smoke.
And that kind of mentality is making Tricky one heck
Enemy remaining.
of a lethal race.
Oh. This round, though, a bit of an impossible task. Ember trying to hope that he'll find someone in CT and just catch them up. He's not going to find a single person, and it's honestly quite impossible with the breach on full util. The boombot as well, available on Tricky. It's simply a matter of time, so...
He knows.
Smartest
that ought to be
decision here
taken-
for Ember to save, but no, he still goes for the swing and gets shot down.
White Swing yet again find themselves with a little bit of room. And it's become reminiscent of what we said in the past, right? A good start, you have a couple more rounds to work with, you're able to make plays like this, and you're able to still viably win the game. Even though what we're seeing right now is brilliant stuff from White Swing, there's only so much fuel left in their tank. And with the 6-round lead that God's Reign have, they're soon but sure to find success.
It's just all about that one round. It might just be it now because they've got the Seekers as well as the Resurrect online. God's Reign trying to force it down. But Hawks got out. The 4-1 split denied. Now they're in a bit of a choke point trying to head into this side, but they're still trying to force it down. The Seekers making it happen for Easy. He finds one. Easy with yet another. And despite the nightfall, God's Reign, they're shut down. But the Resurrect still comes through, and all of those trades, they just don't matter. A 3v3 on this site as the fast retake now coming through, but God's Reign happy to just say bye-bye, peace out, we're headed on towards the A side.
Side need to just W his way in towards the side, get a forward angle, either in towards heaven or defend a spawn rotation. And it seems like He-Man, he's not going to be contested just off the bat. They're going to deny the default plant, but that allows God's Reign to spread up a little bit and set up crossfires. Sai pouring out He-Man, lays down the C's as well. The flash to just buy a little bit of space for the breach. But Vibor, oh, what was he doing? What is Vibor doing?
Oh my god.
It's all on a Knight Rider. Oh, White Swing. White Swung? Knight Rider? almost could send He-Man home alongside White Swing in map 1, but He-Man keeps the dreams alive just momentarily.
And honestly, right, in that situation, if Sai had even just died after getting flashed out, he would have
It would have
baited
been
for
fine.
Vibor. Yeah, it would have been
Exactly.
fine. He instead panics and tries to back right up. And I think gets Vibor stuck. Because the way he was moving, I think Vibor was trying to move away and maybe dodge a potential flash coming through. Instead, the panic causing more panic. And in that panic, He-Man shuts both of them down. And White Swing, they're starting to slowly pull it back. But we've seen this tale once before, just earlier today.
Yeah, exactly.
They
Exactly.
need 5 more rounds, so it's easier said than done. But at least in this round, they'll have the better weapons. And they can make it happen. God's Rangers trying
Lot
to
of
force it
utility.
down.
That's
They're
keeping them
dumping
humble
all of the
here.
utility just to take this site, OG. But they won't even be able to get the plan. The Orbital Strike to deny, and He-Man, he shuts down Lamps as well. Now the Seeker's coming out. The fast retake is now even before the plant is done for Vibor. He managed to find a trade, and that's a weapon as well picked up. Ember with the crucial one makes it a double, and suddenly God's Reign, they might pull it back because they've got the Orbital
Backstab.
Strike online. They just need to get the plant.
They
Oh,
spot
they
it.
need-
Oh, the orbital strike as well. Tricky's able to make his way on top of Cord. No, if he made the jump, he could have made the landing stick. But now it's a sticky situation to be in, of course.
They can just
The
go back to
TP.
A.
Exactly. Knight Rider now realizes that the A side's far less of a presence, and if Easy overextends,
Oh, no, not
Ember
like this.
quick on the punish, 26 HP, but who gives two hoots? Easy had an
Not
operator
like
and a
this.
headhunter. Oh no, Tricky. Gets tricked
It's
around.
certainly a tricky situation. Right here.
Trick or treat? Well, he gets neither.
He might just make it a treat though. 1v3 certainly possible for Tricky for Ember. He shuts him down. A beautiful 4K, man. Calm as a freaking cucumber. This man just will not stand down. Finds huge set of kills. Upgrades to that operator and shuts them down. But you can see
Look
with
at
the
Sai's expression.
detailed, yeah, exactly. Sai really laying it down for his team. You could see.
Like,
I
Abe,
think
you
that
set
argument
me
just
up
about
here,
that
I
round,
will
right?
send them up to heaven. I think that was the communication. Again, I think I dived into a little bit of lip reading like you did, but I think I need a little more experience. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, your victors in the first map of this best of 3, God's Reign. This was White Swing's map, right? And I'm surprised that they weren't able to translate this more into a favorable result early on. Again, if you find these kind of Hail Mary rounds later towards the game, it might show a redeemed scoreline, but in all honesty, the entirety of God's Reign felt like just a class above throughout this matchup.
Yeah, and for me, Tricky just feels like another caramel. If you have watched the other matchup today, well, he's trying his hardest, but he's just not able to make it happen.
Especially
I mean,
with
he's
the kind
certainly
of
able to make
BS
it
that we
happen.
did get to see.
Sorry?
Especially with the kind of BS that we did get to see, especially in the first half from God's Reign. Some of the rounds that they got were absolutely mind-boggling.
That's done.
And I'm using that in the most calmest way possible.
30 seconds
And you can
left.
see them in these highlights. God's Reign, they
Gun down. Enemy
certainly ran away with it. That TP, one mind-boggling play for sure, but it looked like White Swing just nervous at the start. Perhaps slightly affected, but slowly but surely they did start to pull it back. The round started going down to the wire, just like this one. And at that 9-0 scoreline where White Swing were able to get one.
Love that round. Oh goodness. This is why, I'll be very honest, I hate Bind. It's like that average raise experience. I always want to try and avoid this map every time possible. And I think the highlights should also... I mean, see, I don't like playing Raze as much. I don't like playing against the Raze either. That hero is just one very, very annoying piece of love that your enemy will have. And my Raze always ends up like this,
enemy
you know?
remaining.
Unlucky with the showstopper, so yeah. At least with the way this best of three is lined up for God's Reign, now it should be very simplistic, right? For them to close this out. They've looked to be in control but the majority of Bind. The second half wasn't that clinical, but hey, I think God's Reign are allowed to have a little bit of an excuse in this sense, because White Swing, this being their map pick in the best of three, them being the underdogs, we mentioned this, right? It has to start from a victory of Bind, but sadly wasn't the case.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, most definitely. Still though, White Swing able to put on a tight fight, but hey, I'm not sure how much it'll matter because this was their map of choice. They lose this out, and I meant it when I said I think the BO3 decided right here, right now, because heading into Breeze,
Enemy remaining.
it's not even about the preparation. It's not about the ability of both of these teams. It's about the confidence. And I think while God's Reign did get a key wake-up call, they will be extremely confident heading into Breeze because Sai likely to pull his jet out, Night Rider likely to head back onto that chamber. They get to play their comfort and they get to challenge White Swing where they feel best.
Yeah,
Down B.
and they get to play comfort for one last time, right? After this tournament, they won't be able to play on this patch, so
Enemy remaining.
all you chamber players out there, get ready to install something else, I guess. It really does feel like that though, right? Like at least with the, you know, revamped nature of okay, and
mean-
this round again, why was Vibor looking at his teammate? It's like, bro, you fine, bro, you fine, you're doing good. Both dice. But yeah, like I was saying, so I feel like the kind of change that they've done to Chamber has been the most drastic change to any agent in Valorant so far. Because even the Jet
you remember
remake,
the
right?
Astra nerf.
I feel like no,
The
it's not
Astra
as
nerf.
crippling though, dude. Astra, the kind of nerf that she got was, hey, she got one less star and they increased the timing on her abilities, right? In my opinion, that's the best thing they could have done. Otherwise, no other controller would have been this viable, and we wouldn't have had, you know, such a
It's the
such a
exact same
flourishing
with Chamber,
controller
no?
market. No, let me finish. We wouldn't have such a flourishing controller market with every controller being uniquely strong on one map. Right now, it feels like Chamber is weak across the board.
Yeah. But hey, I like the Chamber nurse, personally. I still think he's viable, but he's just not as good as before. And it's the same as Astro. Well, people will take time to get used to him. He's finally a Sentinel. He's finally a freaking Sentinel. You can play him as a Sentinel. You use him to reposition and play him aggressively, maybe. But yeah, he's certainly done for in the pro scene. So for now, all the chamber players, they can have their fun. And for teams like God's Reign is where I think it'll really hurt because all the teams whose jet mains have turned into chamber mains, they're fine. They'll just go back to being jet mains again. It's the
Yeah.
teams where you have jet mains and chamber mains, and suddenly you're like, all right, rock paper scissors for who gets jet now.
Yeah, dude, honestly. Like, I think one team that I'm going to be looking at as to how they resolve this is VLT, right? Because you have MW1,
Yeah.
who's a phenomenal jet who has the ability to use the operator as well. But there is, again, Deathmaker, right? The best operator player apart from, I think, SK Rossi that could be in that debate in South Asia. So it's going to be tricky to see how this patch is going to change a lot of friendships because it'll be decided based on who gets to play what on the server. One thing that the patch isn't going to change though is I feel how Bind is predominantly played, because even with the kind of events, I mean, even in the kind of games that we've been getting in this event, right, where we're playing the old patch, even though you do see Chamber on Bind, Chamber usually isn't usually the difference maker, at least in a
But Vine will be
general
gone.
sense. Yes, for sure. But think of it this way: if a chamber is gone, then we might get to see something like a cipher be more
Nope, I mean
prevalent
like
along with a
Bind will be
killjoy.
gone.
Something like makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense.
But yeah, definitely. I think Sage also very much viable, especially after her so-called nerf. I say so-called nerf because again, it's only nerfing all those duelist players out there playing the Sage. It's not nerfing
Yeah.
the actual Sage mains. It's helping them actually to a large extent. But
True,
hey,
true.
all of that discussion for the future patch. In this match, God's Reign 13-7, they pick up the map quite even across the stats, I must say, despite the initial stomping that God's Reign were able to inflict.
And we talked about length, right, with all the players in God's Reign. I feel like we didn't get a chance to talk much about Hoax, and that's been the case for most of our discussion with God's Reign. Considering the performance that he had on this map, if he's able to continue this kind of a performance through the lower bracket and maybe edge out position two in the playoff stage for his team, I think there wouldn't be a stream where he wouldn't be the talk of the town.
Well, that's certainly the hope, especially heading into the next map, because I think he's going to have to switch around roles entirely. It's I likely to pick up the Jet. I'm curious to see if Hoax ends up going to a KO or a Sky, and how he's able to navigate that after his special run of form. He played out a beautiful map in Bind. His the sole reason in many rounds why they were able to pick it up. And honestly, without those key rounds early where Hoax was able to really turn the tables, this could have been a completely different map.
I mean, we look at the lower bracket and we kind of say that about every game, right? Kind of have to give respect to the circumstances from time to time. I think the biggest thing for God's Reign is the fact that very much like our previous game where Reckoning on Ascent, they were able to maintain control and dominance for quite a while. Sure, they might have let it go for a brief period, but hey, in the grander scheme of things, God's Reign, a very, very strong showing so far in this lower bracket run where they had to come out with a point to prove. I still remember, I think it was Amber that I was talking to yesterday, and he was coming along the lines of, you know what, it wasn't really our day. We weren't really feeling as hot as we'd really want to. And hey, we both have the understanding of when off days and how off days affect players. Sometimes even if it's your off day and you have the perfect circumstance lined up ahead of you, a good chance that you might not be able to capitalize comes on your off day. And hey, everyone's allowed to have it. So with the display being this strong to begin with, it should be a swift 2-0 finish that I'm expecting from the side of God's Reign. What do you think, man? How's your decision change so far? Has Whiteswing given you
Ah,
like a little bit of hope?
little bit of hope, just a little bit of hope, right? Not too much, because again, I think heading into Breeze, the aggression for God's Reign is not going to slow down whatsoever. Knight Rider likely to pick up the chamber where he gets to play the menacing operator that he also loves, and all together, I think that God's Reign should be a lot more comfortable. But at the same time, I think the way this map ended will give a lot of hope to the White Swing players, knowing that as long as they don't bleed rounds the way they did in the start of Bind, they can actually pull this one off. So that hope, that belief in themselves might just be the spark they need to pull off Breeze.
Yeah, I mean it's been a long map one considering the scoreline, considering the dominance that we did get to see. It's been a while from since we actually started off on this journey, right? So for the context of those of you who haven't really joined us from since the very beginning, we're gonna quickly revisit what's been the map veto as map one just came into conclusion. We have a very, very crucial game for White Swing on Breeze, which mind you is not the pick of White Swing in this best of three. Hence, they get to choose which sides, and White Swing opts in for the defense duty. Now, on a Breeze,
Yeah.
we're expecting the Jet from God's Reign. We're expecting the Chamber from God's Reign. There certainly should be a Viper. Added to the Viper, Sova has been a staple on a map like this, so I'm expecting a Sova as well. Are you really? Do you think that there's a room for double Sentinel, or do you think we're gonna go double Initiator on God's Reign and
No, definitely.
try to play the
I,
aggression game from minute one?
yeah, I think it's just aggression all the way through. I think we might see mirror lineups actually. So as
Really?
Sky, I'm finding it likely for both of those sides. Because Sky does help a team overall be a lot more set piece oriented as compared to a KO. So I'm expecting Hawks to pick up the Sky, or it may be I would be very surprised, but there is a small chance, I guess, that they say, hey, Hawks, you got MVP, you can play the Jet. Sai picks up the Sova and Vibor heads out to the sky. I'd be very surprised, honestly.
Oh,
But maybe.
wow. All right. I kind of get where you're coming from, but yeah, even I can see that it's kind of a stretch. So let's see. Let's see what the decision of God's Reign is going to be. White Swing, they're okay, at least in the previous match, right? We didn't really get to see the same explosive, easy, and tricky that we witnessed against Exili. And the entirety of God's Reign, the way that they were playing their defense, especially, you could see that they were doing their very best to try and deny a lot of these individual plays, right? So I feel like, at least in terms of the prep work for what kind of a team they're playing up against, God's Reign, they're doing a good thing by playing their game while at the same time not showing so much respect when they approach the middle part of the half, especially when you've won the first 4 rounds. God's Reign, they are more than comfortable just completely changing up their approach, not worrying if it's already been anti-stratted. And we've seen that on multiple occasions, right? Where I think it was round 8, the second time they were playing ultra aggressive, but they didn't even play with utility. They just took the raw gunfights, and it didn't really end up in their favor, but it still ended up winning them the round in the grander scheme of things. At least that round was won, so they didn't really pay the price for it. And that's where true fear actually sets in, which is what White Wing now need to incorporate within God's Reign.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, either ways, I think one thing's for certain between both of these teams, what we can expect is some jam-packed action, especially the way the last map went out, right? It felt like every single player was hunting for clips of their own and popping the heck out. Tricky especially, I think, had a great map, but at the end of the day, I think, very simply put, it's the experience that did win out. Now, again, I think I do have a little hope for White Swing. I hope they have a little hope for themselves as well heading into this next map, because at this point, what they really need is that belief in themselves. They need that self confidence to be able to pull out a win, because there's no other way that they can really push God's Reign down other than just strike terror into their hearts about the demons that these players truly are.
Right? Terror into the hearts. Okay. That's next level fear factor, dude. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I've always said this. Whenever I play Valorant, I'm not really playing an FPS tactical game. I'm playing a horror game. It's just that the horror comes in different fashions. That's all.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. You know, they've released a new duelist. They released a new controller. They've released I think what the last initiator that was introduced was KO, if I'm not mistaken, right? So I can't wait for them to release a new duelist again, man. I feel like something new in the duelist which isn't really focused all around movement would be very appreciated, in my opinion.
So you
Because
basically
last
want a Euro 2.0.
again, not really a movement. I want a better Phoenix, to put it better,
Ah,
to put it blunt, you know?
yeah.
Somebody you can take a fight with, but not necessarily having a signature to be movement. Again, a tough cookie to crack because there's so much that you have to think while making an agent, right? Especially in a game like Valorant with so many permutation and combinations to it. But yeah, I mean, we can sit here and hope. Although, yeah, one more thing that's gonna release is the new map before that, though. So that's gonna be hella fun. I hope that time it removes split, you know. Then you'll also be happy. I'll also be happy that there's no bind. We all will be happy at the end of the day.
I like Bayern, man.
I don't like
I
bind. That's
do
why
think
we
it's a
all will
little
be happy.
stale. Yeah. But
Stale is
I
a
do
way to
miss.
undersell it, dude. Stale is a way to undersell it, alright?
I'm
Like
just
playing
saying there's a
attack on
worse
this
map.
map, playing attack on bind, I don't even know what's the right way to put it. Makes me want to go play a MOBA. How about that?
Hey, that's not bad. That's not
It's not
bad.
really good for Valorant either, but okay.
Yeah, definitely. I think, of course, that's why we're going to see Split make a comeback. Excited to see how that works out. But for now, heading into the agent selection for Breeze, Expecting, I'm expecting that mirror matchup to come on through. He-Man on that Sova. If SK Wow locks in that Sky, we might just see it come through. Oh no, SK Wow, the
Rena.
Reina!
Okay, they essentially have 3 pseudo duelists. I
Wow,
love this
Suresh.
from White Swing. And
Well,
Hoax with the KO. This is brilliant. I love the draft. From either side, in fact. This is gonna be an action-filled game, dude.
wow. The Reina. Very surprising, honestly, but I love it. White Swing living up to their name. Pure aggression, unadulterated. They're gonna take the fight to God's reign. One way or another, they're gonna be able to take them out. But hey, at least we get to see some clip-worthy action and clip-worthy shots.
SK Wow Rana. In your opinion, do you think that this curveball is enough though? There's like one fundamental difference that the one side has double initiated, the other has double duelist. I still feel like at least for the White Swing side, they're kind of playing to their strengths, which is their individual capability of taking fights. If they're just able to layer that on top of playing off each other's aggression and able to support each other, supplement each other's aggression in that sense, it might add on a nice cherry atop the cake. But in general, this entire cake feels like too much for them to chew.
Yeah, and honestly, that's why I'm just worried about Breeze in general because it feels like whatever White Swing
Exactly.
could have chosen for the comp would have been difficult. Because yeah, it is nice to see them lean into their strengths and pick up the Reina, elect for the aggressive fights. But I think one thing that God's Reign proved against Revenant, or rather Revenant proved against God's Reign, is that God's Reign weakness isn't fights; it's their ability to play against utility. And as long as God's Reign is getting fights, they're happy. As long as it's a chaotic brawly setup, they're happy because they get to play on their basic fundamentals, on their basic trades. They're not really challenged into a whole new light, and that's where I think yes, it will be better for the side of a White Swing, but it doesn't really hurt God's Reign at all.
Yeah, and again, they've not been punished here, but they've been punished in the past, however. The punish from Revenant on Pearl was absolutely brutal. So, like you said, the kind of team that White Swing are kind of playing into the energy that God's Reign really need to continue this lower bracket run, right? If they dismantle a team like White Swing today, tomorrow their game against Reckoning, it'll be nothing but them oozing in not only self-confidence, but that confidence coming on the back of results.
Absolutely. Okay, one way or another. I think what is absolutely key is the way they start. God's Reign on the attack here, White Swing on the defense. Both of these teams need that resounding start. It's gonna come down to his fast and aggressive play from God's Reign. And while it's not impossible to play set piece focus with this KO, it's certainly not the same as that Sky. The flash is not as flexible, so you've got to play it smart. Now, I believe the 0 point just about misses out on Sasmi, so he's able to just deny with the utility. But God's Reign happy to wait it out while Knight Rider sets up the lurk towards Halls instead. SK Wow is playing deep back aside. Happy to play the one and done angles to try and just find the dismiss. And while Knight Rider gets shut down, SK Wow, he finds another. Goes in for the double peak though and gets instantly shut down. And God's Reign slowly but surely getting chipped away. Tricky with some uncharacteristic whiffs, not something we're used to seeing, especially on that Sheriff. But the 0 point finally pushes him away, and Bibor with a crucial kill allows for the plant to come through. Hawks now on Bibor's contact, able to find yet another one, and suddenly God's Reign, they've turned this round around. 1v2 for He-Man, and he knows both of them are separated, but extremely difficult to isolate towards this ace side. Hawks playing it safe, but Vibor gets caught out, and suddenly God's Reign in a bit of trouble. 15 HP on Hawks, and he's going for the peak, and he gets shut down. It's He-Man with the 4K. Shocks God's Reign and finds the pistol round. Absolutely humongous. Because again, it's about that momentum. It's about
Never give
the
up.
confidence for every single one of these players. Takes a deep breath. And with that 4K, he'll instill that confidence into his team that it's very much plausible to win this map.
It did get close to the wire, however, CA. So, yeah, they need to double up on this confidence, essentially. And look at that. SK, wow, straight up Vandal. We have two bull.
Yeah, man.
We have
If you're
one
playing
bulldog.
Reyna, you don't go for the Vandal in the anti-eco. I'm sorry, but you're trolling. Come on.
Exactly. Okay, he goes for the Phantom.
Okay, Phantom.
I mean, rifle
Same
is
thing.
rifle. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they want to take the fight head on towards mid. I love this from SK, wow. Oh, never mind.
Enemy killed.
Oh, at least the Phantom is back closer to White Swing. Sai had picked it up, got a little too aggressive, so Phantom back in their hands, and they should be able to recover. Still a man advantage here for the side of God's Reign, and with B side completely empty, they should be able to get the plant. Emberdo doesn't have any snake bite, so they can't play on the post plant. They have to play aggressive.
And they have to play the crossfire as well. They have to play off each other. The only one who is in a position where they can make an impact is Hoax. Thank you, Hoax. We've seen enough today. I'm not gonna assume anything. I'm not gonna assume a kill is a kill even if the guy's 1 HP. Easy. Oh, the Marshal at range. Considering they didn't have armor, all they needed to do was land a shot on the body. He would have landed a chance for him and his team to win that round. A White Swing. Being white swung at mid. Not the best starts to their endeavors here on Breeze. As they just get breezed to the sideline. Oh, Night Red knows. Yeah, spots the barrel. A heartbreaking round. God's Rain clawed right back.
Hey, once again, that Thrifty, absolutely humongous, is gonna take away any of that momentum, and he's gonna put it right into the laps of God's Reign. And for a second, when you thought that White Swing might have got off the right foot, that they might have got off the bat looking strong, they just get immediately turned around and spread. 1-1 on board now, and it is going to be the eco for White Swing. They're looking to get aggressive themselves. Easy!
Lol.
Gonna get caught out by Vivor, and Hoke shuts yet another one down. Mid to be a simple enough one for Gosrain here, but SK Wow chimes in with one. If they leave him now, he will be able to recover a weapon. So Sai looking to just take this duel, take him out, and he does exactly that. And it's a huge one, because now no weapons recovered. Gosrain again.
Enemy remaining.
Okay. Gives Tricky a chance. Farms now the one frag and Knight Rider. It's right around the corner. There we go. That's the end of the shenanigans that Tricky can come up with. Those are only 3 members. They're all able to get themselves rifles. Not bad, God's Reign. Decently done. Lead secured. And now White Swing. Does this give them a shred of doubt? That's the question.
I don't think so. I think you can see the confidence with which Sai is playing, right? He just he wants to get this over with the ASAP. He's decided to take matters into his own hands, and yeah, while it might hurt him in future rounds, right now he's just feeling himself and he's pushing in aggressively, and just as I say that, he's already dashed it to mid looking for them fights. Easy mid control, picked up for God's Reign, but ooh. I tried to barely misses out.
Mind you, this is going to be the 3-man stack towards B though, CA. And I'm not sure if Easy was able to spot Hoax's head as he made his way towards Nest. SQF certainly has an inkling that this is a very viable opening that is to be exploited up against him. Oh, knife out! No!
What?
Hoax! He wanted to deny the drone. He wanted to punish. He assumed that it was a solitary He-Man. A heartbreak.
One less.
No more cover for God's Reign.
3v4 on the map, and it's all about Hall's presence. Sai smokes out the trap, but immediately gets shut down by SK Wow, and honestly slightly disrespectful here from God's Reign in terms of White Swing's game sense. They
30
are
seconds
gonna
left.
expect it, right? With
Enemy remaining.
mid presence taken,
Spike down.
with
Defender
B
spawn.
smoked out, and with no presence for them towards mid in the early parts of the round. First Hawks, then Sai, one by one, they're getting taken apart, and it's a crucial round for White Swing because it is their buy round. They're able to
Operator.
equalize the scoreline and pick up a free operator. Easy says thank you very much.
Is that gonna be the one piece that Gosrin could have saved for a future round? Giving it away to White Swing this early into their defense.
Oh, it's mid to you.
I still fear the worst for them, man. That operator, we've seen things grotesque in this tournament already, and I doubt
Yeah.
our appetite has been quenched. A force play is something that's really good to put up against an operator, right? Harder to punish when you're playing the retake. It's harder to wield that operator, but it's about getting into the side first. Sasmi, look at the wrong place at the wrong time. Sai quickly develops an inkling as to where he might be playing alongside the poison. Although SK Wow with the Empress is not able to find that first frag. If he would have gotten Sai, he would have gotten possibilities opened up. Rather, he gets his Chronium opened up. No, Tricky at least finds the trade, but it's not a dead hoax. And at least for White Swing, they don't have any possibility to use utility unless they finish off that guy. Okay.
Oh! Tricky pulls out an impossible one, and Easy, not just does he find one with the op, but pulls out, pops out another head with a headhunter, and suddenly it's possible for White Swing. It's a 1v2 though, and Tricky in an impossible position. Has a cloud burst to set up his defuse, but
Sheesh.
no, not enough time left for him. Can't really defuse, and Knight Rider playing with his spray finally pops him out. A nice try there from Tricky, most definitely, but it's God's Reign who pick up the round, hold on to that operator once again. It's just trading hands at this point.
Almost coming close with that clutch as well. Brilliant shot on Ember and the way he isolated it from Knight Rider. If Sasmi might have been able to hold side towards door, this could have been a completely different round, CA.
Yeah, I think God's Reign have made the decision that they're only going to play fast. 5-man A this time around, and they're walking into the hands of SK. Wow, he's the sole member on his team who's got this Vandal, so can definitely look to make it happen. He's suppressed though, and while he does manage to shot one down, the heal and dismiss still not available. Still vulnerable this Reina, but SK, wow, he's going in for yet another. The flash, he gets flashed up, and Hooks doesn't check it, cat, and SK, wow, he's able to pounce. Finds the over heal, and suddenly a thrifty on the cards because Knight Rider's taken apart.
Yeah, this is playing into the strengths of White Swing, man. You play this fast, you give away so many aim duels. There are 3 pseudo duelists on the other team. Not that viable of a strategy, man. The rounds where they did contest mid, the rounds where they did slow it down towards the mid round, are the round which have been favorable to God's Reign.
Yeah, but even when they're going for the fast hits, right, I'm just very confused why Sai smoke dashes for outside the wall. You can smoke dash for side, clear out pyramid, help your team get the plant down, and that way Ember can play the post plumper. This is almost like they're hunting for duels, and that is what favors White Swing to a large extent.
He knows exactly where Sai's playing from. So Sai with the blades. Ooh, nailed to the wall by Easy's operator. The 3 members here on this A side getting ready for the defense duty. Sai was the only hope for God's Reign in a round like this. And Knight Rider with the Tour de Force is the only thing that stands between White Swing and a loss. He-Man, he's able to find Ember. No more cover, no more plant, no more security, and Tricky! What was that micro flick? One bullet. Almost lands it. Almost lands the clip. Tricky, an immaculate double there. But yet again, the individual plays being denied, right? That's what we discussed in the pregame. That's what they did so well in map 1. They're not able to do it in the attack here on Breeze.
Enemy remaining.
Criminal, dude. That was...
Ooh, Vibor. It's some nice shots of his own though. But yeah, like you said, it's you've got to deny White Swing those individual duels. You've got to make sure that you're playing against their strengths, especially when they're running the double duelist comp, because this point would stand even without the Reyna, right? But when you've got the Jet Reyna, surely it's just a matter of pushing them down. They don't have as much stopping power. They're forced to fight you. And finally we see a set execute, the Halls to A split coming through. And they have got the side control, but White Swing happy to be taken. Hawks might just get
Oh
caught.
no! Oh, what? Some of these gun duels just make no sense, CA. Close angle L by Sai, and he's being pushed. He's being pressured, and he's been tarnished. Oh, the board finds one with a Hunter's Fury. No, what?
Oh!
no!
He defeated
Not like this!
He defeated it.
Blocking sight.
It is still 2v2 in this round. I think it should be pulled off for God's Rain, but SK wow able to pull off a huge one. 1v1 now, and Vibor left all his loads. Stop playing the mind games. Here's the defuse, but does not go for the peek, and SK wow has no idea where he is. Vibor just playing it slow, waiting it out, and the mind games truly come alive. The Hunter hunting him down. He playing with his prey. Eventually, finally finds the clutch. And Vibor he
I'm so
needed to do
happy.
that. I think Knight Rider might have just erupted if you didn't clutch that round. It's not his fault, to be honest though. Knight Rider TP'd straight into the Hunter's Fury.
Dude, I wish Knight Rider would have enabled his camera for this game. I wanted to see the reaction.
Oh
Eesh. 4-4. I thought God's Reign was supposed to have the firm advantage on Breeze, man. It feels so close. And an empty B side this time around. For them to just waltz their way into.
Oh, but the aggressive moves down mid has got them an early flank. Tricky and easy now. All the way near cannon. Should be able to surprise that. And Vibor played with his own
have a clue.
teams. Viper's wall. The timing working out beautifully now for Easy, because through window he's able to set up his operator. Tricky now coming to join him too. But they're not expecting Vibor right here as well. Slowly but surely, Vibor hears them drop down with a slight whiff, and suddenly Tricky passes. 3v5 on the map, and Hawks trying to make his move so they can get out of sight for White Swing. They shot them down, and Vibor would have spotted them out if it wasn't for his own team's wall. You just gotta...
Team Ace.
I mean, I can't blame them. It's standard wall, I guess, but you can move it slightly ahead. You're just unlucky right there. But beautifully done by White Swing to take the lead.
Worst part is, if Vibor would have landed that first frag on the Jet, there was a realistic chance he could have gotten the chamber as well. But again, his comrades at the side did not really have the best of weaponry, right? What? Hawks had a Spectre? If I'm not mistaken, where you're speaking all the way towards McDonald's, so... not so happy meal is what he got at the end. He challenged by the fast peeking side, but the Marshal does not win out against the operator. Man advantage instantly on the board of White Swing. Oh, the shoulder spotted, Hawks knows, but he's still not able to do jack!
Oh, and Ember with his wall setting up. He's been spotted out, and just like that, should be a flawless round. Until I curse at least Knight Rider, he is able to get one, but that's all it is. White Swing now with a 6-4 lead in this half. We talked about how important it is for them to get off to a resounding start, and they've done exactly that. There's going to be the buy throw coming through for God's Reign, an opportunity to equalize that scoreline in the next round. Easier said than done now. They do have the null command available, OG, so I think they might just go back to the Halls to A split, because it did work for them last time around nicely.
But every time there is a null command, it's more effective towards that B site, however. So there are options available. Sai realizing that there could be an operator, but he didn't really hard clear the angle. Easy, not able to TP back, down to 79 HP, and he still has the possibility to get back to security. Easy. Oh, Hoax, he doesn't realize. No, the flash.
Player standing. Flawless.
What? What?
This is like both teams are just
Last round in the half.
absolutely, I think, disrespect each other is this point. Because I can understand Sai and Hoax in that position. They 0 point the chamber, they fragment double doors, and they're expecting, okay,
Here.
he's gonna just back off, go back into site. Easy's just like, nah, bro. Stands with his chest wide open in the middle of mid. He's like, I'm ready to take this fight. Are you though? And his team, they come crunching the rest of them down. And at this point, Godsraid have got to expect it. The ballsy plays that White Swing are making, it's basically their signature.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, the non-command so effective towards the B side, right? Look at the plant. Instant 2-man advantage on the bat of that. Spam through the wall, doesn't connect, however. And Sai continues to live on. So does the rest of God's Reign. Oh, easy! The collateral! Unbelievable. He's found a way back in this round. Has the today force if he wants to try and play this one a little more quick. But with the same sniper. Been a phenomenal talent so far. And on the cusp of an ace. If he's able to take the play all the way back towards Halls. But Vibora to close the shot. 7-5.
Scanning ahead.
Switching sides.
A lot more than what we signed up for in the second map. Not gonna lie, CA.
That's a
And
good
at this point, I think this is basically just a clip match, right? Every single player popping off in their individual moments, making decisions that I would be very surprised if they would in normal circumstances. It's almost like two bulls going at each other, ramming themselves time and time again, smack bang on their heads and refusing to give up. And that's what I have to applaud. Sheer perseverance.
Need to see that same perseverance from White Swing if they want to keep themselves in the Penta Pro Series. Sai getting a lot of information for his team, and the doink. A lot of damage being done. Vibor missing his mark and his shots. Easy's down to 1 HP. Knight Rider not yet discovered in towards the back of side, and he has Hoax to play out of. They play off each other brilliantly. The long range support works in tandem for God's Reign, and they still hold on to the site.
Spike down B.
White Swing, their attack falls flat in the face of the split defense, as God's Reign are able to play off each other well with rotation and composure. And run away from the equalizer here in the second half.
A crucial pistol though as God's Reign. Now with that opportunity to equalize that scoreline, like you mentioned, but with the number of okay, never mind. The force buy coming through for White Swing. And a very interesting decision because Sai is actually saving up for an operator and they're gonna run right into him. He picks up 2 easy ones and will upgrade himself to a Spectre. His dash still effective. He's got the spike on his hand. Sai looking to triple down, but while he gets hunted, his teammates able to deliver vengeance. Hoax and Vibor find 1 each, and White Swing, they might have just made a disastrous decision. That force will ensure God's Reign not just win this round, but get the lead in the next few rounds. They have to eco now.
Yeah, and that essentially means giving Sai a little more room to farm up before he comes up on his operator. Look at this, dude. The fragment, the bait that Hoax bought there. Brilliance. White Swing broke for worse. It's only Easy who has 5 bullets in the Headhunter. Light shields. Alongside Tricky on that Marshall. Both weapons very equally viable.
Effective.
But not viable up against Hoax.
Spike down mid.
Finally.
Oh, Hawk still looking for the deals though. And these players just don't give up, man. This is a pure brawl. We might effectively call it, hey, at the start of the round, all 10 players come to mid and one by one duel each other. Because they just fights all the way through. They just won't give up. It's solo pushes, looking to challenge their opponents and refusing to back down. Just no damn game.
Operator at hand. Aggression. What he's keenly looking for. Here's the drone. Does he have presence to break it? Yes, he does. Has hooks right behind him. Beautiful shot. Opens the round up and makes his way towards the back lines, where he has his buddy Ember towards the back of the side to try his best to cover. Well, he does his best, and Tricky sadly gets outdone. It's a two-man disadvantage. And it's in a round where White Swing have the bye, CA. Crippling start.
But here, like you said, this is the bye round, and White Swing, while they are at a disadvantage, they are going to look to play the mind games and regress towards the C side. But actually, no. A little second guessing, a little hesitation, and they are spotted out now. The 0 points suppressing them. White Swing confused, not able to make up their minds, and all this time has allowed side dreams to come through on the flank. He's cutting off their rotations, and White Swing, they're stuck in the middle of nowhere. Heading to the site, you find poison, head back, and you find fire. White Swing with nowhere to go and nowhere to hide. They're gonna try to force their way into this site. But the poisons, the shock darts, all raining down. So much util to fight, but White Swing still managed to pull one out.
Yeah, Knight Rider, is he set up with this rendezvous? I think he should be. There we go. A little bit of damage and Asai on the back lines. He gets himself the first. Tailwind enabled, misses the flick, but he has the exact idea as to what the setup ahead of him looks like. He has the ability to play a little aggressive, but he walks into them.
What?
He assumed that they're both going to try playing conservative, so he could make good use of his time. Sadly, not the case, Sai. And mind you, all that was in the back of a 5 versus 3.
Exactly! It was a 5 versus 3 round that White Swing had no right to pull off, but SK WoW absolutely pops off, and this time, God's Reign, they get the lead. Like, look at this. This is where the round started, where Sai picked up the first kill. It had so much time where Sai was again able to come through on the flank, and somehow, yet God's Reign, they fumbled the ball. They dropped the round in a crucial one, no less, but we're finally seeing that double operator setup coming online. White Swing uncharacteristically spread apart, giving 1v1 duels.
He hesitated there.
He just...
That's sad. Sad. Nothing that they can do to even recoup their losses, as the death happened in such a funny position. It doesn't really put any stress on the God's Reign defense. Oh, that could have been a collateral. Sai, dash enabled, goes in for the second. Still not able to tag through the wall. Does he time a shot? Brilliantly, he does so. Sasmi finding a little bit of room to maneuver towards the pillars. Place ring around the Rosie. Now, he needs to anticipate Vibor, who's making a brilliant maneuver all the way around backside. This cannot be expected whatsoever. And it's all on Tricky. With the amount of showers we praise this man, having to 1v3 against Knight Rider, Vibor, and Hoax. Undoable ass. Oh, yeah, given away. Saj. Yet again.
God's Reign able to still maintain the lead, but like you said before, boy oh boy, this match on Breeze, we expected a vacation, right? We expected to literally be a breeze for God's Reign, for them to slowly slide up. But White's Reign, they've come out with thunder, and they're definitely trying to deny. But at this point, the double operator setup continues, and it seems like finally the dust has settled. Finally, The brawl no longer continues, and finally things are slowing down. The slower it is, the worse potentially for White Swing, because they seem to thrive in that chaos, thrive in that brawl. Again, it is their ego, but Tricky has his hands in the blade. Keep your eyes on them. He might just make a difference. Easy. He's spotted out one and no.
Oh, the dash fails! Ember on 8 HP, and he's able to only hold on to one. Unbelievable. How do White Swing do this? What does Knight try to do? Does he save the operator? Come on. Alright, see. It's gonna be a long day, man. It's gonna be a long day.
I don't think so.
I try to make it somewhat of an easier day. As White Swing aren't allowed much of an economy on the back of the win, but it's again a thrifty victory where they should be able to carry forward 3 weapons. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I'd really love to see overtime maybe in this map. Truly test the experience of God's Reign to a large extent. Because again, a thrifty pulled out. It brings us back to that point, right? You give White Swing these deals, you give them the opportunities to attack, and they are gonna punish.
Yeah.
That's why
I'm
Breeze was
surprised.
so...
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised. What was Vibor doing there? How was the communication not there between the two players? Because Sai was focusing on the fight towards mid, while Vibor, if I'm not wrong, mistaken, was droning. Yeah.
Yep.
They should have known. Again, the swing was so wide. I'm very surprised. Oh, okay. Okay, nice switch up, nice switch up. I think they hear the drone they use. Okay, the KO is not around the east side. So it's essentially gonna be Ember trying to break the drone and Sai. Oh, okay. Never mind. Expectations.
But the
Always.
Viper Spade now set up. Ember trying his best to hold it down. He has to back off though, and they've taken control of his world. Ember denied his own presence, but he goes back and he denies. He says, "This is my world. Get out." Ladies and gentlemen, and just like that, God's Reign, they've once again put themselves in position to take lead of this map. Man, it's easier said than done, because at this point anything can happen. We've seen rounds from these 5v3 positions turn completely around. So my eyes on SK WoW to make something happen, but he's been spotted out.
Yeah, he's the only one in a position to even take a deal. And he kind of needs to force it at this point. The only other realistic opportunity he has is to open the door, but he doesn't know what lies on the other side. He can't play knock knock as well. Because knock knock, who's there? And it is Sai on the other side. Ooh, okay. Sai essentially plays trick or treat with SK. And SK is like, bro, it's a trick.
30 seconds left.
Still go again.
Sai comes in with a treat.
Second time around, Sai is able to find that shot, and bye-bye goes SK WoW. Most likely this should be this round in the bag for God's Reign. Bye-bye. But at this point, it's all about the weapons that they can save. You can see God's Reign trying to hunt them down, refusing to leave any possibilities of a comeback. Ember, he's found Sasmi, and now He-Man with nowhere to go with the Viper Spit coming down.
Shot.
Lands a crispy one, but should be traded out. With that, no weapons saved. 10-9 now, the lead for God's Reign, but I refuse to make any predictions of what might happen.
You never know, right? If White Swing can pull off a thrifty in that fashion, who knows? Technical pause. Interesting.
Did the
I just hope
PCs
that,
break
you
because
know-
these players overheated?
Yeah, I was just gonna say God's Reign are in Bangalore. I know how problematic internet and electricity
Oh no.
has been, especially given the wake of the recent cyclone that's been happening towards the south of India.
No, it
I
seems
think
like
both me and you, CA, have been having the same issue as well. So it's kind of
Yeah.
understandable, right, from where it comes, at least from our perspective. So for all of you at home, again, God's Reign, their boot camp in Bengaluru, not really the most ideal place in terms of electricity, but hey, the internet here is one of the best that you can find in India. So at least we have
I
something.
think it's actually a White Swing issue though, because I see all of the God's Prince players moving around, and it is He-Man who's standing still. So likely a
He's back.
He-Man.
He's back. He's back.
Okay, let's go.
It's
SK, wow,
easy. You
it's your
standing
turn
still.
now.
Easy.
I think Easy is probably just taking a break because him and Tricky are at the same boot camp, but Tricky's moving around, so
Oh, okay. I think it's one of those, hey guys, can you just take a quick pause and use the restroom real quick?
the
Could
Hell
realistically
Ranger
be that.
was.
No, I think the Hellranger technique would be if you've already lost the pistol when you have the
No, not the
save
technique.
run.
It's something that I've seen in one tournament where Hellranger and
Really?
Kappa consume lots of water in between matches, So they
Understandable.
would go take washroom breaks and it would constitute as their tactical pause.
Really?
It's an old thing. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It only happened in like BO5s and finals when, of course, they're humans. They're playing long matches. It's just a funny thing. It's not a bad thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can't really blame them when we do the exact same from time to time, right? Long days, need to have one quick one, so it's at least a quick opportunity for White Swing to mentally reset themselves to some extent.
Oh,
Again,
Easy's
in a
back.
pause. Oh, is he? Oh, yes, there we go. Man has returned.
Easy.
There are also other funny circumstances around this where the team who really didn't call the pause, they're like, oh, these guys are doing it. Oh, so will I. And then the other team is the one that unpauses a little late. So yeah, I think that's what's on the board now.
Either
Super
way,
funny,
this
now
pause
because we
is-
analyze so much in the game as well. We have to analyze the stuff as well.
Yeah, I mean, but it is going to affect the game, right? This pause because the momentum going to be slowed down, and you have to wonder who it will affect. Because while God's Reign have picked up the lead, it is usually White Swing who are thriving off of the chaos. So I think things slowing down, emotions settling to a large extent for the experienced players of God's Reign, likely to help them out. But I say that with that much hesitation in my voice simply because this map has been nothing but likely and nothing but probable. It's been a pure brawl, a deathmatch, really, to a large extent.
Now
A
we
fun
have the
one.
double operator setup, dude. Especially if White Swing are gonna try and modulate their pace now. If they don't keep things quick, I fear the worst for them. Because they're gonna get picked off by the operator if they try playing slow. They'll rotate around. They'll think quite a bit as to whether they want to try and fake or try and commit. Regardless what decision they do end up taking, there's gonna be an operator waiting on the other side as well. So it's round like these where having a clear approach from the get-go and committing to that approach might be a better idea, even though things might not really look as pleasant as you're in the process. Might lead to the best outcome possible. However, sometimes the hardest strategy is what gives you the highest of rewards. And hey, what's the reward in this circumstance? Look at the money on the side of God's Reign. 18 grand. I mean, 1.8 grand. On this high. 1.9 on Hoax. It's only Knight Rider realistically who has abundance of cash alongside Ember. Babur, 550. So it is still possible for God's Reign's economy to be broken down at a stage where White Swing hypothetically even could walk out of this with an 11-10 lead. That would be crippling.
What is crippling though is this technical pause. I wonder who's now suddenly had an issue and isn't able to come back. It seems like it is Sai. Yeah.
This game got paused at the most cliffhanger of rounds. Because again, like I just mentioned, this round is do or die for both teams. God's Reign, if they don't do in this round, they have to fully reinvest in the equalizing stage 10-10. And if by a miracle White Swing are able to win that round, suddenly they have the economy, they have the momentum, they have the lead, and they have the opportunity to push this to a map 3. Meanwhile, if the double operator setup works out, it's going to be 11-9. Broken hearts. I'm not really sure if it's going to be broken banks. But it's not going to be a pleasant situation to deal with, of course. Okay, we're back, baby.
Oh.
It all lies on this. Both teams vying to continue their lower bracket run. But sadly, there has to be one that departs us today and one that continues. And it's all gonna come down. The following few minutes, Sai spots a recon, spots a player, spots the kill.
It's just like you called it, OG. They're getting picked off one by one. Before gets
Fights
another
him
and
from backside. Disastrous.
at this point it feels like White Swing might just fall apart.
Yeah, it's only Ezzy who kind of invested quite a bit into a round like this. Interested to know if he has the today force and the round following. All on one man, and it's He-Man. Beautiful first kill. Although now with this position given away and the aggression being so brutal, Sai finishes him off with the blades. And I think we can clip Sai's face there, right? The laugh. Almost like that meme face.
But hey, talking about memes right now, it'd be funny if White Swing still managed to pull it back given the way this map has gone. 11-9 on board and they're grouping up. They have the buyers in this round. The Torde force active for easy. And they're gonna try to hit B just this round, but the null command available for Hawks. As soon as he throws this 0 point, he's likely to spot all 5 of them out. But
Almost.
Sai, he misses that shot. Penta Fury now coming out. Vibor trying to slow them down, but he's not able to hunt a single one of them
Finally.
down. A lot of HP taken down though, and Sai finally gets one, but whips the second one out. But the flank is now coming through. Knight Rider shut down He-Man. And White Swing, they're being cornered from every single angle. The Hunters now in God's reign, playing with their prey as Hawks is brought back to life. Easy, the last man left alive.
5 bullets in the Tode force, needs to make all of them count. Brilliant shot on the side, but he's being stared down at this moment. It's a face-off. Beautiful shot. Still a possibility of the bore on the deny, however. Sheesh, man. I'm trying to be an optimist here, but White Swing, it's not looking pretty. And we go back to that golden 9-12 scoreline, where we see a lot of underdogs place themselves, essentially showing that they have it in them, but they don't really, you know, have the ability to close it out.
Yeah. But if you do want to be an optimist, though, 3 key ultimates used by God's Reign in that round, and the Hunter's Fury available on the other side now with the Viper Spit as well. Certainly has the option here, White Swing, to force this round through. The Hunter's Fury just to push Ember off, but they're not able to catch him whatsoever. They do tag out Vibor though, but Ember is the crucial one. He's able to hold the side down. Tricky taken out, but Sasmi finds the trade. Immediately, God's Reign come back. The backup on side. They want to hold this side down. They don't want to play on the retake. And they're successful in doing exactly that. But Sai, with too many angles to check, finally gets taken out. And now Knight Rider in an impossible spot. 1v2 on the map. But look at the spike. They have to come into his crosshairs to get that spike back.
They don't know. They don't know where he is. He has.
And they don't have any lures. And that's the last
golden
recon.
opportunity.
Oh my. Oh, he doesn't know where the spike is either.
Still making a brilliant maneuver. Nothing to detect his presence here. And he's managed to keep it incognito so far. Plays from White Swing. Making a very ambitious but cutthroat rotation.
Oh my
I
god.
think they expect Knight Rider to be in a position like this. And Knight Rider, the years of experience that he has under his belt, will not read such a maneuver. I think
They heard him. They heard him.
a little bit of noise. And they're playing around with him.
Oh my lord.
10
You can
seconds
cut
left.
the tension in this round with a butter knife, but Knight Rider. Oh, he spots
What
that
are they had?
one peek out. Knows that one player is playing deep in sight and should expect the other towards B main. SK wow though, he's just gonna back off, refuses to give the 1v1, invites Knight Rider into his crosshairs. And he'll catch him out. 12-10, and still the hopes very much alive. White Swing keeping the underdog fans entertained and ensuring that they have a chance. Viper split now for this round. Once again, they're gonna apply that trade towards that B side.
And the double operator setup. God's Rain. Want to go back on their strength that's carried them forward so far in this tournament, with the surprising fact being both the operators on the same site. While it's the B rush, the double operator is a big handicap on the retake, and courtesy of that Molotov, now Tricky knows where he's playing from. Ember's still alive, finally
What?
denied though. And at this point, do they save? God's Rain can't really afford to throw away the investment that they made. Oh, okay. I thought Night might take that shot to the smoke.
Oh, I think it's down to Sai though. He dodges out that drone and he's still on that flank. Hoaxy finds one and it's all down to Sai to come through on that flank. He needs to lead the charge for his teammates.
They're doing
the
it!
Night Riders found another one. 3v2 now, but Sai's position spotted out. He's gonna get shut down and suddenly a 3v2 turns into a 1v2 on the other side. He-Man takes a chunk of damage while being spotted out, but he does not get taken down, but not for long. Hawks now 4 bullets in his chamber.
Nice knowing you.
It's all down to SK. Wow, the dreams and hopes of White swings down to this round, and he plays with his prey. Shuts Hawks down, and White swings, they live to fight yet another round.
12-11. God's Rain
Need a drop.
put to an abrupt stop. Knight Rider has the ability to play off the Todefo. Sai eager to reinvest into that operator. With slight compromise, however, it's only Vibor who's managed to... It's only Vibor and Hoax, in fact, who have to make that compromise of light shields. The aggressive play from Knight Rider.
Almost full utility. Hawks is the only one who has to sacrifice one flash, but it's all down to Knight Rider. He definitely wants to play it through the Leer. He spots one out. That's going to slow them down as well as take their entry fragger away. But still, White Swing persevere. They push on to this side. Sai now coming through on a fast flank. White Swing, they're going to have to make their way. But the second duelist now taken down. White Swing in a bunch of trouble. Easy though, manages to find a trade, and Sasmi will double in for yet another. Now on the side, but White Swing, they just won't back down, and Vibor finally punishes them out, but on a jump peak, He-Man finds yet another. 2v2 now.
Player standing.
What's
And with that
happening
a 2v1, we might just go to overtime now. Sai in a 1v2 with an operator, they're happy to avoid. Head on straight over to the side.
And they're making the dart for it as well. Sasmi could afford to intercept from Halls, but he's gonna play the more conservative post plant all the way to his defender spawn.
Spike planted.
Sai, does he allow He-Man to reposition? He seems to have just missed his mark. And they can just play off each other now. They have the recon. Have everything they need to push this to overtime. If Sai is able to snatch dreams away from their hands. Quite the statement. Oh, he spots him. Oh, Sasmi! We go the distance. We go to overtime. God's Rain
Sides.
are not
Overtime.
done just yet. And now this time it's White Swing on the double op setup.
Oh, how the tables turn. Their glass cannon operator is here. Oh gee, this is overtime. You don't have enough money. And the operator also implies that no headhunters. It's just that one shot that you've got to land. Knight Rider, similarly, in that same position. It's down to him and Sai to make that difference. The top fraggers for their respective teams. And on the other side, Easy trying to hold it down. Once again, God's Rain set their sights towards this A side. I think also A split on the cards, but at least in the early round, looking to take it slow. They looking to bait that aggression out, but disciplined so far from White Swing. Holding their angles, waiting for their prey.
Yeah, I think we're still in freeze time, my friend.
Oh, lol. Man, I'm too hyped. I have too much adrenaline. Just too much, honestly. It's a timer.
Understandable.
Okay, great.
Understandable.
I thought it started off. Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
anyways.
it did go down to 0, and then the pause was taken and returned back to 2. So
Yeah,
yeah, welcome. Welcome to Valorant.
the debate. The teams
debate.
debating each other. Now they've started debating as casters. But hey, We can actually take this time to talk about how phenomenal of a comeback White Swing are able to pull off from 12-9 down. We haven't yet seen a comeback in this tournament. We've been on the cusp of many a one, but never actually seen one come into fruition. So props to be given to this young team. They weathered the storm. They're able to pull all the way to the overtime. But can they make that final step count? Can they push us to Icebox?
Dude, this is so. This is such a baity way to build suspense, and the best part is it's not the casters even doing it. Can you believe it?
How did they take a timeout in the last 2 seconds? Oh, I guess the minimap just gave up.
And the round just started. Let's go. Well, it's a quick play towards A like you were imagining. And Knight Rider still gets the first frag. Ooh, the flash is brilliant! And he still ends up going down!
What?
E-Man gets a double on his way out there.
Planted.
And the rotation committed. Ember's such low HP, and they still have shock darts. They still have the poison touch. Tricky taken out though, and that's a flank foiled! Vibor! Crucial double that he's managed to find. As Ember is low on HP, a lot of the heavy lifting now is going to be on Vibor. Ember though finds timing, and he almost killed his teammate there, Vibor. Come on, man. He got you the round.
Switching sides.
Okay,
Match point.
once again, that's the round and match point for God's Reign. And they'll be truly kneeling at the altars, praying to their gods. They won't want to go the distance and have to deal with yet another overtime. But similarly for White Swing, to take these gods down, they're gonna have to pull off the unimaginable. Take us to yet another overtime and ensure that this match stays thick with tension. But hey, there's gonna be God's Reign now on the defense. It's where we saw White Swing thrive to a large extent.
Exactly.
In the second half.
Which is surprising, because most of the comebacks I expect to be on the defense. A lot of teams just don't look comfortable on the offense in the Penta Pro Series here, not gonna lie.
It is Breeze though. And a double duelist on Breeze.
Just looking at the webcams that we have for God's Reign, do you have any clue how old Ember is?
No, not exactly.
Surprisingly, he looks so old. Meanwhile, Vibor and Sai, the ones who are supposed to have more experience, look like they're younger for some reason. I don't even know why.
He has that nice thick beard, that's why I think.
Are you a beard guy? I'm not a beard guy as much.
Not
Oh,
on
me
me,
neither?
but on certain people it looks amazing. You know? Like Ember, it looks amazing on Ember.
You know, right? Macho outside the game, macho inside the game.
I'm sure he's stroking his beard now, wondering how he can close out this map. And the series, by the way. It's match and series point for God's Reign.
If they're not able to close this match out, I'm pretty sure he's going to be stroking his monitor.
I don't think he's
At least
going to
I would be as
stroking
frustrated.
his monitor. Yeah, I think he's going to be smashing his monitor.
Stroking punches. Yeah, I didn't finish. I said thanks for correcting me. That could have gotten way worse than it actually was.
Yeah.
White Swing, I think they are going to be
the
happy that
weapons
they
are
have
coming
this
on?
pause. Because at least for them, they're able to reset, right? They're the ones in the back foot here. Just like how God's Reign were able to reset. With that timeout, just able to win that one crucial round that they could have done in regulation.
I wish we had the minimap though, so we could figure out who isn't coming through. I guess it's He-Man. Or is it Sasmi? Because he's not moving. Oh, He-Man is moving. So it's Sasmi.
Always that one, right? You know, I had this very so there was this one tournament that we were playing, and this is I think the first ever community tournament in South Asia. I'm not really sure what it's called, but I remember what our team did. So we were essentially called Retake Gods, and you know the entirety was based on the old Sage wall. So we essentially used to allow them to plant the spike. We used to come in with not only the sky smoke, but back then we had the recon. We had a Sage wall come up immediately, and I'd be body blocking
minimap spec.
anybody who. be sticking the defuse. So we had that fun experience. When we moved on to, I think, the semi-finals, we were gonna play against Gorang's team, and our guy, our fifth man, his name is Postman Nudge, straight up internet cut, and we played it 4v5 the entire game. Because we're like, you know what? We don't want the production to wait that long. We don't want the casters to wait that long. Let's just go ahead. Because it was a team comprised of people who work in the back end. So, you know what? We just went about it 4v5 in the semifinals, best of 3. We're like, see, we wanted to play. We're not going to get to play the way we wanted to play. But hey, at least we're getting to play. We might as well play.
All this play.
Again, that was a community tournament. This is the Penta Pro Series.
Yeah.
What all the difference?
This is the official VCT off-season tournament.
What's been your
it
most fun
seems
tournament experience, CA? Have you had any?
Like
Like
playing?
personally? Yeah.
Oh, not in Valorant. I haven't played any tournaments in
In
Valorant.
any esport.
Oh, my collegiate days, yeah.
Interesting. What was the one memory that you'll never forget from those times?
Honestly, if I say it right now, I don't think anyone will understand because it involves League of Legends, not Valorant.
Aw.
Let's just say
I
it
mean-
involved a blitzcrank hook for any of the MOBA enjoyers who know what's going on.
Okay. That said, that implied hook, does it bring people to your position if you're able to hook
Yeah,
them in?
yeah, it's like Pudge. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. So what, did you land a blind hook out of nowhere and won the game on the back of it?
I landed 4 blind hooks the entire game on the same guy and he
Serious?
rage quit the entire game in a collegiate pro
Oh.
matchup.
Salty. I love it. I love it.
He rage quit
No.
and then proceeded to spam my DM saying, bro, stop hacking. I'm like, okay, thank you. Thanks for the compliment.
Straight up hacker. Imagine being called a hacker in League of Legends and then doing a riot event here. Going the full circle, eh?
Hey, sometimes I got lucky, you know?
I mean,
miss
some would
all
call
the
it a
shots
flex,
you
my
don't
friend.
take. Yeah, and talking about shots that you don't take, we're back into the matchup. 13-12 match and series point for the lives of White Swing, and all 5 players suppressed, and Knight Rider, he makes them pay. They're being shut down. It's an absolute massacre in this B site, and Knight Rider coming in from heaven. It's like he is the Ghost Rider, but in a matter of seconds, it all turns around. What?
Again!
Bruh.
Oh no. Ember is going to be able to dodge the drone. He just about does. The spike still needs to cross into his side, but he's not going to hold the angle through the window. Rather, he feels comfortable trying to play a little more up close and personal. And if he's able to close the distance and find an isolated frag, would be the ideal world. The far from the ideal world, CA. We live in overtime shenanigan.
Oh.
And God's Reign are relying on Ember to take the dub here.
They gotta
White
walk
Swing's
through.
rotation, is it gonna be overthought though? Because Ember, if he hears so much
Oh,
of
they're coming
silence,
back.
he's gonna have a slither of doubt. And oh, Ember! Spanish!
Oh my
is
God!
brutal!
Win.
Sends them home with a burning crisp! And he's already
Oh,
removed his
that's
headset. That's confidence right there. He had his headset removed in that 1v2, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god, I've never seen Ember display so much emotion. That's not a lot of emotion, don't get me wrong. For Ember, that's a lot of emotion. But clean and surgical on those shots. Oh, White Swing, that's got to hurt. In a 2v1 against all odds, they pulled it back to that spot, but Ember, cool as a freaking cucumber. Clean as ever with the surgical shots, he shuts them down. In God's Reign, they pick up the map, they pick up the series, and they set their date with Reckoning Esports.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly why you do not overthink a difficult situation. You play it as it comes. Ember. Especially after, I think they did this in, what, 12-9 or something crazy like that, where the rotation was so slow and they punished the footstep made by Knight Rider back then. Ember knew exactly what kind of a play lay ahead. I know it's been quite the affair on Breeze, ladies and gentlemen. I doubt it's not only you who are tired and hungry, but also the players, also the casters, everyone on the back end as well. But there's no compromise to amazing Valorant
bro.
action.
Exactly, right? I'm definitely hungry, but I think I have had my fill with the action that we've got to witness. I'm extremely thankful to these amazing teams. They gave their hearts out and they tried their very best. And White Swing, man, they might not have won the matchup, but I think they won a lot of hearts.
One less.
Certainly did have more of a say in Bind. I mean, more of a say in Breeze than they did in Bind, which is what surprised me, CA. I thought it would be the other way around.
Can't use that.
Especially with the way we've been hyping up this double operator setup between Knight Rider and Sai. Surprised that they even let it go this distance, man.
It's all about that confidence.
Enemy remaining.
With that Jet Trainer composition, they felt a lot more in themselves. And throughout these highlights, you see how much of a brawl this matchup truly was.
And I think the one thing that was a big saving grace for White Swing here is the resurgence of Tricky. We didn't see this Tricky back in Bind. We didn't see it whatsoever. And of course, Easy from different occasions did land phenomenal shots. Some of them were around he won. Sadly, this was around he lost. And you can't excuse complacency like that, dude.
Effective.
These are exactly the small moves that higher tier teams will use against you. You know, first they're gonna test you on your fundamentals and your basics, and if you have the ability to defy those maneuvers, only then will they resort to the unconventional, which then embodied itself in the form of the double operator setup being used in, you know, such a haphazard manner, especially when they orchestrate their site holds. It feels like the commitment just feels so absolute, they have no fallback whatsoever.
Talking about commitment though.
I don't think so.
Quatrain, they stick to it and they managed to pull it out. And it really did get dicey for a second, especially around this mark where they did push it to 12-9, but it felt like an invisible force. The strength in White Swing, resurgent, they were able to push it all the way back. From 12-9 down, they pushed it to overtime, and at that point, it felt like anything just might happen. Boyembo, he pulls out the impossible, and he gets them the map. And they're gonna be thanking him later on today. When they eat dinner, they're gonna be thanking their stars and thanking
One enemy remaining.
their teammates, because at one point it looked like White Swing just might take us to Icebox.
Yeah, true. White Swing really did give God's Reign a run for their money on Breeze.
Oh
And
yeah.
if it wasn't for maybe those pauses that plague these players, we might have had a different story, considering the momentum being abruptly stopped, especially towards overtime, where it's do or die. Could have been a different story, my friend. But sadly, the story has to continue and the show has to go on. With God's Reign now cementing that matchup against Reckoning Esports to find out who is gonna claim their spot in the lower bracket finals. But again, this lower bracket has been nothing but excitement, especially this last matchup to end our day. Reckoning Esports, they made it look somewhat easy, man, especially on the second game against One Chance. First game, if I'm not mistaken, against One Chance. The second did get a little close, but Reckoning did manage to close it out. So Reckoning versus God's Reign is what we're gonna have in store tomorrow, alongside that upper finals, of course, between Revenant and Velocity Gaming. So we're gonna start off with the upper finals, and then we're gonna have a whole lot of fun. Dude, if there's any prediction that you have to give with the top two for now, considering the names that I've already mentioned, who would be your pick?
My brain is too blown from the matchups today, OG. You'll have to ask
Oh.
me again tomorrow.
I still feel it's going to be VLT Revenant, just due to the fact that both Godswing and Reckoning, right? They still did show chinks in their armor with today's performance. That one game against One Chance really did show that Reckoning have some corrections to do, especially on their defense duty. Same thing with God's Reign on Breeze, with how close this got for comfort. If it was a VLT or a Revenant playing up against them, I don't think they would have given God's Reign any more room to work with. They would have just snuck this one and pushed it to map 3, where you might just see another level of dominance. So these are small areas where both Reckoning and God's Reign need to work before they do come on the server tomorrow afternoon. Oof. This MVP, it might have been Ember, but especially with him closing the game out, I'm happy he got this, man. Otherwise, we might have gone down the
Yeah.
barrel of another overtime, and we might have even gone to a map 3.
Yeah. And as a big fan of underdog teams, I would have been nice, but I think this win most definitely deserved. 100% clutch percentage. Ember really coming through huge, and it's exactly what you expect from your Viper on this particular map. Played it beautifully, and he really boggled the system so much that they forgot that it's assists, not deaths. Kills deaths. But hey, like you were talking about tomorrow, we're inching so much closer towards the end of our brackets, and a reminder to all of our viewers that it is going to be the top 2 teams to qualify to go to the main event. Because, as surprising as they may sound, all of this amazing action, these amazing teams, this is not even the main event. We've got Bleed and Boom licking their chops, tasting the possible success they could actually pull off, waiting for 2 teams
Exactly.
from this very bracket to qualify. And one of those teams will be decided in our very first match tomorrow between Revenant and Velocity.
One more thing that we can clearly see from the brackets is there's only been one match that's gone the entire distance, which is Revenant and RGE, the sweatiest match that we've had so far in the Penta Pro Series. So I just hope that tomorrow breaks this trend and we don't continue with the Penta 2-0 series now. Because that's how it feels like, especially with the dominance that some of these teams have been walking in with. Now it feels like we've come to the most evenly matched day that we could possibly ask for. Revenant VLT and RGE God's Reign. Oof, what a day,
Absolutely.
man. We've had a thriller of a day and it's been 2-2-0s. Tomorrow, this
Exactly.
could be an other story altogether, especially our 7 p.m. matchup is something that I'm going to wait for.
Oh, absolutely. One way or another, it's going to be an absolute spectacular day. And it's something that definitely looking forward to. But I'm sure every single one of our viewers is exactly like us. The adrenaline is slowly going away with those lost matchups, right? Especially the way One Chance almost came back, the comeback of White Swing. It felt like anything could happen, and the adrenaline had me on cloud 9. I am slowly crashing down though, but hey, what a day.
What a day, man, CA. And I think we can end it on that note, right? It's been nothing
Yeah.
but exhilarating. We're still on our adrenaline. Ever since we found that disgusting clutch from Soulmate to now, there's been nothing but excitement that's been coursing through our veins. But hey, the show has to come to an end, and sadly, this is it. Do come in tomorrow. We're going to be live at the same time, at the same place. Like I said, we're going to have 2 very exciting matches to start our day off with. We're going to have Revenant versus Velocity at 4 p.m., followed with our 7 p.m. matchup with Reckoning taking on God's Reign. It's going to be a thriller as we have 2 evenly matched best threes to keep you entertained. And boy, oh boy, do we need a good night's sleep. So good night, take care, and see you tomorrow.